Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Excuse me, teacher, what can I do for you? Bokali stood in front of Carlos, quietly looking at the young man in front of him who was about the same height as himself. Although the two were about the same height and the age difference was not big. At least it seemed so to Bokali's in front of him. He seemed to be only 10 years older than Carlos, but Bokali's didn't look any old. Bokali smiled slightly, then stretched out his hand and pointed to this area, saying, "Carlos, what do you think of this place?" "Don't answer me, Hogwarts, I'm talking about the whole world." His smile was very perfect, as if it had the ability to warn people and take them away. However, Carlos looked at him with full of caution and said, "Really? I think it's very good, very good." Everything seemed to be frozen in place all of a sudden. Bokali's looked at Carlos, and Carlos looked at Bokali's. The next moment, he burst into laughter, and his golden hair fluttered slowly in the air. His eyes closed slightly, as if he felt a burst of laughter at Carlos's answer at this moment. The next moment, the smile on his face suddenly stagnated. After the smile disappeared, a crazy and evil face was revealed. He looked at Carlos in front of him and then spoke little by little. "I only give you one chance. Leave the Lucifer family and join our Moya family, then I will forgive you. Anything you do, any path you choose, I can let you go. And you just need to join the Lonia family." Carlos frowned and was slightly stunned. He had never thought of it. Pokali's this guy actually came in here to do his own thing, and he came in specifically. This feeling immediately made Carlos feel flattered, and he smiled slowly. His smile was completely unconventional, and it seemed to be a smile of complete contempt. Why does the Lonia family want to try the feeling of biting off the guest's meat in its manner? If you still want to try it, then I don't care. At most, use your small industry to collide with our Lucifer family's huge business. You can break hundreds or thousands of our families, I don't care. I'm afraid that by then, I will drag down all the industries of your Lonia family in reality. I just don't know if you still have the ability and smile to continue talking to me like this." Carlos smiled, his voice was very calm and his tone was very indifferent. He was like an animal without any emotion. He stared at the guy in front of him quietly, and at this time, Bokali's anger was gradually devouring his reason. He wanted to roar and threaten Carlos in front of him angrily. But he knew that once he did this, there would be only one result in the end, that is, both sides would be broken. He did not want this result, nor did he want to get this result. So the evil wolf became a fickle wolf. He slowly grasped the staff in his hand, and it seemed that he wanted to tear it off like Carlos in front of him. But he remembered that Carlos was a very cunning man in front of him, especially after hearing what his older brother told him. He understood that Carlos in front of him could use his own strategies to destroy his industry. Therefore, Carlos's IQ and strategy are definitely more superior than Meleag's. Shaking his head, Bokali smiled, then slowly passed Carlos and walked towards the distance. Carlos didn't need to panic and walked towards his room. And the moment Carlos appeared in the room, an owl slowly landed. After removing the envelope from the owl's feet, Carlos opened it and took a look. This was not sent by the Lonia family, and certainly not by the Lucifer family. It was sent to Carlos by someone he didn't expect, Dumbledore. That's right, the legendary magician Principal Dumbledore is the principal of this college at the moment. This letter was the envelope he passed over. The letter stated that Bokali had actually been a teacher in this school from the beginning. But other times, he didn't have any desire to stay in school and talk to students about new ideas. It was different now, and even Dumbledore felt confused. Bokali's actually offered to teach in the intermediate class. This was also the weirdest thing that made Principal Dumbledore feel at that time. After checking, I found that the Bokali's guy actually moved Carlos from the second class list to the first class. Finally, Carlos felt that a point of doubt appeared. At the beginning, Carlos was always wondering why he and Harry would be separated. Is it just because Harry and the others are the main protagonists, but I am not? Later, Carlos discovered that this was not the case. The reason why I didn't go to class 1 was because there was someone who was causing trouble in the class. If you think about it, when you transfer yourself from class 1 to class 2, there will only be 483 members of Bokali's family. As a member of the Lonia family, would it be too much for Bokali to take revenge on him? Maybe in Hogwarts he wouldn't do anything to himself, but one day I will leave Hogwarts. In the Lanya family, Tandy's glanced at the envelope from his brother and couldn't help being slightly stunned. There was nothing stated on the envelope, just a few words. I will recruit Carlos to the Lanya family, but my brother needs to give him a correct identity. Carlos is very strong, at least in my opinion. His potential and talent are definitely more powerful than ordinary wizards. What I really don't understand is why Carlos refused to join the Lonia family. Brother, apart from bargaining with him and having a fight with him from the Lonia family, is there anything else you haven't talked about? Tandy's, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side, raised his eyebrows slightly at first. Then a cold wind blew out from the side. He actually didn't expect this kid from the Lucifer family named Carlos. He would actually do this, blatantly provoking and threatening himself. However, although these are related to myself, I must say them. In Tandy's view, these things were not the reason why Carlos became their enemy. Carlos is very strong, so powerful that his younger brother actually praises him so much, which gives Tandy's a feeling. Carlos may become the key to the wizard family's desire to unite. As for whether it is an obstacle or a push, it is unknown. Actually, what Tandy's cares about is if the Lonia family cannot unite all the families, then no matter who joins the alliance, you will feel nervous and unhappy. To put it simply, anyone other than himself may become his enemy. On the other side, inside Hogwarts, Carlos looked at the envelope in his hand and couldn't help feeling speechless, whether it was the principal's apology to himself or his explanation to himself. They are all giving a signal to Carlos that things are not developing according to the plot. Don't look at Dumbledore here. Bokali is a teacher who entered Hogwarts early in the morning, but Carlos remembered it very clearly. There was no such person in the movie. But he appears here, and he is still a character that has always existed. This means that what his appearance may bring to the world is not just bringing the declining Lucifer family back to the wizard family. And because of his own appearance, other characters who are not in the plot may also be born. He put away the envelope and watched the owl slowly move away into the distance. Carlos picked up the pen and paper and began to write on the envelope. Since the one named Bokali wanted to have a good relationship with the wizard family in this class, then he must first understand one thing: not everything can be done by the Lonia family. The next day, Carlos came to the classroom a little early and looked at Dorora, who was sitting on the chair and chatting with Sister Liz. Carlos nodded slightly and then sat in his chair. I am not particularly familiar with Dorora, to be honest, for Carlos. The only people who can be said to be friends are Harry and his friends. As for Dorola's family, at most they can be considered as sharing the same enemy. Yes, they share the same hatred. Lista glanced at Carlos. She originally wanted to apologize to Carlos yesterday, but when Carlos heard her explanation, he directly said that there was no need to apologize. Carlos is not that stingy. On the contrary, he feels that he is a very honest person. Indeed, under the circumstances at that time, I could indeed say that I was a little angry. But that anger quickly disappeared because of thinking. First of all, even if you are being plotted, so what? No matter who they are, they have the right to choose, whether they are standing against themselves or standing with themselves. That is everyone's right to choose, if you are only angry because others did not choose to stand with you. Nakaros could only feel that he was not even as good as a child. As for the second point, after Carlos knew the truth of the matter, he knew that these two people were not directly or indirectly involved in the attack on him. This means that they just want to avoid risks. This is normal behavior for both Lista and Dorora. After all, I am not one of their people. The bell rang for class and the day was still the same as yesterday. Bokali's above still has a smile on his face. A gentle look will always please some girls, but Carlos only saw hypocrisy in it. However, what a surprise. What the Lonia family failed to do at the banquet, they actually chose to do it in school. The class time, since this is the second grade, is obviously different between the intermediate class and the junior class. You can learn some powerful magic here, such as breaking into pieces. After all, not everyone knows this stuff. Even nobles like them, only a small number of people know it. So everyone studied very seriously, but Carlos saw the difference. This seems to be a little different from the regular smashing to pieces. At least the professor's place seemed to be a little different, so Carlos felt that Bokali's would probably not really be shattered to pieces. After school time, Giuliosi quickly left the classroom 10 times again. Then he came to the corridor and waited for his three companions to arrive. Looking at today's dinner, to be honest, Carlos felt that the Western dining culture was really terrifying. They seemed to like eating half-cooked food, but Carlos couldn't accept it anyway. How is it? How is the defense against the dark arts teacher in your class doing? Harry ate his meal and looked at Carlos in front of him with curiosity. But Carlos shook his head and looked at Harry in front of him. What do you think? He is not the same as before. He pretends to be gentle, but he is actually an old fox. The feeling of a momentary alienation from the relationship gave Bokali's a moment of bad premonition. Harry, Ronald, and Hermione looked at each other. He came here to establish a good relationship with the second generations in front of him. After all, Carlos said so, which means that he must have done something terrible. However, relatively speaking, Carlos thinks this is normal. Caros, old fox, is that a term used to mock us? There was nothing to say all night. This was the third day of class for Bokali's as a teacher. They seemed to be able to see a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. Yes, that was helplessness. On this day, Bokali's had not noticed anything wrong. His eyes glanced around the classroom, but he found that none of his classmates' eyes had emotions. On the fourth day today, almost all of my classmates communicated normally, answered normally, and smiled normally. However, Bokali's mission is not to drink these second generations and deal with their normal relationships. It felt like returning to a very, very normal teacher-student relationship. After all, teachers and students, of course, have to be normal. No, those are words to praise others, but soon he won't be able to pretend anymore. I hope he can still look like that when the time comes, Hermione asked strangely from the side. This feeling was as if I was facing wood instead of the previous students. However, some of his classmates, Kai and Hao, almost ignored him in this class except for practicing magic. At this moment, Bokali's eyes darkened slightly. He looked at the students one after another in front of him, and his dim eyes seemed to carry a hint of murderous intent. Of course, he knew who was behind all this, and he also knew what was going on. When his eyes looked at Carlos, who was sitting calmly at the moment, he smiled. Of course, Carlos could see at this moment how strong the malice was mixed in his smile. Even Dorora, who was sitting next to Carlos at the moment, could already feel it. Carlos certainly knew that Bokali's in front of him wanted to have a good relationship with all the declining families. Of course, the reason for this was that he wanted the Lonia family to be legitimate and gather all the declining families. In this way, he could become the top figure in the wizard family with his own identity. But what he didn't expect was that Carlos hit his Jorda with just one move. He had almost no chance. Yes, Carlos only used one move, a very simple one. He wrote a letter to his father, asking his father to have a tea party with other families. He simply chatted with all the family patriarchs for a day. For example, the identity of Bokali's can be told to the patriarchs of other families. What the patriarchs of other families want to do is not something Carlos can control. On the other side, the get-out-of-class time slowly came, and Dorora came to Carlos little by little, looking at Carlos in front of him with a strange face. He didn't expect that his father would send him a letter last night. The content of this letter also made Dorora feel confused. He didn't expect that Carlos would be so cruel, and he directly cut off the firewood. Let Bokali's, who wanted to have a good relationship with all the declining families, declare his plan dead. At the same time, in the principal's office on the other side, Dumbledore looked at every document in his hand and the signatures on it. It was a joint signature of one family after another, and the most important thing was, among these, in addition to the declining families, there are 3 other families. That is, the families other than Lonia also wrote their names. Their request is very simple, that is, to let Bikaris leave the second class. Bikaris used the power of the Licinia family, or in other words, used his own authority to bring almost all the children and second generations of the declining families to one class. Obviously, he wanted to accomplish something. But because of the Lucifer family, this plan was directly declared shattered. Of course, these families did not have any other excessive demands. After Dumbledore took a look, he just wrote his own ministers lightly. He said it didn't matter. Anyway, for him, it didn't matter who taught the second class. The reason why the second class became a class of almost all pureblood families. The main reason is that Dumbledore didn't care behind, because he believes that relying on Carlo is his own wisdom. He could handle the situation in this class well, but what he didn't expect was that Carlos not only handled all the relationships well, he even kicked out the teacher Bokali's from the second class, just expelling him from the second class, not expelling him from Hogwarts Academy. So in the afternoon of that day, Bokali's received a letter from the academy. Bokali's was transferred out of the second class of magical defense class. Next, the defense against the dark arts teacher of the second and first classes, the intermediate class, still has Snape. After school, when Harry and Hermione received the news, what they showed was not excitement, which they showed immediately, but a worry as they looked at Carlos in front of them. And, of course, Carlos knew what they wanted to say. With a slight smile, Carlos shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter that guy Bikaris, no matter how powerful he is. He didn't dare to take action inside Hogwarts." To be honest, if the struggle between families was brought to the Academy, it would be a deadly feud, just like now. So far, the Lonia family still doesn't quite understand why Carlos targeted them like this. They all thought that the reason why Carlos targeted their Nanaya family was just because of the damage to their real estate. But now it seems that the reason why Carlos targeted the Nanaya family is not like this. Hogwarts is a sacred place, and enemies break into it. A figure slowly walked out of the road next to him and blocked Carlos' path. Existences like this are public enemies, but the Lonia family actually arranged for people to enter Hogwarts Academy directly. They are all a group of old people who have lagged behind for so many years and are stubborn. No other ideas, Mr. Pokalis. I really don't understand. Then Carlos looked at Pokalis in front of him quietly and smiled. What do you think so many of your declining families want to do? Can you bear such consequences? Can the Lucifer family really bear it? You actually want to hold on to that power and not let it go. Don't you know you have all the power, but you don't have the strength to protect it? After all, no matter how stupid Pokalis is, he can directly guess that all this was done by the young man in front of him. His smile turned cold for a while, as if there was no way he could see any joy in his smile. Harry and Ron walked in front of Carlos little by little, blocking Pokali's view. Looking at this familiar figure, there was a smile on his face. That's right, he stared directly at Carlos in front of him, as if asking why Carlos did this. Wanting to assassinate himself made Carlos feel a certain amount of anger. They are all a group of evil guys. For example, Voldemort, who once caused trouble here, is regarded by almost all magicians as the real villain. And when Harry, Carlos, and the four of them were walking slowly on the road to the cafeteria, it also directly drew them into their own hostile direction. Don't worry, I just want to have a good chat with Carlos. Carlos was very confused. Looking at Pokalis in front of him, he really wanted to ask, what does this power mean? It seems that the reason why the Lonia family wants to unite all the declining families is. The reason for uniting all the wizarding families is not only because of the dire problems of the magical society. There are also secrets guarded by the Lucifer family, but Carlos doesn't know. What is this secret, and what is this so-called power? However, even if Carlos doesn't know the answer, he won't show any weakness. Carlos shook his head little by little, then gently pushed Ronald and Harry in front of him to the side and said, "What you are saying is that you want me to hand over the Lucifer family to your non-Nia family. It's the best way to protect this power, right?" Carlos smiled, and seeing that he didn't need to speak at all, he knew that was what he thought. However, Carlos laughed and then stared closely into the eyes of Pokalis in front of him. The coldness released in the eyes was all sudden. Then, what will happen next? The Lucifer family joins your Lonia family. As 1 or 2 days pass, maybe you will treat the Lonia family well. Then we will become stronger and stronger, and then you will be wary of the Lucifer family. Once you become vigilant, you will want to get rid of the entire Lucifer family. But as each day passes, your desire to get rid of the Lucifer family will become deeper and more terrifying. It is only a matter of time before we become enemies in the end. In that case, it is better to hold on to the strength you have accumulated. We should be enemies, so what can we do? Pokali stared at Carlos in front of him. This was a fact after all. There are some ancient families that have declined, even if he has declined. It will still be attacked by many magic wizard families, such as the Lucifer family. Thousands of years ago, when the Lucifer family declined, the situation was still very good. Almost in the past friendships and the connection between magicians and magic, there was no problem at all. Until that day 100 years after the fall of the Lucifer family. The Lucifer family began to be attacked by the surrounding families who were brothers to them. It began to be invaded, occupied, and robbed. With the decline of Lucifer's magic family, they finally had to move to reality. This is actually a very real problem. When your best friend discovers your strength and can no longer be friends with him. He will switch from friend to enemy, of course. Although his father Delia would teach him this, but Carlos knew that kind of person was no friend at all. What are friends? Carlos looked at Harry and Ronald in front of him. Only in this way, in this situation where you know the danger and know that you have a high probability of losing, you still help your people. This is a true friend, sincerity for sincerity. This is the friend Carlos wants in his heart. Bokali's left Carlos's side and became the teacher who stayed in Hogwarts for a relatively long time. Of course, he understood that if he wanted to take action here, getting rid of Carlos would not be a problem. Then afterwards, even if he gets rid of Carlos, he will definitely be judged by the entire magic courtyard. Even if you escape by then, you will still be hunted. At the same time, his family, the Lonier family, will also be criticized by the entire magician society. He still can't escape, so Bokali understands. Even if he wanted to kill Carlos in front of him to avoid future troubles, he would definitely not be able to accomplish it now. Don't worry, you two. Even if he really wants to get rid of me, he won't stay in this college for another semester. During this semester, I will make my strength stronger enough to be able to deal with Bokali's. Harry and Ronald looked at Carlos with worried faces. As members of two pure-blood wizarding families who have no regard for worldly desires, whether it's Honey or Ronald, the reason why the two of them were able to be friends with Carlos and Hermione, the reason is also related to the family education between the two of them. Carlos, if you really have any trouble, you can ask me for help. Please give me flowers. This is what Ronald said to himself before Carlos returned to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Carlos said he received a letter from his father again. In the letter, he wrote about the recent events between him and various families. He also wrote about what he told those family patriarchs. In the last paragraph, Delia also told Carlos, the Lucifer family suffered the most unreasonable attack. Of course, these are just some real-life problems that Lucy and his family can handle well. However, Carlos also understood that this was not only Snape's choice, but also Dumbledore's choice. I hope that sad thing doesn't happen. But now that it has happened, the school will not let him recover. To be honest, Carlos still felt that the gloomy Snape in front of him was more amiable compared to the smiling tiger of Bokali's. At least, he will never do it for his own purposes. After one day passed, the next morning, Carlos came to the classroom again as always. Dear students, I heard that something happened in this class. Carlos believed in one person and he absolutely did not want to see such a thing, so far except for the question directed at myself. After thinking about it, he wrote a letter to his father. I have never seen him do anything other than that. If it is the magician's problem, then you don't need to guess. It must be the fault of the four major families. In fact, it stands to reason that this kind of thing has almost never happened. But it doesn't matter from today on. I will leave you to learn the defense against dark arts course. It is precisely because of Bokali's and his power in the academy that this kind of thing happened. Any other magician family wants to take action on the Lucifer family. Only by choosing can the final problem be solved and the outcome of the matter be good. Perfect. When Carlos saw him slowly walking into the classroom, he couldn't help but smile softly. Compared to Bokali's, that kind of hypocritical smile. At this moment, for the first time, Carlos felt that the cold face of Snape in front of him was so friendly. Sometimes people can't put them together for comparison. It's not like they don't know, but they are really shocked when they compare them. In the Lanya family, Bokali looked at his brother in front of him with a look of helplessness. I never wanted to go against the Lucifer family, but the man named Carlos didn't seem to think so. Just as you think, this thing was really done by the Lucifer family. A few days ago, I received information from our vassal family. The Lucifer family found other families, that is, the patriarch of the family in the class you are in, and told them that the descendants of your family who are teaching at this moment are named Bokali and Luo 937 Nia. Do you know what it means? Bokali nodded. Of course he understood what this meant. It represents the Western Luo family and is declaring war on them. It should be said that the Lucifer family is constantly biting their most painful place. The reason is that the Lonia family can become one of the four major families. It's because the Lonia family prides itself as the most powerful family among all families. However, as a powerful family, they had no room to justify their original attack on Carlos. It's as if he has already acquiesced to this behavior. In fact, it is not that he has acquiesced to this behavior. Tandy's also wanted to find the murderer, except for the murderer Carlos sent to the magic court. Everyone else, anyone related to that murderer, has almost been cut off. In other words, after I just caught his online, there was nothing else. All the threads are broken. Who is the person behind it? Who are the people behind it? The person who was looking for him, the person who gave him orders, has disappeared at this moment. It was as if the memory was erased by magic in an instant. If it were just that the memory was erased by magic, that would be better. After all, not everyone can solve the forgetting curse. However, the final result is not that the memory is erased, but that the brain is removed. Tandy's eyes flashed slightly, and he knew that this was everyone's fallen family sending a signal to him, a signal that makes people fear. Sometimes fear may not make people surrender to fear. On the contrary, people's resistance becomes more and more intense, just like this moment. When the fearful person knows the person he is afraid of and the other person who is feared, they will unite and everything will be like this. The moment the Lucifer family found out that the defense against the dark arts teacher was named Bokali Lanya, they knew that the Lonia family was gradually getting involved in Hogwarts Academy, also bit by bit swallowing up their family. Naturally, they couldn't let this happen. In this way, Bokali, who taught Carlos and them, was replaced. He had no choice but to continue teaching Carlos and the others the defense against dark arts course, and he had no choice to continue doing what he wanted to do. So, brother, what do you think we should do now? Get rid of Carlos? I think it's better not to think about it. Carlos is in Hogwarts Academy, and that place is not one that can be broken into casually. The reason why Melillo was able to arrange for people to come in last time was because I was not under surveillance. But this time is different. I can vaguely feel that there seems to be some shadow or eyes looking at me in the college. He kept staring at me, and his eyes seemed to be full of meaning, that is, don't let me act rashly. Since the last time, Merillo let 2 people in. Then in the college, none of the teachers noticed this incident. The teachers in the entire college were almost in a state of excitement, especially Snape. When he found out that the group of people had indeed come in specifically to kill Carlos, he was also furious, although he really wanted to use his family's power to deal with Voldemort. But it doesn't mean that he is willing to help the family to kill a student. This is different from his philosophy. Snape hates those wizarding families. Now many of his family members are cancers in his opinion. The children of those families act recklessly and only do what they like in this society. This was not the path he chose, so after that incident, the teachers in the entire college, almost intentionally or unintentionally, have focused on the representatives of the Lanya family who let the murderer in, namely Bokali and Lonier. Tammy's thought for a while, then quietly glanced at Bokali's in front of him and smiled. There is no need to kill Carlos, and as for the Lucifer family, there is no need to worry about it for the time being. Our current goal is not this. I remember that in a few days, it will be the recruitment time for the wizard courtyard. Let Merle try it, maybe she can find something in the wizard's courtyard. On the other side, inside the academy, Carlos was receiving instruction from Snape. Of course, this time is different from the last time. This time, as before, the 2 classes merged into one class and studied at the same time. There are about 20 people in each class, and there are about 40 people in total. When 40 people sat together, Carlos also sat in a row with Harry, Ronald, and others. A few people just looked at Snape above, constantly demonstrating the compatibility between magic and magic. At that moment, Carlos understood that teacher Snape might still teach them as the basis. But this is normal. After all, not all students stand on the same line. Naturally, the teaching progress of some students may not be very low. The strength of some students is still very poor. In this situation, Snape in front of him must make a choice. Is it his business to choose how to teach? Of course, Carlos, Harry, and the others understand the choice Snape made. Naturally, there are also people who don't understand, such as a certain family member who is currently among the top 10 middle grade students in the academy. He sat in the chair with a confused look on his face and spoke. Mr. Snape, please tell me, aren't these 2 basic magics? Why, you don't teach us intermediate magics? Existing family, moreover, he is a guy with quite a lot of magic talent. As for his name, Carlos couldn't remember it. Looking at the confusion on his face, there was also a hint of arrogance. Carlos understood why Snape hated the 2nd generation of these families so much. Sometimes, it's not that Snape is annoying, but what they do is really annoying. But Carlos understood that this was not what they wanted to do. Inherent in this situation, the arrogance of education makes them unable to let go of the name of the family in their hearts. Naturally, they cannot let go of their posture. In fact, this is often the case in the current Hogwarts school. Many family members are almost always playing with other families or are alone. They would never lower themselves to communicate with Muggle magicians. They are not like Ronald and Harry's 3. Even Dorora next to her was just communicating with her childhood sweetheart, Sister Liz. Snape, who was above him, quietly glanced at the student in front of him and spoke. Then he smiled softly, opened the roster, and said this after seeing the names on the roster. Rhines Moko. Do you think you have mastered your magic? Do you think you don't need elementary magic anymore? This is actually Snape giving Rhines a step down, and Rhines, of course, would not give any face to slip in front of him. In his opinion, the children of their family must have the momentum of the children of the family. No matter what I said or what joke I made, I absolutely could not say no at all. Of course, I think we are already in the intermediate class now. Why can't we teach some intermediate magic? Why do we have to keep learning this kind of magic for the first time? What's the use of it? C. Inland nodded and then looked around the entire classroom. After Carlos saw Snape's eyes, he didn't know why, but his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, it was like there was a voice in my ear telling myself that something was going to be bad. Sure enough, at the next moment, Sri Lanka glanced at Rhines, and then he pointed at Carlos and said, "Since you look down on the true giant's magic and I can't bully the small, then so be it. Carlos, you use elementary magic to play with him, since you two are among the top few in the intermediate class. Then you might as well give it a try and let this classmate take a good look at what is elementary magic." Carlos stood up from his chair with a speechless face. He looked full of reluctance. In the Sri Lankan interior above, the moment he saw Carlos's expression, there was no sympathy at all. Instead, he was asked to stand up. Carlos stood in front of the chair and nodded. Then he picked up his staff and walked out. There was no way. In this classroom, it was necessary to abide by the disciplines of campus teaching. The kid in front of me, who doesn't know what the so-called noble family is, doesn't have to obey. But you can't do this yourself. If you have any opinions, you can put forward your opinions. After the teacher gives you the steps to step down, it is better to go down as far as possible. Carlos smiled and walked out of his chair and walked up the aisle. Looking at the man named Rhines in front of him, he nodded and said, "Well, classmate Rains, please show mercy." Rains looked at Carlos in front of him and smiled slightly. He can be superior to others and look at other magicians from Muggle families. But he could not continue to look down upon the wizards, nobles, and magicians of the same class as himself. Looking at Carlos in front of him, he didn't understand why Carlos listened to Snape's words so much. However, Carlos had already raised his staff, and the two of them nodded slowly, indicating their identities. The next moment, Rains over there made a preemptive strike and swung the staff at Carlos fiercely. Everything is petrified. Carlos calmly waved his staff and said, "There are many obstacles." All the students kept retreating back because of the duel between the two. They moved their bodies to the back to watch these 10 duels. Snape, on the other hand, stood quietly on the podium and watched. In his eyes, the duel between the two students was of no interest at all. It can even be said that there is no danger at all. Even if anything happens next, he can go directly to save the two of them. However, the next moment he saw the staff in Carlos' hand and turned it slightly. The magic power on the staff suddenly gathered together. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. "Carlos, something seems wrong with this look." There were many obstacles, and all the petrified rocks were smashed together, leaving rubble on the ground and disappearing into the air. And at the next moment, Carlos directly raised his hand, and the terrifying magic power gathered fiercely. But Carlos still didn't release him. Similarly, the power of the Expelliarmus released this time is much greater than the ordinary Expelliarmus. The constant intersection between light and light finally spread out into countless light spots, carrying shock waves and hitting Rains, who was closest to the two magics. Snape, who was walking over from the other side, couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth when he saw the scene in front of him. Then Carlos, naturally, must use the power of primary magic well. For Carlos, he is not an easy person to get along with. 280, the two rays of light collided fiercely, and the two powers of Expelliarmus slammed together. However, he also understood that the indifferent Carlos was also the best teammate. For example, Expelliarmus is just a magic that even beginners can learn. Of course, Carlos's unrelenting side made him see Carlos' indifferent character. With a beam of yellow light, it hit Rains over there. Then he raised his staff and smashed it towards Carlos's Expelliarmus. What he likes to watch most is this kind of showdown between families. Upon seeing this, Snape immediately walked over to Carlos. Expelliarmus. He understood that Carlos was not an easy person to get along with. Snape, if he wants Rhine to love him, see what elementary magic is. The shock wave of Rhine Abe flew away fiercely, leaving no room left. In the dark chamber, a lantern was slowly lit, and under the light, the figure of this man slowly walked forward. He looked old but firm and walked forward without any doubt in his footsteps. And in a certain direction in front of him, there was also a light at the same moment. However, this lantern is hung on the wall. Dumbledore glanced at the lantern in front of him and shook his head slightly. Then, he slowly turned the handle of the handle. The next moment, it was like countless magic lights were flashing. Between the light and the light shining on each other, a force is gradually beginning to emanate. That power seemed to be as overwhelming as the sky, constantly making people feel intimidated. Dumbledore, the light dissipated, revealing a mural at the end of the secret room. There is nothing else in the mural, it just describes a person. describe the whole process of a person from birth, baby, then to growth, boyhood, then to youth, adulthood, and finally to old age. However, don't think that this is describing an ordinary person's life. Otherwise, it was a big mistake. Dumbledore could see it. What this mural depicts is not a person's life, but a person's cyclical life. There are many things depicted, such as the clock painted at the end. And Dumbledore knew that the person described was Voldemort. Looking at the end of the mural in front of me, I wrote a few big characters, loop. Dumbledore knew that this was another reminder to himself. It's not just Voldemort who is circulating, but also himself. Voldemort kept going through cycles and rebirths, and he kept trying to stop him. In the end, I failed again and again and made mistakes again and again. This has led to this world falling into desperate situations again and again. And murals give you your own answer, which is both the result and the process. Of course, none of this mattered. Dumbledore finally made up his mind. He was ready to end all cycles this time. Voldemort could be reborn and survive continuously, but I can't do this. I am a human being, a living human being. At least before a human being dies, he must die as a human being, not as a demon. Opened the door to the office and walked out of the secret room. Dumbledore was still as usual, with an amiable smile. Under that smile, no one could see the majesty of his injuries. Snape, who had just finished class on the other side, smiled slightly. He felt that this class was very comfortable, and at least it allowed him to see another side of Carlos. Compared with Carlos' cautious and gentle side, this time Carlos' love is like a ferocious beast. However, there are ways to deal with ferocious beasts, those ferocious beasts in the magical forest. Wasn't it the same in the end, being subdued one after another? Carlos, no matter how ferocious you are, the final result will be the same, right? While taking Snape, he walked towards his office with a happy face. But suddenly he found that there was a pair of eyes staring directly at him. This pair of eyes contains various meanings. To be honest, this was the first time Snape saw the principal looking at him like this. Those eyes were full of expectation, full of apology, and seemed to be contradictory. Various emotions were mixed together. At this moment, Snape turned around and found that the principal had disappeared. Carlos, who was in the classroom on the other side, was slightly stunned and patted his head in annoyance. He couldn't help it, but he also knew that Snape's purpose was to test him. Regardless of attitude or strength, everything is just an attempt to pull oneself into 10 completely invisible roads. But similarly, Carlos doesn't care. To him, he has offended so many family members. What if he offends one or two more? What Carlos is worried about is not that. What he is worried about is that because of the situation here, all plans will be advanced for the exam. In that case, all your preparations will be in vain. Voldemort did not die in the first term but escaped. Then he must rush before Principal Dumbledore and Snape make plans. Kill that guy, but not to mention killing that guy now. Even finding him is a relatively difficult task. And the most important thing is that this guy Voldemort can be resurrected with the help of other people's bodies. He is a guy who is very difficult to kill. Seal him? That's not right either. Maybe the two classes were put together for a defense against the dark arts class. So at this moment, Harry and Ronald were still staying next to Carlos. Harry looked at Carlos in front of him with a strange look on his face. He seemed to be wondering all kinds of things in his round glasses. Letter 3005, Carlos, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, I'm just thinking that sometimes this world really doesn't exist based on our will. Some people and some things may have their own reasons for existing in this world. This is a game that only magicians can play. With such strength, the only person who can participate in this competition is Harry next to me. Sometimes Carlos wonders, is there any difference between this game and real hockey games? Moreover, he tests the magician's balance in magic power and the balance on the mold broom. There were shouts and shouts all around, and countless people were constantly shouting various words at each other. Of course, Carlos will definitely not participate in this competition. Brother, what kind of game is their so-called Quidditch? As for Ronald and Hermione, they just sat quietly next to them and looked down. It can be seen that the people in each of the 4 major colleges live in complete harmony with each other. The viewing venue is right next to Carlos. In Carlos's words, this is simply a game of basketball. Time passed by in a hurry, and soon came the annual Hogwarts house Quidditch match. There were only 2 teammates spraying each other next to Carlos. Of course, this kind of harmony only arises from scolding. Sherlock was watching quietly. He looked at Carlos next to him with a puzzled look on his face, and then asked strangely, "It's a very interesting competition, but of course I won't participate." In reality, this kind of competition doesn't exist at all, just take a look. Why do I seem to have never heard of anything like this? The purple balls in the sky kept flying, and Harry kept flying in the sky with an absolute advantage. It has to be said that as the most powerful Quidditch player in the entire academy, Harry Potter, his control over flying is indeed very powerful. It can even be said that no one thinks there is anything wrong with him playing several tricks in the sky. He hit the balls in his hand into the holes one after another. Seeing that he was winning more and more times, Herlock next to Carlos finally understood what these 10 so-called Quidditch games were. Then, when everyone kept shouting, a gust of wind quietly began to fall into Hogwarts' house. The speed of this wind is getting faster and faster. It was as if he was constantly driving the miracles of the entire world and gradually began to arrive. Just when everyone was watching with surprise, the Quidditch match in front of them produced the winner of the preliminaries. This swirling wind began to become more and more terrifying. The wind is constantly moving throughout the campus, and even the climate in the campus has begun to change. Among the 37 people in the stands, even Carlos could not help but feel that the wind blowing around him was getting stronger and more violent. From time to time, is there a possibility of being blown away? He shook his head and noticed something strange in this wisp of wind. Carlos immediately raised his head and looked towards where the wind was falling. Then he looked at Leo, Herlock, and the others next to him and said, "Ronald, Hermione, help me protect Herlock and take refuge somewhere else first. I'll go up and take a look." After saying that, Carlos summoned his broom directly, then it flew towards the sky. Of course, some of them seemed to have noticed that this wind was unusual. In the entire venue, the shouts that had just been heard continuously turned into silence at this moment. No matter which college there was, all the hatred between them had disappeared at this moment. All they were left with was fear of the violent wind around them. Someone sensed the danger in advance and started running outside. Of course, some people thought this was nothing, so they stopped where they were and stopped moving. Only Carlos, riding a broom alone, headed crazily towards the source of this wisp of wind. At this moment at the gate of Hogwarts, the source of the wind is constantly rotating, and in the storm there was a figure waving a staff in his hand, a violent storm. This is truly high-level magic. Could it be that some powerful high-level magician came to Hogwarts? Just when Carlos was thinking this, he suddenly saw the man who was constantly waving the staff in his hand, coughing during the entire storm. Then he burst out laughing, but at this moment Carlos finally noticed something was wrong. Because these countless winds may sound like strong winds and showers, but in fact they are only strong winds, not showers. That's right, the wind in the sky did not stop and the rain did not fall. Everything is as if the magician in front of him is restraining himself. Just when everything was about to become clear, a figure suddenly passed by Carlos. Immediately afterwards, he saw the staff stretched out by the figure and then waved the staff towards the source of the wind. Expelliarmus. A simple elementary magic, but it is this elementary magic. He rushed directly towards the source of the wind on that side, and it was like a giant's fist hitting the source of the wind. The source of the violent storm was directly when the light of Expelliarmus fell. They started to collide together, and then gradually began to disappear. Carlos saw that figure, how familiar it was. Yes, that's Dumbledore. Principal Dumbledore glanced at Carlos in front of him, and then at the old man next to him who was coughing on the ground. He smiled slightly, then slapped the old man hard on the shoulder. The heavy and painful slap, even Carlos, who was watching this scene, could feel how hard it was. "Do you know what you are doing? Don't you think you can go to war with us?" The old man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He held the staff in his hand, then pointed straight at the lightning in the sky and said, "What's the point? I just released the wind and I didn't make the rain fall. If I directly released the violent storm, I believe that Hogwarts would not be directly destroyed by me. Besides, shouldn't you be happy to see an old friend? Why did you hit me when you first met?" Dumbledore frowned slightly, and a black dot appeared slightly on his brow. He was like a lion on the verge of being exposed, looking at his old friend in front of him. Then he smiled slightly and continued, "Do you know how much influence your wind has on our academy right now? Even the competition we were having just now was forced to stop because of your wind. How are you going to bear this loss? Tell me. Let me remind you here, you'd better prepare your pension for me, otherwise I will have to come and get it in person." The old man looked at Dumbledore in front of him blankly, and then said a few words of help. It was like an embarrassed monkey looking in the distance. Carlos couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene in front of him. Finally, it was the appearance of Carlos that made Dumbledore stop his murderous expression. Then he looked at Carlos and pointed at the old man in front of him. "This is Yaslid Keki from the French Academy. You can call him Old Man Keki." Yaslid glanced at Dumbledore in front of him, then glanced at Carlos over there, smiled slightly, waved, and said, "Hello, I am Yaslid, teaches the Defense Against Dark Arts course at the French Academy. You can call me Teacher Keki. By the way, this classmate, what is your name? Hello, my name is Carlos. Old guy, don't interrupt. Out of courtesy to Carlos, I introduced your name, but I won't introduce it to you. It's because of your behavior that I'm so annoyed right now. You are very rude. Do you know that I will never be polite to people who are rude? I have been like this since I was a child, and even after living it such a long time, I have never thought about changing it. But having said that, your college is pretty good. I heard that a lot of strange things have happened in Hogwarts in recent years. And I also heard that old guy Voldemort is coming to trouble you again. Why does he still have no long memory? If he makes trouble for you, isn't that just asking for death? Dumbledore was quiet, watching the old guy in front of him talking. His face twitched slightly, then he shook his head and said, Carlos, let's go back, old guy. If you dare to touch the academy again, I guarantee that I will never be at odds with you. After finishing speaking, they saw Bokali's taking Carlos walking towards the school. The storm just now, although the damage was not great, was actually quite serious. At least the entire Quidditch game was terminated. Of course, no matter how much damage it is said to cause, it actually does not happen. After all, the competition venue is still relatively tight and well built. Therefore, that gust of wind did not blow down the entire venue. Even the entire Hogwarts and other buildings in the college did not shake. This is a building made of magic, and this is the most beautiful place in Hogwarts. Naturally, it cannot be blown away casually. When Dumbledore took Carlos back to the academy, the old man named Yasrid also shook his head. They walked in bit by bit, but just when everyone thought the thrill was over. But no one thought that the next thrill would be yet to come. Aslid is just a magic teacher from another college who comes to Hogwarts to play. However, even Astrid and Dumbledore didn't notice. There seemed to be something moving in the shadow behind the old man. The shadow seemed to have a weird black color, and it seemed to have a life of its own. At the intersection, there seems to be a person walking towards the front. The moment Aslid, Carlos, and others entered Hogwarts, the shadow behind him suddenly became normal. It was as if something in the shadow suddenly disappeared. Neither Dumbledore nor Carlos noticed any problems. Naturally, no one in the entire Hogwarts college had any problems. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Teacher Nap introduced Aslid's identity and famous ministers. He will stay at Hogwarts for a week. During this week, he will teach all intermediate and advanced classes. After all, it's Aslid's strength and identity that is really strong. Just relying on the violent storm just now, it is basically a relatively powerful existence among high-level magic. Naturally, he is more than enough to teach the entire intermediate class and advanced class the Defense Against Dark Arts class. At night, the darkness in the sky gradually began to fall. The starry sky, accompanied by the moon, filled the entire Hogwarts school. Dots of starlight continued to illuminate the ceiling of the Hogwarts lobby. Every classmate was sitting quietly in the cafeteria. Waiting for the supper time tonight, Aslid sat at the front of everyone. He glanced at the dining cart that was constantly being pushed in and couldn't help but smile softly. As expected, the food at Hogwarts is good. At least the food here is more to my liking. As for the food in other places, to be honest, I don't want to eat it when I smell it. Aslid laughed, and then he reached out to the dinner plate on the table in front of him and prepared to pick up a piece of beef for tasting. Hogwarts is a Western food close to the West. The meals here are very close to the West. After all, every food culture here is also a little closer to England and Scotland. Picking up the beef, I looked at the slight hint of red on it. Aslid cut it bit by bit, revealing the color of myoglobin on the surface of the beef. This beef is actually grilled by the chef in a relatively high quality. It can be seen that the surface and color of beef have a great relationship with the beef itself. Quality is the best guarantee of the taste of beef. The moment you cut into the beef, the juices flow freely and the aroma hits your face instantly. Please give me flowers. To be honest, Slider wanted to keep eating this feeling for the rest of his life. Carlos looked at Yaslid's exaggerated performance above him and couldn't help but shook his head. Then he glanced at Harry, Ronald, and others next to him. He picked up a piece of grilled fish and placed it in front of him. Then when Carlos was about to taste the grilled fish, he suddenly realized something was wrong. There seems to be a faint red smell floating on the grilled fish. Not only Carlos, but Hermione next to Carlos also noticed this aura. Likewise, there was Snape who taught all the students potions lessons before. The medicinal effects sprinkled on the food began to take effect. As well as Diaz, the current potion course teacher, they almost all noticed this unusual aura. It was the smell of medicinal herbs, and there seemed to be a fragrant smell on the information. So naturally, there is no danger to their bodies. Carlos directly grabbed Harry's shoulder and asked him to stop eating. Dumbledore frowned, and his originally gentle expression suddenly became a little serious. He also looked at the dinner plate in front of him, looked at the food, and shook his head. Then his eyes looked around. After finishing speaking, he looked at Nap and threw the piece of steak in his hand onto the plate in front of him. It was like a whale from hell, grabbing their hearts and stomachs. The painful feeling continued to appear on his face. One class after another, after eating the food, they began to hold their stomachs and feel constant pain. Looking around him, classmates fell to the ground one after another. Snape, on the other hand, immediately stood up, looked directly at Dumbledore and shouted. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that I wasn't hungry just now, I might have eaten this piece of beef. Harry and Ron looked around. It was because of Carlos and Hermione that they didn't eat the food. Stop, Principal, there's something wrong with the food. That's in the process of time passing by little by little. The aroma of food permeates the entire canteen, right? These smells spread to everyone's nose and nostrils. Eslid glanced around and his expression changed slightly. He just swallowed a piece of beef and didn't know what happened. But he didn't feel any pain. Wait, something is wrong. Eslid's face changed slightly, because he found that Dumbledore's eyes had been fixed on him. The suspicion and weirdness in those eyes seemed to be looking at him without any concealment. Hey. Dumbledore, you don't think I did this, do you? With the two of us having known each other for so many years, it is impossible for me to do such a thing just to destroy the peace in Hogwarts. Doesn't this kind of thing put the friendship between the two of us under our feet? However, Dengbu 863 Leto just looked at him quietly, the suspicion in his eyes getting more and more strange. He looked at Eslid's father in front of him, then turned to look at Snape and said, Snape, go save these children first, as well as the teachers who have eaten these foods. Elizabeth, help guard the door with Hagrid. Remember, if there is any strange thing that breaks in from the outside, just take it down for me. I want to have a good talk with the guy in front of me. Hagrid and Elizabeth nodded. Then they all walked towards the door next to them, and Eslid's expression changed slightly. He knew that he had been tricked at this moment. However, even if he is attacked, there is definitely no way to escape. At that moment, I looked around at the teachers who were surrounding me one after another. Eslid spread his hands, then sat there quietly and said, Okay, don't look at me like this. After all, I know that no matter how hard I explain, you won't believe me. If that's the case, why don't you lock me up and keep me under surveillance? I believe that with your ability at Hogwarts, you will be able to find the real murderer, and the truth will be revealed. Yes, Yasili and other Black Swans did not quibble, nor did they want to escape, because he knows that no matter how much he quibbles, it will have no effect. The whole scene was like a game specially made for myself. Whether he ate the food without getting infected, or the students around him ate the food because of his arrival, it seemed as if he did these things specifically to bring down the entire Hogwarts Academy. Of course, if he didn't do it, he didn't do it. Seeing the old guy in front of him with such a low profile, Dumbledore couldn't help but think, it is indeed a bit strange. There seems to be no way to deal with many things and problems. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether it was the old guy in front of me who did it or not. The current situation is to protect all the poisoned students. Eslid took the initiative to ask to be locked up, and all the students nearby were slowly taken away for treatment. Carlos looked around him, and one familiar classmate after another fell to the ground, wailing and suffering, even those family students who were extremely arrogant at the beginning. Now he is lying on the ground and there is no movement. He shook his head, and the chefs who made these foods had also been brought to the canteen. She has even been brought over by the students who were serving the dishes. There are no waiters in the entire Hogwarts cafeteria. Only the chefs still had students, so some students were also delivering the food at that time. Then, the only ones who can access these meals in advance are these students and the chefs. The only ones who can poison these meals in advance are the chefs. However, look at the submissive appearance of these cooks, and look at their ignorance of everything. Carlos felt that maybe the relationship with them was not particularly big. Sometimes, in this magical world, the chef does not necessarily need to touch the food with his own hands to poison it. As far as Carlos is concerned now, he can think of some ways. You can poison the food without touching the food. It's just that it's more difficult to achieve. After all, he is only an intermediate magician now. He glanced at the figures squatting on the ground one after another in front of him. He glanced at the figure lying on the ground, seemingly twitching constantly. Carlos slowly picked up the grilled fish in front of him. Harry next to him saw Carlos' actions and couldn't help but think of something. He immediately wanted to stop Carlos, then Carlos shook his head and said, If you want to know what the poison is, there are many ways, but now there is only this one which is the fastest. Hermione, wait a minute, I will tell you the condition of my body. With your talent in potions, I believe you will be able to find the antidote. After Carlos finished speaking, he slowly put the grilled fish in front of him into his mouth. The moment he swallowed the grilled fish, Carlos slowly closed his eyes and then felt the poison begin to spread in his mouth. This means that your blood is still normal blood. To put it simply, use the strong dragon blood in Draffa potion. Just swallow the poison in your body directly, so let the venom stick to the stomach cavity and then start to spread throughout the body. The numbness starts from the tongue and then spreads to the body bit by bit. He shook his head slightly. The poison had not invaded his blood. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of abdominal pain continued to come. This feeling seemed to be that a hand was constantly stirring all the organs in his body. Since so much time has passed, the fresh and tender grilled fish in front of me is now a bit dry. At worst, you can just drink a bottle of Draffa's potion. Don't think that Draffa's potion is a potion that can absorb magic power. Then she immediately remembered something and took out a book from behind her back. Hermione was slightly stunned as she listened to Carlos' description. Carlos didn't care at all about danger, even if he was really in a dangerous situation in the end. Similarly, because of the dragon's blood, this magic potion also has the effect of swallowing 100 horses. Carlos felt the poison constantly invading his flesh and mucous membranes. Wait, this poison does not spread into the blood. It only spreads to the skin, flesh, and mucous membranes of the whole body. So Carlos could put the poisoned grilled fish in front of him in his mouth without caring. Then there was a stomach 4. 1, and in the end it seemed that it was not digested. Dumbledore, who heard Carlos doing this on the other side, was full of surprise. The moment he was about to come over and stop Carlos, he saw that Carlos had already swallowed the piece of poisonous fish meat. Although Dumbledore also knew Carlos, there must be a way to prevent this poisonous meat from causing harm to him. But he was also speechless. He didn't expect that Carlos, a young man, usually looked so smart and cunning. Why did he suddenly become so brainless and clumsy under such circumstances? As a result, Dumbledore gave him a slap in the face. Snape, who was on the other side, seemed to have heard Carlos' explanation and frowned at first. Then he said thoughtfully, "Nanga, I didn't expect this kind of poison to still exist in this world. Hasn't it been essentially destroyed? Why, he will still exist here." On the other side, Hermione, who was looking through books, also immediately found Lan's information. Her eyes were quietly looking at the information above, one after another, and every point recorded in it. There are many, many information points in it, which need to be connected in order to understand and see clearly. Adam Snape, the moment he said 2 words about the Lang family. I don't know why, but Hermione just looked full of admiration at this moment. To be honest, she didn't expect that teacher Snape, who was usually silent, would have such knowledge. Just by listening to the description, you can know what kind of poison it is and what its name is. Langa, I heard people say that this poison is a very poisonous venom, and it has a very terrible effect, that is, it will not invade the human blood. This also means that the poison cannot be removed using conventional methods. The conventional method Snape mentioned here is very simple. The first is blood transfusion. Generally speaking, a small-scale blood transfusion is performed at the moment when the poison has not completely invaded all the blood vessels. Then you can stop invading the poison into the body on a large scale. As for the remaining little bit of poison in the body, it can be removed later. But Langa is different, it will not invade the blood. This means that if you really want to rely on blood exchange, if you want to replace him, then you must not cut off the flesh. The most important point is that it can cause general paralysis of the human body. As Snape spoke, his whole body immediately became blurred. He only felt that there seemed to be some conspiracy that was constantly coming to the entire Hogwarts Academy. Just when the mainland of Sri Lanka felt the arrival of these conspiracies. In the training field behind, figures one after another have stepped out of the shadows. If you look carefully, you will find that the figures one after another are wearing black clothes. They hide in dark places, and there is absolutely no way for others to see their faces. These people came step by step towards various parts of the school, including dormitories and teaching buildings. They seem to have very clear goals, and they seem to be going to these places specifically to get what they want. As for this group of people, the group at the front. His eyes were staring straight at the principal's office, which was at the highest point above. Yes, his purpose is very simple, that is, the principal's office is open. Elizabeth, who was at the door, couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth when she heard the confident and somewhat sad voice in front of her, and she immediately interrupted. Hey, isn't it the time to talk about these things? If we don't think about it quickly, how to save them, if we don't think about what to do, these children may die here today. Snape twitched the corners of his mouth speechlessly, then turned to look at Elizabeth behind him. Then he coughed twice and said, "They're not dead yet, so don't say it's unlucky. And the most critical point is that I don't know how to solve this poison. But there is a way. I wonder if Mr. Carlos is willing to pay a little song is 10 points of dragon blood." Carlos glanced at Snape in front of him and then twitched the corners of his mouth wordlessly. "This is the most speechless time I have ever felt. If this guy wants his own dragon blood, he has to do it directly." "No problem, I can drink the dragon's blood after diluting it." After Carlos finished speaking, he pointed directly in the direction of his dormitory building. "Go to my dormitory, it's in my drawer." After Carlos finished speaking, he handed the key to Snape and then fainted. Snape nodded and Elizabeth nodded too. After the two looked at each other under the gaze of everyone, they drove away from the teaching building on the ship. At this moment, black shadows flickered out around the dormitory building. Their figures seemed to be looming in the darkness without a trace. Then they saw their figures approaching the entire dormitory building. They had been planning for so long, luring all the students to one place to poison them, and then poisoning all the students. Carry out their plans when no one is around. The expressions of the two people changed slightly, and they immediately realized that this incident was actually a premeditated incident. "What's wrong? What happened? Why did you stop me?" After all, Carlos got 10 drops in that forest fire. Those figures were moving forward in the darkness and just entered the dormitory building. But what no one expected was that this dragon's blood would actually be cared about by other people besides Snape. 2 drops were more than enough for Cass. He can distribute the dragon's blood to all his classmates. Don't you see something? For example, right in front on that side there seems to be something there. There is probably no difference from the usual 2 drops. The figures of Aspie and Elizabeth were riding magic broomsticks quickly. At this moment, they finally got their hands on the bottle of dragon's blood hidden in Carlo's drawer. Elizabeth, who was next to her, looked at Snape with a strange face and put his hand in front of her, blocking his progress. Elizabeth took a closer look and found that it was exactly what Snape said. That's why Carlos told Snape so generously. Of course, Carlos is not stupid. It is said to be a bottle, but in fact it is only 600. It is just a small porcelain bottle. He seemed to see vague figures one after another from the depths of darkness, from the black shadows in the distance. Running towards the dormitory building the next moment, Snee's friend's eyes narrowed slightly. The 2 people who saw this group of enemies immediately drew out the staffs in their hands. With the speed of the broom, he started running towards that direction. At this moment, around the dormitory building, figures one after another were looking around vigilantly. They seemed to be worried that some of these enemies would suddenly appear. Of course, they were wrong about this group of college teachers. They almost all lead by example in order to show a very good image to the students. For example, at this moment naturally, without asking clearly about the situation, they would definitely not do such a rude act as a sneak attack. Moreover, as far as Snape was concerned, he felt that he could still kill them if he acted justly. There were figures one after another in front of him, watching their figures swaying in front of him. Snape stood up directly, then narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at a person and said, "Who are you? Why are you here at Hogwarts? What is your purpose? Were you responsible for the mass poisoning incident in the school?" One of the dark figures glanced at Sneo in front of him, then turned his head and glanced at Elizabeth beside him. Her expression changed slightly, as if she suddenly felt some strange power pulsating around her. The black figure twitched the corner of his mouth and then raised the black staff. The black wooden staff slowly turned in his hand, and the next moment it was shattered into pieces and smashed towards Snape in front of him. Snape, who had hit him before, shook his head and waved the staff as well. There are many obstacles, petrified in a hurry. It has to be said that Snape is indeed the most accomplished, youngest, and most talented defense against the dark arts teacher in the entire Hogwarts. He has an innate and unique understanding of magic, just like Carlos now, when others were still adept at technique and precision. Carlos almost chose to use speed to deal with the enemy. The same is true for Snape in many battles in the past. Snape almost always uses speed to win, under the control of speed and accuracy. It can be done accurately and send enemies flying away. For example, at this moment, the obstacles and petrification were directly used in an instant, although a lot of magic power was consumed at the same time. But at the same time, it achieved extremely terrifying effects, and that figure was smashed into pieces in an instant. But he didn't notice at all that Sneo's reaction speed in front of him was so fast, and the speed of releasing magic would be so fast. It was completely like turning all the obstacles into stone. The 2 magics were released together. At this time, Elizabeth, who was next to her, also rushed over. I saw her taking out a small sword that she carried. The small sword was made of iron and was only a dozen centimeters long. But the length of just a dozen centimeters is his powerful weapon. For example, at this moment, Elizabeth, who was just looking at her in front of her, threw the small sword in her hand very hard. The small iron sword suddenly flew out of the air. This was Elizabeth's method: precision. Get bigger quickly, letter 3005. In an instant, the white light hit the small iron sword finger. The sword began to expand continuously and flew across the sky. Then he hit the man in black on the other side hard. Snape, who was watching the scene in front of him, couldn't help but think that Carlos also seemed to like to use this method to deal with enemies. It seems that the two of them have the same tactics. The speed of the two is very fast, and the damage caused to the enemy is also very fast. No, it should be said that at this moment you are no longer a small sword, but a heavenly sword. A big sword, almost 1 meter long, hit one of the people hard. There was a bang, like a falling meteorite hitting the person's head and abdomen hard. With a pop, the man felt his entire abdomen and body twist. Then Bayan went to the back and was knocked out. There was a bang, which was the sound of the wall behind being smashed into pieces. It seemed that the movement outside attracted the attention of several people in the dormitory building at this moment. The few people who were stealing inside the dormitory building immediately noticed the fighting outside. After hearing the bursts of sound, they were immediately startled, and they looked at each other one after another. So he started running towards the outside of the dormitory, and at the moment they ran outside the dormitory building. What he saw was a mess and two people standing in front of him with indifferent expressions. Snape held the staff in his hand, relying on his own magic and an overwhelming gravity beside him. At this moment, the whole day seemed to suddenly become much duller. I ask you one last time, if you don't answer me, I will send you to the magic garden. Believe me, based on what you are doing in Hogwarts right now. Those people who will send you to the magic garden will definitely make you feel the pain of life being worse than death. At this moment, Snape was stepping on the body of a defeated general. His achievements in the Defense Against Dark Arts course did not stop him, Zhao Zhao, from standing still. For example, in normal times, he likes to pinpoint all spells to one point and one pronunciation. The magic spell that was recited in the end was extremely accurate. There was a bang, and when the figure was about to kill Snape's friend in front of him, he found that his body was flying towards the distance. There was a bang, and Snape seemed to be aware of the moment that person rushed past. But he completely forgot that he was not a warrior but a magician. The whole foot has already been kicked out, and it is straight, kicking towards the abdomen of each person in front of him. Next to him was the figure who had just ran out of the dormitory building. The moment he saw his companion fall to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Anyway, for them, one person is already lying there, and it doesn't matter if another one is lying there. In order to be able to quickly and accurately practice the magic husband in his hands. As for Snape, he just stayed where he was, quietly, without leaving a single sound. In the fighting scene, I don't need to use my fists and feet at all. An angry expression suddenly appeared on his face. Suddenly, he was about to move towards C. Instead, you only need to use your own magic, but Snape is different. So he usually likes to exercise his physical strength. He even conducted some abnormal training in normal times. The two figures who walked out quickly from the dormitory building looked at the other figures who had fallen on the ground in confusion. However, just when one of them wanted to help, he found that he also fell to the ground. Just like that of these four people, only one person was left standing quietly watching everything. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he wanted to take out his staff and swing it at Snape fiercely. In the staff, a light yellow light seemed to be that deep. It is monstrous and makes people feel helpless, roaring and makes people feel collapsed. Avada Kedavra. Yes, that's the dark magic Avada Kedavra. Snape looked at the man in front of him. How dare he release such deadly magic? In an instant, the anger on his face could no longer be concealed. He raised his staff and wanted to teach the man in front of him a lesson. Then the next moment, he heard a crisp female voice from the side. Get big fast. The moment the crisp female voice sounded, he saw the small sword flying in front of him. The sword hit that person hard, and Avada Kedavra was also blocked by an iron sword. Under the collision of light, Avada Kedavra was like this, directly under the impact of the iron sword, scattered towards the surroundings. Sneo's face was filled with shock when he saw the scene in front of him. 617, he didn't expect that a girl's strength could be so terrifying. When I first started, I heard that the principal had hired another female teacher. As the black magic teacher of the junior class of the entire academy, I was a little confused. But what he didn't expect was that this female teacher was so powerful. The light brought about by the rapid growth shrouded people's heads. Unlike Avada Kedavra, rapid transformation can only make food larger. Similarly, if your magic power and your accuracy, coupled with your identity, are a high-level magician, so the threat brought about by the rapid expansion is absolutely terrifying. Just like Carlos used the method to quickly grow in size, and then drank the Farad potion, under the control of such blessing and magic. The power brought about by the rapid growth is absolutely terrifying. He can even directly magnify objects tens of centimeters hundreds of times in an instant. Although this female teacher can only enlarge the image 50 or 60 times. However, even if it is only 56 or 10 times, it is fatal to this small iron sword. The only figure who could still fight had just walked out of the dormitory building. Seeing a female teacher in front of me, I saw the terrifying power brought about by her rapid growth. In an instant, his face turned dark. He first glanced to his left and right, then his face was filled with fear. But the next moment, the magic was already hitting his face. He only heard a scream coming from his mouth. The figure's body flew directly behind him. The intermediate level Avada Kedavra is actually not a big threat to the two teachers in front of them. But Snape breathed a huge sigh of relief. Because once this happens, he will use Avada Kedavra, the magician in the middle, and escape into the cafeteria. Then it is fatal to the students here. So far, even there are many students in advanced classes. They still only have the strength of mid-level magicians, and even they can only use 1 or 2 intermediate magics. How can we block the enemy who can use the intermediate Avada Kedavra? However, Snape's face darkened slightly when he thought of Carlos. That B*** D Carlos doesn't count. No, Carlos and Harry don't count. Those guys are perverts. The next moment I saw Snape walking up to the man in black, then slapped him on the face 10 times and asked him, "What are you doing here?" The man in black did not answer but moved his body slightly towards the back. He seemed to be trying to protect something. Snape could tell in his actions in an instant. He immediately reached into his back pocket. The next moment he took out 10 small blood-red porcelain bottles from his pocket. The red liquid in the small porcelain bottle is still flowing slightly. That small bottle of red liquid, although not much, is indeed worth tens of thousands of dollars in the market. You know, in the entire magical world, there are only 4 places where dragons are still alive in this world. There is one magical forest in Hogwarts, but the other 3 places are different. There is a place that is still a place of great difficulty and danger. The black dragon's blood that exists there can only be useful to black magicians. And things like dragon blood, even under such rare circumstances, coupled with the fact that he himself is powerful, naturally it was raised to a considerable price where a drop of cold water is equivalent to 10,000 gold. I see this is your purpose. However, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it's just for this one thing. That sense of intoxication, that sense of miniaturization, suddenly made his body sink in. If it can't be diluted, how can we give this drop of dragon blood to all the students later? Do you know the biggest difference between dragon blood and human blood? Is this dragon's blood? It doesn't look like anything, it's different. Consciousness began to fall into stagnation. This is not 1 drop, but 2 drops. There is no problem with the quantity. Moreover, I did not say that the dragon's blood should be diluted with water. With a bang, he closed his eyes and could no longer hold on, lying on the ground. He closed his eyes and finally fell asleep directly. Elizabeth, who saw the scene in front of her from behind, came over, but Snape shook his head, then raised his hand and hit a man hard. Once human blood falls into a glass of water, it will be diluted directly by the water. The man in black's mouth twitched slightly, and then he wanted to snatch back the bottle of dragon blood. This is the scariest thing about him, and why dragon blood has the ability to eliminate hundreds of poisons. Then he glanced at the bottle of red liquid in Sneo's hand and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Tell me what your other purpose is." How many of you have come to Hogwarts? There was a trace of panic and anxiety in his eyes, but dragon blood is different. Dragon blood is condensed together and will not be diluted by water. Sleepy. Just for a moment, everything in this man's head seemed to become a little blurry. Yes, Snape picked up the porcelain bottle in his hand and shook it twice. After taking a look at the dragon blood inside, and confirming that the quantity inside was fine, he turned to look at Elizabeth next to him. Then he smiled softly. What was revealed in Snee's smile at this moment was completely unquestionable power. Anyway, I used to be the potions teacher who taught students the potions class. You don't need to ask me about such a small question, and you don't need to question me. We need to go back to the cafeteria first and report these people's affairs to the principal. We also need to take care of these people. After that, Snape picked up the prisoners in front of him one after another, who looked like they were not very bright-minded. He put them all on his broom, and the next moment, two figures swayed across the sky. In an instant, he ran towards the cafeteria. On the other side, in the cafeteria, it was not just the teachers one after another who were waiting anxiously at this moment. There were several other people also next to Carlos. That's right, Harry and the others looked at Carlos lying on the ground with worried expressions. Carlos, on the other hand, had a painful and distorted face. Of course, for him, his pain was not the suffering his body was suffering. For him, the worst he could do was take out a bottle of medicine with dragon's blood and swallow it for himself. In this case, the poison in his body will be directly swallowed by the dragon's blood. However, what I feel distressed about are those 2 drops of dragon blood. Although, without those 2 drops of dragon blood, I still have almost 5 drops of dragon blood. But no matter what, dragon blood cannot be obtained casually. Even if I go to the adult dragon to ask for dragon blood, it is half threatening and half pleading, and it is still with this attitude. I have to ask for it almost 10 times, if all the dragon blood is used up this time. So next time, where will I go to get this kind of dragon blood? He doesn't feel bad about the wound, but feels bad about the money. However, Harry and others next to him just looked at Carlos lying on the ground with a face full of pain. Still seems to be cooling off for Carlos. Yes, they were frantically worried that Carlos couldn't bear it physically. Time passed little by little, and soon the door was slowly opened. Several figures came out from outside, and Elizabeth took a look at the situation inside the entire canteen. And Sneo took a look at the classmates who were lying motionless on the ground and immediately yelled, "Classmate Hemin, please help me quickly." Hermione turned her head and immediately looked at Snape next to her and then said the same thing, "Teacher, I'm ready." After saying that, Hermione brought out a basin, and in that basin, light blue liquid was constantly flowing. Of course, the liquid seemed to exist in the form of some kind of potion. The next moment, I saw him cut his hand open. Then he kept dripping blood into the basin. If normal blood and dragon blood come together, the dragon blood can be mixed with other powers. Coupled with the effect of the potion, it itself has the ability to dilute. It must be possible to successfully absorb the dragon's blood into the potion. In this case, this bottle of medicine flat K can complete the best potion. Nodding, Snape could see that Hermione, a little girl, did have a very good talent for potions. Actually, everything was prepared early in the morning. Then he saw Snape in front of him and immediately released the small porcelain bottle in his hand. Opening the mouth of the porcelain bottle, the dragon's blood in the porcelain bottle was slowly poured into the potion basin in his heart. The blue liquid slowly gathered between long-er and long-er. The power of terror began to be continuously diluted. Finally, the dragon's blood seemed to have a powerful magic power, constantly flowing in this pot of potion. Just feed each of them a sip of potion. With the power of dragon blood, it will be very terrifying. 1 mouthful per person can definitely remove all the toxins from their bodies. A cup for each person was brought over slowly. Every student and teacher who was still intact moved over every poisoned student lying on the ground. Each of them was fed potion diluted with dragon blood in front of them. I don't know how much time passed, but Carlos was still the first to wake up. "Zero, please give me flowers." Then he looked at the pot of light blue potion in front of him. I touched my heart gently. It hurt. It still hurt a lot, even though I pretended to faint and suffered some undue pain. However, when I woke up, the pain was still the same. He will not leave with his own fainting and sadness. On the contrary, he will become even more sad because of his departure. Snape, who was next to him, seemed to notice Carlos's expression. He smiled softly, not expecting that Carlos was so greedy for money. After all, he is also a member of the wizard family. But yes, the price of 2 drops of dragon blood is really very high. Likewise, he has a price. If 2 drops were taken away in vain, it was normal for him to feel such pain. If you borrow something, you must repay it. Even if the school doesn't repay it to you, someone else will still give it to you. Their bodies were still covered in black clothes. Don't you think what happened this time is strange? The strange thing is that this thing is obviously an outsider coming in to cause trouble. They didn't dare to open their eyes anymore. Young man, don't look at me with such resentment. So, Teacher Snape, do you have anything else to do? Snape glanced at the figures next to him that he had grabbed and were lying on the ground. Carlos thought for a while, and there was really no reason. But at this moment, the situation at the scene is relatively chaotic. Of course, Snape's keen eye could tell. Don't you want to find the person behind this? Who did this? Carlos came to Snape and asked with a strange look on his face. Then can't you get the cost of those 2 drops of dragon blood back from them. He glanced at Carlos, then waved his hand, and Carlos walked over with a look of helplessness. However, Snape smiled. How could he take away 2 bottles of cold blood from you for nothing? Looking at the figures in black clothes. Then, his eyes followed Sneo's line of sight and looked towards the corner of the door on that side. Their consciousness has actually recovered a long time ago. Of course, Carlos understood what Snape meant at this moment. His eyes were involuntarily fixed on the figures squatting in the corner, and he shook his head. Then he turned his head and looked at Snape in front of him and asked doubtfully, "Teacher, you are saying that they may be the culprits of this incident, right?" Snape looked at Carlos in front of him in shock and nodded. "I didn't expect that you could react so quickly, yes, just like what I just said. I found these guys on the road to your dormitory just now. Then they came out of the dormitory. At that time, I even took out a porcelain bottle from one person's hand, the same porcelain bottle you filled with dragon blood." Carlos nodded, then thought about everything quietly. "Something is wrong with 830, very wrong judging from the meaning of what was said in front of me. Obviously, those guys came specifically for their dragon blood. But in this world, there are not many people who know that they have dragon blood. In other words, people who know that they have dragon blood should be said to be people that they trust more. It is impossible to betray one's own people, such as Deng Benlito. For another example, the Snape in front of him was, at best, a person who hated the children of his family. However, he is definitely not a bad person. It is impossible to directly instigate others to rob it just because you hate the fact that you have dragon blood. He even committed such a vicious act, and then there were Harry and the others. It is absolutely impossible for them. After all, they are the protagonists of the group. It is absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing, otherwise it would not make sense in the plot. Then there is his family. Wait, Carlos thought of something in a flash. His thinking began to change flexibly. Perhaps it was because it was a very wrong thing for him to expose his identity in the black market. Maybe some people would take risks for the sake of dragon blood, which is also a normal thing. After all, there are many people who even know that Carlos is a student at Hogwarts. He might not give up either. Snape looked at Carlos in front of him. Obviously, he must have guessed something, or he must have thought of something. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such an expression. Snape smiled and then asked, "So, have you thought of something? I can see it from your expression. You must have thought of something, for example, who revealed the fact that you possess dragon blood." "Carlos, I know your character very well. You are cautious, but also a very bold person. You dare to expose the dragon's blood because you must think that person can avoid betraying yourself. And you have absolute confidence, but you underestimate people's hearts." Carlos shook his head. Not necessarily. Maybe that person really betrayed him. But if these people come here specifically for their own dragon blood, Carlos really couldn't understand what kind of person would risk a trip to Hogwarts for something like dragon blood. He even poisoned the entire Hogwarts students just to get this bottle of dragon blood. Carlos, no matter what you do, you can't figure it out. And most importantly, how does he know where his dragon blood is? I guessed who might have betrayed me, but I really can't figure it out. How did he know that my dragon's blood was in the drawer and how it got out of the food? Could it be that his purpose is just dragon blood? There are too many problems here. For a while, it was difficult to sort out all the problems and everything. "Mr. Snape, are you sure you only saw a few of them?" Nodding, he indeed only saw these 4 people in the dormitory building at that time. Just as the 2 were chatting happily, Dumbledore walked over from behind and said, "I interrupted. Maybe there are others among these guys who are causing trouble. For example, that person who wants to get something else from our academy." Carlos and Snape immediately had expressions on their faces. Yes, both of them thought of a name at the same time, Voldemort. There are people in the world who can always be against Hogwarts and even want to get rid of Harry and the entire Hogwarts. There was only that one man, that one Voldemort. That's a scary guy, that's a scary guy. He does whatever it takes to achieve his goals and has no mental barriers at all. For him, as long as the result is achieved, the process and so on are all boring things. Ask the 4 of them carefully, maybe you can get some answers from their mouths. When the time comes, I will try my best to take out the cost of your dragon blood consumption from them. Don't worry, I won't let you take out the dragon's blood in vain. Oh, Mr. Snape, that would be great if that was the case. After Carlos finished speaking, he walked towards Harry and the others. The toxins in the body actually have little impact on Carlos. The reason he was able to wake up so early was because he was mentally prepared and took the poison. Dumbledore took the initiative and released him anyway for Dumbledore. If this chef really wants to escape and does something like this 5-9. As for Snape and Elizabeth, they continued to patrol the entire academy. Now I drink dragon blood to dilute it, or I will do it later. He still pretended to be asleep, but there was no movement at all, and those figures wearing black clothes were lying in the corner. Moreover, the poison does not work and embed deeply, but it is different for others. With Snape's promise, the cost of his dragon blood is not in vain, right? Of course, they are pretending to be asleep, so you still have to ask. But you have to make sure that he is innocent. Anyway, Carlos is not in a hurry to ask you. Maybe magic can help, maybe that specialized management, this courtyard in the magical world can help. After so long, they will definitely not be able to wake up today. At least they will have to wait until tomorrow. The chef responsible for managing the entire canteen was also arrested and questioned. At this moment, I can still catch him before he does anything else. Others start by taking these poisons and then end up lying on the ground. Just how to ask, that is what the group will find a way to do later. Harry, Ronald, and the others looked at Carlos in front of them with some worry. Carlos shook his head, waved his hands, and said he was fine. He first found the place where Hillock was lying at the moment. After looking at Yu lying on the ground, his expression of pain was completely gone. Carlos sighed softly. To be honest, he only realized it now. I don't know if it's the right thing to do to let a boy like Herlock enter this world. After all, Horrocks himself has no talent for magic. Is it really right for me to forcefully teach him the talent for magic? Of course, no matter what the process is, no matter what the final result is. Now that you've done it, you don't need to think too much. During this night, many people were not asleep, and many people were constantly patrolling the entire Hogwarts Academy. Of course, no one noticed that in the teaching building, there was a group of people slowly running towards the potion room. The black figure moved forward in the shadows, like a dream, without being noticed by anyone. One of the women glanced around, then pointed to a window in the 3-potion room and said, "It should be inside. I heard that the principal placed a bottle of Draffa's medicine here afterwards. The purpose is for all students to visit. This pharmacist seems to have been made by a student named Carlos. Take this potion away as a necessity for our Lord's resurrection." After the woman finished speaking, several other men in black behind her nodded. Then he quickly ran towards the inside, while the woman was already standing outside and looking around quietly. She was watching to see if anyone was coming around, but of course she didn't notice. At this moment, he was already on the eaves, quietly watching a certain figure of his. Elizabeth stared closely at the woman, and she seemed to see a little bit of familiarity in the corner of the woman's eyes. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Snape, who was next to him, seemed to have noticed something was wrong with Elizabeth. Then he turned around and saw Elizabeth asking. Elizabeth shook her head and then followed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Maybe, probably, we do know her a little bit anyway. Her eyes are a bit familiar. Like me, an old friend from before. Speaking of teacher Snape, you should also know. Some time ago, there was a girl who came to our Hogwarts to study for a period of time, but later she left again." Snape suddenly remembered who the person Elizabeth was talking about was. Yelina, that person's name is Yelina. Looking carefully, I found that the eyes of that woman and Yelina were slightly similar. Could it be that it was really Yelina? Speaking of Yelina, Snape was really impressed by this girl. That is a genius, how should I put it, at least compared to what many people think. She is an excellent genius, and every teacher who teaches her will complain about something every time. Irina, the child, can quickly list some conditions and methods every time she goes to class. Compared to Carlos, who was in the potions course, Irina's talent was much better. The main reason is that her understanding of magic is correct. She can understand magic and then analyze magic. This is something that many geniuses today cannot do. Even Carlos couldn't do it, but soon Snape thought of Harry Potter's community. It seems that Yelina has a lot of similarities with that boy Harry Potter. If it's really Yelina, you should be cruel, right? Elizabeth looked at Snape in front of her and said with a smile. Snape nodded. After all, he had taught Yelina a little before. But that's just a point, no matter how talented she is. Now that he has decided to go against Hogwarts and all righteous magicians, he must be punished. Sneo's eyes flickered slightly, and then he turned around. The next moment, he was riding a magic broom and rushed towards Irina. Elizabeth nodded, took out a small iron sword and threw it towards Yelina. But the moment the two people took action at the same time, Yelina also noticed something wrong in the front. He quickly looked in front of him, and then he discovered two strange things. For example, there is a figure riding a broom quickly over there. For example, on the other side, the little iron sword seemed to be smashing over quickly. But these two strange things look so familiar. Yelina twitched the corners of her mouth slightly, and then raised them slightly like a naughty child. "I found my favorite toy." Then he looked at the two people in front of him. "Snape, Elizabeth, it's been so long." I didn't expect you, Elizabeth, to become a teacher in this academy. Weren't we two classmates before? Do you think you have to be so cruel to your classmates? Obviously, Yi Huanlin knew Snape and Elizabeth. Elizabeth even knew a lot about Elizabeth's strength and abilities. For example, Yelina, who was in front of her at this moment, even saw the iron sword looking at her in an instant. Anyone who doesn't know will definitely not pay attention to the harm this iron sword will cause to him. 3. But if you are someone who knows, then you definitely know. Because that iron sword looks like a small iron sword, but in fact it is more than just an iron sword. There was a bang, and finally it was Elizabeth's small iron sword. Came to Yelina, and at that moment Elizabeth's voice came over simultaneously. Get big fast. Only a buzzing sound was heard, and the road quickly became larger and passed by. With yellow light, it was on the small iron sword. Next, the iron sword enlarged several times in an instant. The iron sword, which was a dozen centimeters smaller, came in an instant with a skill of almost 10 meters. There was a bang, and the iron sword was seen hitting Yelina's face. Yelina's figure has quickly jumped to the side. At this moment, Snape, who was coming from the other side, had already waved the staff in his hand and pointed towards Yelina. Expelliarmus. There was a buzzing sound, and this red light appeared at the moment Yelina jumped away. It had already hit Yelina's arm, and Yelina only felt a slight pain in her arm. Then the staff in his hand fell hard to the ground. After hearing 2 dang-dang-dang-dang sounds, the staff fell to the ground, and the clear sound echoed throughout the corridor. But the corners of Yelina's mouth were slightly raised. Yelina looked at Snape flying towards her in front of her. Her face was full of vigilance. To be honest, she was more worried about the teacher named Snape in front of her than Elizabeth. Once upon a time, he studied at Hogwarts for several periods. At that time, Mr. Snape in front of him showed him what the application of magic was. Although Snape was not teaching defense against the dark arts at the time, it was obvious that Snape at that time also conveyed some understanding and mastery of magic to them in private. At that time, Snape's power was also applied to Aaron's mind. Dear teacher Snape, long time no see. Why do we have to fight to the death as soon as we meet? Why don't we sit down and have a good chat about how to talk about the world? What should be changed today? What should be destroyed? What should be rebuilt? There are too many problems in the world, right? What conveyed from Yelina's eyes was neither waves of calm. It is not that he is fearless, but that he is crazy as a madman. Even if you only see the madness in her eyes, you can feel what happened to her. She seemed to have encountered despair, even the lowest level of despair. Elizabeth also flew over on her broom. She put away the iron sword in front of her, which gradually became smaller again, then shook her head and said, Yelina, no matter what you encounter, no matter what happens to you, what happened to you should not be an excuse for you to frame other innocent people. Those students have never done anything to you, and those students have never harmed you. However, you do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. Even poisoning their food, do you think this idea is right? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Elizabeth straightened the staff in her hand little by little. As she waved the staff, it could be seen that there was anger in her eyes. But Yelina next to her suddenly became furious, and she yelled at Elizabeth over there. Shut up, you don't understand me at all. You are the proud son of heaven. You were born in a noble world since you were a child. You have been the only hope in your family since you were a child. Lily, have you forgotten your real name, or do you think the name Elizabeth sounds nice? In the world of aristocrats, you are loved in every way, but I have to live in a hellish environment. Constantly surviving, constantly, even if I eat the blood of various corpses, I must survive. Have you ever experienced that kind of pain? I want to take revenge on this world, and don't let this magical world fall into despair. In the endless despair, no one can stop me. I want to resurrect the Lord. The great Lord is resurrected. Then he can come to this world and make this world a Jiaowing again. Let this world return to God's rule. Elizabeth walked quietly towards Irina in front of her, and Snape next to her seemed to have noticed Elizabeth's movements. As she walked towards Yelina in front of her, she knew that Elizabeth was trying to attract Yelina's attention to herself. After Snape nodded, he immediately took out his staff. He waved fiercely towards Yelina in front of him. Expelliarmus. Yelina is also very fast, as in the world of hell. She who survived has a different understanding from ordinary people. Just like Snape, he is studying the speed of magic release. Yelina in front of her was also studying the speed of magic release. After all, in a world where the weak eat the strong if you are not fast, then all that is waiting for you is death, the destruction of everything. She quickly leaned down, picked up the staff that fell on the ground, and then raised her body. The staff was waved towards Snape in front of him. Likewise, because Yelina's speed is even a little faster than Sneo's, What he sends is not to disarm you, but to break your bones into pieces, shattered to pieces. Magic flows in different directions depending on the magic power in each person's body, so the colors displayed are also different. If we say that the magic of Carlo's body is like 10 blue oceans, then Snape's magic is so bright that even his heart is alive with blood. The magic of Yelina in front of her was completely black, like pure hell, deep and deep. The black body smashed into pieces and smashed towards Snape's expellers. One black and one red, the two sides seemed to be complete with each other. The two colors that couldn't make up for it collided together and then exploded towards the surroundings. At this time, Elizabeth once again had obtained the staff. Wanting to be almost 1 meter away from Yelina, she raised her staff without hesitation. Letter 3005I. In addition to weapons, everything will be turned to stone. Elizabeth is also very fast. There was probably only a little more than a second between them, and he directly mentioned two relatively basic magics, dealing with weapons and petrifying everything. Although it is said that everything is petrified, it can be regarded as an intermediate magic among the primary magic, because they don't like to play close combat. The other two black figures in the room took a look at the movement outside. He immediately ran out and stood with Yelina, looking at Elizabeth and Snape. However, Snape, who was next to him, also relaxed for a while. Just like Yelina in front of her, she just uses ordinary magic. A trembling breath bloomed slightly on his body. The only difference lies in the petrification time. The two magics hit that person at the same time and at almost the same speed. His body was directly between Irina and Yelina. Suddenly, a black shadow slammed out of the potion room. Good. There is definitely no way to control her body, but it is different with Tong petrification. Immediately afterwards, the body trembled slowly and there was no more movement. Snape looked at the scene in front of him and it was terrible. The men in black in front of him were obviously much smarter than the men in black in the dormitory. That's right, his body was directly petrified. That's right, he just blocked the two magics of weapon processing and petrification. But no matter what, it has a very powerful effect on the wizard. That black shadow only felt his body numb slightly. As long as the magic power in his body is strong enough, he can definitely petrify other people's bodies. To be honest, Snape himself found it a bit tricky this time. He looked at Yelina in front of him and then at Elizabeth Kim next to him. The two looked at each other, although neither knew what the other's eyes meant. But now that we are standing here, we definitely cannot retreat directly. I'll deal with Yelina. How many others will you deal with? Elizabeth spoke and Snape nodded. This is indeed the best way at present. Yelina is the most difficult enemy for them. At that time, her strength and talent were obvious to all in Hogwarts. As for the strength of the other people, right? Snape thinks it's not a big deal. It would be easier to let Elizabeth and Yelina fight by themselves and then deal with several other enemies by themselves. As for the man who fell to the ground and was petrified, he was still not being petrified. Yelina smiled, first looked in front of her and said such words, Elizabeth. Then he looked at Snape next to him and nodded. Then the hand holding the staff moved slightly and it hit Elizabeth. And Snape, without any hesitation, looked at the two enemies in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he also grabbed the staff with one hand and grabbed the magic broom next to him with the other hand. Duel waved the staff gently in his hand. 1283 shattered to pieces. This time, Snape knew that he would never hold back anyone. The two men in black in front of them were obviously more powerful than the men in black next to the dormitory building before. Although I don't understand why their strengths are so uneven, but Snape also knew that if he looked down upon him, he would easily suffer. The moment when Snape was shattered into pieces and smashed into the figures of the two men in black in front of him. The two men in black immediately retreated towards the back. The two of them planned to avoid his sharp edge and step back first. Then this happened to fall directly into Snape's trap. No matter how fast the two of them retreated, they would never be as fast as the magic broom. That's right, the moment the body was shattered into pieces and released during the period, his whole body jumped up and sat on the broom. At that moment, it even reached behind the two people faster than the magic of shattering bones. Immediately afterwards, with both of them looking confused, Snape once again raised his staff behind them. While blocking the path of the two of them, he waved the staff in his hand. There are many obstacles a day. Attacked from both sides, Snape could be said to be taking the absolute initiative at this moment. The expressions of the two men in black changed slightly, and then they looked at each other slowly. The next moment, one of the men in black grabbed the other man's leg and threw it upwards. There were many obstacles blocking their way. In addition, the magic behind him was suddenly hitting him. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and it happened too fast. However, even at such a fast speed, the two of them still reacted. At the moment when the magic was about to hit his body, he relied on the strength of the opponent's hand. One of them was violently thrown into the air, while the other looked at the shattered bones in front of him. Then he bumped into it without hesitation, and there was a bang. The power of shattering one's body to pieces is not as simple as an ordinary get-you-kill weapon. This kind of shattering is like pressing all the bones in your body to the ground and crushing them to pieces. Only a scream was heard from the man's mouth. Another man who fell from the sky also waved the staff in his hand. He blasted towards Snape on the other side. It was also a shattering of bodies and bones, but it was not a shattering of bodies and bones. It was obviously weaker than the previous shattering of bodies and bones. However, Snape didn't panic at all. Just like that, when he saw this magic hitting him, he didn't move at all. He was still holding the broom tightly in his hand. On the other side in the cafeteria, Carlos looked at the classmates one after another in front of him. After gradually recovering, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then I took a look and saw that he was sitting on top of the chair guarding all his classmates. Principal Dumbledore is guarding the entire cafeteria, so he can basically be shielded. Today's canteen is basically the safest place. So since the cafeteria is the safest place, where is the most dangerous place? Naturally, in the entire Hogwarts house. Carlos glanced at Dumbledore, then at Harry and the others next to him. I'm going to help Mr. Snape. You guys are here to help protect these students in the cafeteria. Harry nodded, although he also wanted to say that he would help Carlos. But he also understood that with his current strength and magic level, the gap between him and Carlos was still quite large. Under such circumstances, even if I go, I won't be able to help much. He was just holding him back. After saying that, Carlos nodded and quickly ran towards him outside. He picked up the broom, jumped up, and turned into a stream of light on the broom, disappearing into the distant sky. Suddenly, he heard a sound piercing the air next to him. Coupled with the consistency of the two people's cooperation, for a moment, they caught themselves even more unprepared. I never expected that the two people in front of me would have so many tricks. It must be said that the speed of the magic broom is very fast, and Carlos is only in a blink of an eye at this moment. But the little moves between the two of them are really special. He might just go out and start killing people. Even if he didn't master the broom skills, he could reach the teaching building in an instant. Even with the help of the magic broom, he has the advantage of flying in the sky. He looked again at the two men in black in front of him. Purification spell, flying spell, water entry spell, and powerful spell. Even if these two people are not as strong as themselves, their magic power is not as good as mine. Dumbledore looked at all the classmates in front of him with a smile, and then there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes, just when Snape wanted to defeat the two of them in one fell swoop. To be honest for him, if he didn't have to sit here and guard the entire canteen. Snape first turned his head and glanced at Elizabeth, who was fighting fiercely with Yelina, because now Snape doesn't know if there are other places besides here that are being invaded. On the other side, inside the teaching building, Snape and others were dragged away by the two people in front of them. It is also difficult to defeat two people in an instant. In the current situation, the longer it takes, the greater the benefit will be to the other party in the end. Carlos, just like this, the magic flew quickly on the broom, and then he was above the teaching building in the blink of an eye. Carlos looked at Snape in front of him, then at Elizabeth and the others who were fighting fiercely on the other side, and then Carlos shouted, "Teacher Snape, let me help you." Snape was stunned for a moment and looked at Carlos, who was riding a broom and came quickly on the other side. He couldn't help but nodded, and the two of them moved forward one behind the other and surrounded the two men in black in front of them. The two men in black turned their heads and glanced at Carlos and then at the sneaker house. I don't know why, but they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Now suddenly the advantage shifted to Snape and the others. If this continues, the two of them will definitely stay here sooner or later. At that time, what if the action in the principal's office ends successfully? They absolutely cannot escape the judgment of the Devil's Court. The faces of the two black figures darkened slightly. They never thought that there would be students who could escape from that poisoning. The next moment, the two men in black looked at Snape in front of them quietly. Then he looked at Carlos on the other side, and the two looked at each other. Then he slammed into the two people in front of him. Immediately afterwards, none of these four people hesitated at all. He raised his staff and swung it towards the enemy in front of him fiercely. Shattered to pieces. X4. There was a loud bang, and the light that could shatter the opponent's body hit the opponent fiercely. At this moment, the magic power in Carlos' body bloomed fiercely. I have to say that as a modern demon Carlos. The magic power in his mind has also reached the intermediate level. In such a situation, the power of releasing the body and bones is much more powerful than the ordinary body and bones. It's just the enemy's body and bones in front of him beneath his own body and bones. He actually started to be forced to retreat towards the back. The same goes for Snape at the back, but he's a little faster and a little more powerful. Hearing the rumbling sound, the face of the man in black facing Carlos changed slightly, because he heard the screams of another companion behind him. Then his face darkened slightly. Isn't the person in front of him a student? Isn't he wearing the Hogwarts uniform? Why is the power of his magic so powerful? Is the power of magic so terrifying? Before the collision, he didn't feel it. When the two shattered bones collided together, he realized something was wrong. There was a bang, and a terrifying explosion sounded directly between the two of them. The two of them were caught off guard and retreated backwards, as if all the light from the broken bones left traces on the ground. The man in black glanced at the man in black lying on the ground behind him, his companion. Then he took another look at Yelina, who was in the red mist above the eaves. The corners of his mouth cracked slightly, revealing an evil smile. Damn it, if that's the case, then none of us will have it easy. Since there is no way to escape, if there is no way to escape, then there is no need to escape anymore. As he said this, he saw the man in black and took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. Looking at this familiar bottle of potion, Carlos frowned slightly. Drawfa's potion is the purpose of this group of guys coming to the teaching building just to get Drawfa's potion. The next moment, I saw this black man directly twisting the mouth of the potion bottle open. Then he slowly poured the potion into his mouth. Of course, he only poured half of the potion. After all, he still needs these potions for other things. Snape, Ka, and Carlos, who saw the scene in front of them from behind, wanted to run over to stop him. However, he discovered that it was too late. The huge magic power continued to appear in his body. Like threads one after another, they began to gather continuously and rotate around his body. There was a bang, and the magic power in his body reached a terrifying level in an instant. Seeing this scene from behind, Snape twitched the corners of his mouth. He really wanted to ask Carlos, what on earth did you make? Why do you have to make such a big potion? However, Carlos is also very innocent. The potion he made has been bad for a long time. Good quality can increase the magic power almost several times. 0 asterisk. Of course, it only takes a few minutes, and the side effects afterwards are very serious. You know, the last time it was just a low-end quality Defala potion. It was actually able to make Carlos lie down for a week. I don't know how long the final side effects of this high-quality medicine will be. Yelina, I stopped the three of them. You take the remaining potion and leave quickly. The Lord is still waiting for us. Only then did everyone react, and at this time Elizabeth quickly chased towards that side. Carlos shook his head, then glanced at Snape behind him and asked, "He will play a great role in the birth of the Lord." I don't know, but I don't know why. I feel like there must be other problems here. He immediately made what he thought was the most correct choice. Her figure flew into the sky and disappeared into the distance. The next moment, the staff in her hand next to her strong figure first waved a terrifying force towards Elizabeth, and Yelina, who caught the porcelain bottle, quickly flew towards the distance. Snape didn't know either. He couldn't tell, but sometimes he felt something very bad surging in his heart. What do you mean? Did something happen in the principal's office? Did you say that someone was arranged in the principal's office? I should feel honored, ha 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 ha. At that time, this inheritance will be obtained for us. The man in black grinned slowly. He glanced at Snape behind him and Carlos in front of him. He smiled and said, after that, his whole body sat directly on the broom and headed towards Carlos's battlefield on the other side. On the eaves, Yelina, who was fighting with Zheng Yu Elizabeth, nodded after taking a look at the people and the situation below. Teacher Snape, are there no other enemies besides here? What a pity. Soon, the inheritance passed down in the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets will be destroyed forever. The next moment, the man in black threw the remaining half of the potion porcelain bottle in his hand into the air. Does the man in black have any intention of answering what Carlos and Snape in front of him want to say? He glanced at Carlos first, then looked at Snape behind him. People who make decisions quickly have the magic power in their bodies burst out in an instant. He raised his staff and waved it towards Carlos. A ball of light appeared directly on the staff in his hand in an instant. There was a bang, and it hit Carlos' AI. Carlos relied on his unparalleled sight and directly noticed that this was the prelude to the release of being shattered into pieces. There was a bang, and sure enough, at the moment when the four characters shattered to pieces rang out, the power and magic power of the man in black in front of him reached its peak. A ray of yellow light has already sped over. There was a bang, and Yinluo didn't hesitate at all. Dang even grabbed the broom and floated towards the 047 sky. By chance, this magical light rubbed Carlos's feet and flew backwards. His body was shattered into pieces, and it hit the wall behind him at that moment. What kind of scene everyone saw? It was a scene of shattering, destruction, and ruins. At this moment, the first classroom at the back has turned into a scene of ruins. In the entire classroom, all the tables, chairs, benches, and various stones have been turned into powder. Those that have not turned into powder have almost fallen upside down on the ground, because it is under the direct influence of the magic of breaking the body into pieces. So everything was almost shattered. Under the terrifying power, even the classroom had a big hole. It's terrible, so terrible to see the scene in front of me. Looking at the man in black again, Snape was filled with anxiety. After all, he had just heard the words of a man in black, judging from the meaning inside. This means that they and others went to the principal's office. There must be many secrets in the principal's office that cannot be made public. At this time, if something happened in the principal's office, I'm afraid that the whole world will be unrest. At the same time, Carlos also understood what Snape was thinking. He also knew the importance of the principal's office, and then he spoke directly to Snape. "Teacher, you go to the principal's office. I can deal with him." The man in black also looked at Carlos in front of him with a confused face. He seemed a little unbelievable that Carlos in front of him actually dared to say such a thing. He had drank half a bottle of Drafa's medicine, and he was actually underestimated by this little boy in front of him. But Snape nodded without any hesitation. The moment Carlos said these words, he made a decision. After all, with Carlos's strength and the fact that he is also a potion master, he must know something about Drafa's potion. Under such circumstances, he will definitely be able to fight against this guy. Looking at Snape's disappearing figure, the man in black chuckled. Then he immediately stretched out his staff and hit Carlos again. Carlos shook his head and retreated quickly. Then I saw Snape's figure disappearing into the night. Carlos directly picked up the staff, grabbed the broom, jumped up, and the whole sound quickly flew outside. Catch me if you can. Carlos was riding on the broom, his whole body moving forward in the dark night. His figure is like a cat moving forward in the dark night, looming and disappearing. The figure at the back also followed Carlos' figure unnoticed. The two figures walked one behind the other, making it feel like they were traveling through the whole place in one fell swoop. Looking at the figure chasing him behind him, Carlos breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he followed him here. If this guy didn't fall for the trick and went directly to Snape, then he was really difficult to deal with. After shaking his head, Carlos once again took out a bottle of potion from his pocket. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the bottle of magic potion into his mouth. The medicinal liquid entered Carlos's body along with the trickling energy. After drinking half of it, Carlos kept the bottle of potion, save half of it for later use. The next moment, the magic power in Carlos's body began to surge. That crazy rising magic power is like a flame of infinite narrative. Carlos's body functions were burning like crazy. After feeling the potential and magic power in his body, he exploded crazily. Carlosi could stop immediately and turn his head to look behind him. At this moment, the man in black had arrived behind Carlos. The two looked at each other, and then they both drew out their staffs at the same time. Carlos was very fast this time, and it could even be said that he almost felt a magic in his heart. Shattered to pieces. Carlos didn't speak, but what he released was also shattered into pieces. As the two bodies and bones walked together, a ray of light intertwined, enveloping their figures. White and black seemed to be devouring each other, and there was a roar. When countless white dots and black dots continued to sprinkle in the sky, finally, a trace of light flashed in the night sky. He never thought that he would make such a wrong judgment. He did not expect that Carlos in front of him would actually be the preparer of Drafa potion. In this civilized society, photos are not something that is difficult to obtain. Because he could also feel that the magic power in the body of the young man in front of him was constantly expanding infinitely. I have such a handsome face, isn't it worthy of your attention? The surrounding darkness cast a black cloth over the silence between the two of them. That feeling is exactly the same as what I feel now. Don't you think you should first inquire about my appearance before coming? That's right, could it be said that he also drank that potion? Boy, who are you? Why do you also have this potion? Silence, the silent scene seemed to fall in an instant. The two looked at each other, and the corner of the man in black's mouth twitched slightly. I remember that only the boy named Carlos can make these kinds of magic potions. What's going on? I am Carlos Lucifer. You come to get my potion and steal my things. Carlos looked weird, looked at the two men in black in front of him, then pointed at himself and said, "Because I am Carlos." The face of the man in black couldn't help but blush slightly. Only Carlos and the man in black in front of him were silently facing each other. Carlos was really angry. After all, the things they wanted to rob were their own. For example, Dragon's blood or Drafa's medicine. These two things are the most important things to me if they all come to grab such an important thing. At the beginning, Carlos was still wondering if they would know what he looked like. He had known his strength for a long time, just when Carlos was looking at the man in black in front of him with anger and said those words. Carlos also felt a little confused and desperate. He did not expect that this group of people did not recognize his face. It seems that they have really been separated from this civilized society for too long. As a result, they forget that there is such a thing as civilization, which can help them understand what they look like. The black man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. The next moment, he once again raised the staff in his hand. This time, there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The murderous intent staring at Carlos in front of him was completely concealed. In his opinion, as long as he can kill the so-called genius in front of him. Then I am not just famous for a short time as 3, but really famous for $1 million. Carlos looked at him with murderous intent in his eyes and immediately understood that he was going to make a bigger move. The next moment, black magic hit Carlos on the instant. Avada Kedavra's power came fiercely towards Carlos. Avada Kedavra. Carlos looked at the black light in front of him. Of course, all black magic is presented by black light. Watching him gradually move towards him and then intruding in front of him bit by bit. And to prevent accidents, this magic is very fast. Finally, there was a loud bang in front of him, just when the man in black thought that he would definitely hit Carlos this time. But he saw no one in the smoke of the explosion. That's right, Carlos took advantage of the explosion and the smoke. Directly out of this battlefield, where is he now? Of course, it was at the back. Carlos was already holding his staff and standing behind the man in black. The head of the staff in his hand pointed at his face bit by bit, and then he spoke slowly. Everything is petrified. There was a buzzing sound, and only this man in black was seen. After his body trembled for a while, he looked incredulous and wanted to turn around in confusion. However, how could he, who was already petrified, turn his body so easily? Immediately afterwards, his head gradually began to be enveloped by this force and finally fell into petrification. Carlos shook his head gently. Was it successful? It seems that the strength of this group of enemies is indeed not very strong. As for the reason just now, Carlos didn't suffer any harm after being hit by Avada Kedavra. In fact, the reason is very simple, because Carlos threw the stones in his pocket. And using magic, the stone was directly enlarged dozens of times. Under the impact of magic, Avada Kedavra's power finally just hit the big stone in front of him. Finally, they dispersed and looked at the people in front of them who had fallen to the ground. Carlos shook his head slightly as his body was petrified. Immediately afterwards, Carlos was seen walking over cautiously. He grabbed the staff from the guy in front of him. Then he gently picked up the rope, tied his body, and stayed in place. As for the rest, Carlos didn't plan to care. Anyway, with Snape here, the principal must have solved your problem. In the principal's office at this moment, Snape looked at the familiar face in front of him. His face couldn't help but twitch again, and his face fell. Of course, although he is said to be Quirrell's face, it is just Quirrell's face. Except for the face, which belongs to Xyluo, nothing else belongs to Xyluo. After all, you can tell by the rotten bones and hollow eyes. This has become a ghoul. Did Zyro's body become a ghoul? That guy was still so ruthless. Snape carefully looked at Zillow's body in front of him, although he has turned into a ghoul. But I didn't dare to underestimate Chi-Luo, who had turned into a ghoul. Maybe he no longer has Chi-Luo's wisdom, but he still has Chi-Luo's strength. After all, the strength inside the body cannot be changed. The kind of thing that has been practiced for a long time can be released without even needing too many spells. The figure in front of him, Zyro, who was wearing black clothes, slowly turned his head to look at Snape in front of him. Then he took out a staff made of bones. There seemed to be several skeletons hanging on the bones. The skeleton moved slightly. Of course, it was just a skeleton made of stone. After the clicking sound sounded, Chi-Luo's staff swung down fiercely in an instant. His body will be shattered into pieces, and his body will be shattered into pieces with his killing move as soon as he takes action. Among many magics, this can be regarded as an intermediate magic. The power of such a magician is equally terrifying. Even ordinary mid-level magic can be used to release this magic. 393 can also easily kill all of them. His body was shattered into pieces, and the light hit Snape fiercely in front of him. Snape, on the other hand, remained calm and held the staff tightly at the same time. Expulsion. Then I saw the staff in Snape's hand spreading around in the shape of a dot. It turned into pieces of expanding light, and then, the magic that shattered the body was directly under the glow of this light. Finally, they dispersed and floated in the air without Snape's hesitation. Immediately afterwards, he also raised his staff, shattering his body into pieces, and also returned it to the corpse eater like Chiluo in front of him. In the eyes of the corpse eater in front of him, there seemed to be flames flickering, but there seemed to be no wisdom at all. Therefore, he had no way to think of better magic at this moment to defend against the intermediate magic in front of him. So he wanted to dodge, but his speed was too slow. In addition, the thoughts in his mind basically occupy a large part. Even if you want to escape, it's already too late. The light and power hit the head of the one in front of him. The sound of rumbling vibrations was heard, and Chiluo's body fell to the ground after only hearing a bang. There is no vitality left. Snape looked at the corpse of Chiluo, who had been knocked to the ground by him. His face sank slightly. Maybe he was too late. Those people might have left long ago, but why? Why did they dig up Chiluo's body and then turn it into a cannibal? Isn't it redundant to do this? In theory, if you want to turn a corpse into a cannibal, the required process is more complicated. First, you need to be able to stimulate the vitality of the corpse and then transform it into a cannibal. It is simpler to turn a person into a cannibal directly. But what Snape didn't know was that, in fact, it was also very simple to turn Chiluo's body into a cannibal's body. After all, Chiluo's body itself was gathered with Voldemort's soul. In other words, Chiluo's body had existed as Voldemort's parasite for a period of time. During this period of time, Chiluo's body naturally changed. This change is inevitable, and this change is very scary. Under this change, if you want to turn Chiluo's body into a cannibal, then it will be very easy. The door of the principal's office was slowly opened, and the intact scene inside the principal's office made Sneo slightly stunned. Something is wrong. Logically speaking, shouldn't those guys have come here? Why? It seems that the whole principal's office has a very calm and tidy feeling. Those guys don't seem to be looking for anything. It seems that they are here for tourism. They just turn around and then leave. At the same time, a man who was originally lying on the ground in the cafeteria to rest slowly tilted his head. Then the next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, he found that the classmate next to him who was still normal just now suddenly changed. Weird and inexplicable, the black bloodstains kept turning and flowing on his body. Something is wrong. What is this breath? The next moment, not only the classmates around him, but also the classmates of his classmates. There is also a weird and black breath on their bodies. The man's eyes suddenly opened, and he seemed to realize something. He immediately looked at the rows of students lying in front of him, and the next moment, his face darkened slightly. How could it be possible? In the entire cafeteria, almost 60% of the students were about to become cannibals. That's right, there seemed to be a stream of black air flowing out of their bodies. It was constantly transforming into their souls and wills. Perhaps in a short time, their bodies would directly become cannibals. But how could it become like this? For a moment, Dumbledore's face changed. At this time, the door of the cafeteria was slowly opened. A familiar figure walked in from outside. Carlos dragged a man who had fainted and collapsed on the ground. Then he walked in directly, and the next moment, Carlos threw this man directly in front of him. With a plop, the man who was knocked unconscious by Carlos on the ground. Suddenly, there was a burst of pain, and he grinned. But there was no pain on his face. Perhaps in his eyes, this was just a small trick and punishment. He shook his head and looked at the other side where several other figures were tied up like him. The 5 people looked at each other with an inexplicable coldness in their eyes. It seems that everyone can see that there is an inexplicable connection between them. At the same moment, just when Carlos was about to say something, but suddenly he found Dumbledore's figure running towards this side quickly. Dumbledore held the head of a man in black with one hand, then lifted him up and said with a gloomy expression, "What on earth did you do and why? They are all going to become zombies." Carlos has not yet reacted to the previous sentence. Suddenly, he realized the next sentence. Suddenly, everyone will become corpse eaters. What does this sentence mean? Carlos understood in an instant and looked at the sleeping figures lying on the ground one after another. But their faces showed the pain of sleeping in a nightmare. There are waves of black energy spreading, and it seems that they will directly transform into corpse eaters in the next moment. But why is this happening? Logically speaking, the birth and transformation of corpse eaters are all based on conditions. This condition is something completely irreversible. They just took poison, and even Carlos took the poison. There is definitely nothing wrong with it. Other problems can just make a person's body weak. There is only a disability, but other than that, it will not turn people into corpses. But at this moment, something was really going to change, and Carlos's face darkened slightly. Dumbledore, who was on the other side, also had a gloomy look on his face. Just when everyone was silent, the man in black, whose neck was grabbed by Dumbledore, burst into laughter. His crazy laughter echoed throughout the cafeteria. The sound of laughter was like screams one after another, kept passing into Dumbledore's ears. Dumbledore's face darkened slightly. He never thought of it. Great, then Hogwarts is in our hands. The enemy in front of him, who was threatened by him, actually dared to laugh out loud. He will have the ability to command the entire Hogwarts. Next, our Lord is reborn into this world. Carlos was thinking with his head down, otherwise he was thinking. The so-called 3 pairs of horses are actually only 2 pairs from the beginning. Our real purpose is just to turn the entire Hogwarts into corpse eaters. He tilted his eyes slightly and looked at Carlos in front of him. The next moment, he smiled again. What went wrong? Wei Yao has been rescued by Long-Er, but the man in black looked at the disadvantageous situation in front of him. Could it be that he wasn't so worried about breaking his head? But the fact is completely opposite. The toxins flow into their bodies. Although it was said to be eliminated, another force was channeled and converted into their bodies. The smile was spreading crazily, and he was roaring crazily. Logically speaking, with the help of dragon blood, it should be impossible for them to have any other poisonous books in their bodies. For the birth of our Lord, make the most important choice. Letter 2 CB, letter 3005. I am so sorry. It's too late. You finally stepped into our trap. Carlos's eyes glanced around, and all the unreasonable things pointed to a reasonable place. If we put all the issues at an unreasonable point, then the first thing Carlos thought of was himself. After all, he had personally tasted the poison and the dragon's blood. Among all things, the thing Carlos knew better was dragon blood. Logically speaking, there is no problem with the dragon's blood, and there is no problem with the poison, and I am fine now. It means that there is something wrong with you. So, what exactly is the problem, and so on? The next moment, Carlos suddenly reacted, and he immediately looked up at the ceiling. It's not the dragon's blood and poison that are the problem, it's the canteen. No, it should be said that the canteen space during this period contained dragon blood and venom. There is a problem with these 3 things coming together at the same time. Of course, what Carlos meant was not that something was causing trouble in the canteen, but that the space in the canteen was causing trouble. And above the canteen, above the highest eaves, a figure dressed in black stayed here quietly. His eyes were 420 fixed ahead, while in his hands, it was pouring down bit by bit, and countless garden spirits continued to spread in the cafeteria. That's right, the purpose of all this is to let the dragon's blood swallow the venom in the body, then use this mutual devouring effect to incorporate another force at the same time. It's corpse blood. This kind of blood is not ordinary blood loss. It's the corpse blood created by Voldemort and his followers. The scary thing about this kind of blood is that it can really get angry and turn into death magic. Under the influence of dragon blood, the corpse will have vitality. At the same time, their bodies can be directly transformed into corpse disciples' bodies. The moment Carlos reacted, he was slightly stunned. He never thought that the real purpose of these guys was not to poison them. Instead, all students should be gathered in the cafeteria. Make it impossible for them to escape from here at the same time. Under such circumstances, the enemy can attack all the students on his side at the same time. Damn it, Carlos' face darkened slightly when he thought of this. Why didn't he react? The next moment, Carlos grabbed the broom next to him. The whole body quickly moved upwards and was violently knocked out. There was a thud when Carlos' body hit the ceiling directly. He quietly stared at the man in black in front of him. Sure enough, this guy is the culprit of everything and the final answer. Seeing that the culprit is still spreading mist there, Carlos shook his head, and the next moment, the staff in Carlos' hand swung fiercely towards the culprit. The light brought by the shattered body hit him hard. And the man in black took one look at the magic that shattered his body. He couldn't help but smile softly, and the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. Then he appeared further behind, and Carlos just watched the light that shattered his body and bones hit him, less than 10 meters away. That is to say, the ceiling of that area under the power of the shattering body directly turned into powder and floated towards the ground. A gust of wind, accompanied by the air, jumped fiercely into the entire canteen. Carlos glanced at the cave entrance, and then glanced again at the figure retreating into the distance. The next moment, he continued to release the magic that shattered his body into pieces. Dumbledore, who was below, reacted in an instant. He immediately understood what Carlos meant and then only saw Dumbledore. He raised the staff in his hand. Generally speaking, black magic is a die difficult to be lifted. In particular, the 3 unforgivable black magics are difficult to remove or defend against. Only those who have experienced it personally will understand the horror of this black magic. However, that doesn't mean that Dumbledore has no solution. For example, at this moment, he glanced at most of the classmates lying on the ground in front of him, covered in black gas. Then he sighed and raised his staff toward the sky. Countless mist continued to gather towards his hand. The countless gray mist of the staff gradually began to gather together and then formed a point. And that gray mist is the white corpse blood of the corpses that is spreading throughout the entire room in the cafeteria. Carlos was above, making holes one after another. With the inflow of air, more and more oxygen and air have entered the entire canteen. And after these air and oxygen plus the countless mist around them come together, with the staff in Dumbledore's hand, they suck them all in. That's right, Carlos's method is very simple. That is to use the wind generated around him to drive the countless corpse blood. Then he nodded slightly, now that Dumbledore could control the mist. The man in black above the eaves seemed to immediately realize what Carlos was doing in front of him. The place where your magic hit just now was actually the ceiling under my feet. But it is impossible to stop the transformation of corpse eaters. Then there will no longer be so much fog in the entire canteen. Then Dumbledore would absorb the wind, so that the entire cafeteria would no longer be filled with that terrifying gas. Don't mess with me again, otherwise I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. And forever and ever, Carlos, no Hogwarts, you are all over. There was a trace of anger on his face, and Carlos was like a furious lion staring at his figure closely. However, no matter how smart you are, what's the use? We will win in the end. It also means that there will be no new converts. Their transformation into corpse eaters will not change, and this transformation will continue with their bodies. Mr. Carlos glanced at Dumbledore, who was surrounded by fog that was constantly gathering below him. The current situation is irreversible. With such a small means, at most it can delay the transformation of the corpse eaters. Next, the world will be Lord Voldemort's. Not bad, very smart. Even I didn't realize at the beginning that your real target was not me. Immediately afterwards, Caluo Stage began to look at the man in black in front of him. His eyes briefly glanced at the entire cafeteria, and then he smiled softly. In this world, people's personalities are different. Moreover, the same person's personality is complex, and everyone will show different emotions when encountering everything. Such emotions may be high or low, and they may be hidden in people's hearts and may not be discovered. It may also be shown directly, and this is the case with Carlos at this moment. He just looked at the man in black in front of him quietly, although Carlos was indifferent to the deaths of other classmates. In other words, in his opinion, even those who are not familiar with him, even those who have no personal interests in him, if you die, you will die. There was no complete problem at all, but Carlos was still very angry. This angry emotion may come from his younger brother. It might also come from the guy in front of him. The man in black looked at Carlos in front of him speechlessly. There seemed to be various meanings in his eyes. He was wondering why Carlos was so arrogant. It's also strange that Carlos dared to say such a thing. He smiled, and his smile contained no trace of hatred. Then he just watched Carlos incompetently and furiously. It was because I wanted to appreciate Carlos' sinister and helpless expression. However, Carlos didn't show the helpless expression he wanted and just raised his head gently. The next moment, the man in black saw Carlos raising his staff. In the staff, a red light flashed. The red in that scene was not as red as in the past, but there was a trace of black mixed in from the red. The next moment, Carlos' figure appeared behind the man in black. The speed of the broom in his hand was very fast, just 1 second. The second he released the magic, he grabbed the broom and came to the back of the man in black. The man in black didn't even react. He felt that his body was knocked out in an instant. The light that shattered his body and bones crashed into him like a wolf. A tearing and shattering pain continued to pass through his body. This feeling is difficult to conceal no matter what. Ah! He was screaming crazily, and his screams almost reached the entire cafeteria. However, these bursts of screams did not startle the human tenderness of Carlos in front of him. Carlos looked at his face quietly, and the staff in his hand was raised again, little by little. The one that shattered his body to pieces just now, he didn't use all his strength. If you say that you use all your strength to hit him, he will definitely be crushed directly by the light that will shatter his body into pieces and even turn his body into powder. Carlos smiled, walked towards him, pointed the staff at his head and said, "You know why I didn't use all my magic power to blast you to pieces just now? The reason is simple, that's because I want to torture you slowly. I want you to see your helpless expression, and I want you to watch yourself die in your own eyes. I wonder if you can do it and watch your own helpless death without being indifferent." In the collision and distortion between human nature and human nature, Carlos felt that he would never lose to the other party. After all, what he saw was not the same thing as what the guy in front of him saw. Maybe he saw that what he saw was hell, so what he saw was the flower of hope in hell. The man in black first looked at Carlos in front of him with a silent expression. There was clear disbelief in his eyes. He seemed not to believe that Carlos would do such a cruel thing to him. After all, who is Carlos? He is the genius in the entire Hogwarts. He is a member of the family, and he has received a good education since he was a child. He has been living in this bright world since he was a child. How could he do such a thing? Then Carlos smiled. It seems that you don't believe that I would do this, but what I want to tell you is, flowers living in hell do not have the courage to face hope because they see hope. It may be that after seeing hope, you will find that despair is always there, following you like a shadow. To be honest, Carlos really couldn't think of what kind of magic to use to deal with the guy in front of him. Because he felt that no matter what kind of magic he used, he couldn't seem to be like that just now. Let this guy just watch himself die quietly, and please give me flowers. But suddenly, Carlos remembered something. He looked at the man in black in front of him, pointed the staff at his head, and shouted softly, "Everything is petrified." As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flashed directly into the body of the figure in front of him. As the light flickered, a force suddenly burst out. I only saw that his body began to slowly become petrified bit by bit at that moment. The man's face was slightly startled, and then he looked at Carlos in front of him. On his originally disbelieving face, a smile that looked like disbelief suddenly began to appear. Carlos in front of him would actually do such a thing. And, oh, he just saw his body being petrified crazily. Then the next moment, there was a bang, because he lost his balance and fell directly into the cafeteria. Finally, slowly, I fell into a state of death, which became even more painful. That feeling was even more devastating than being in hell. The land is shaking, and that place seems to be gradually changing its shape and consciousness. It doesn't matter, just do it. But even if this is a small place, it can completely cover the entire body of the man in black in front of him. Instead, he watched helplessly as he slowly fell into hell. The next moment, the man in black felt his body sinking bit by bit. The power inside is slowly shifting, because this feeling does not end all at once. Principal, can I punish him? Lines one after another illuminated a small place horizontally and vertically. Dumbledore also smiled, but there was a hint of indifference in his kind smile. Looking at the petrified figure in front of him, he smiled and said, Carlos nodded. There is nothing better than a person watching helplessly, unable to escape death in the midst of death. Carlos rode his magic broom and flew directly to the middle of the cafeteria. As soon as the words fell, distortion began to occur on the ground. Carlos looked at the petrified man in front of him and then pointed the staff on the ground under his body. Swamp manifestation. There is nothing more desperate than watching oneself fall into death. Just like this, the man in black looked at his body, gradually falling into hell and into the deep swamp amid these stone words without any pause. It feels like my body is about to be annihilated at this moment. Wait, it's impossible, why is there such magic? Although he had seen such magic before, it could not be so terrifying. The swamp can only trap the enemy. It is impossible for him to directly sink people into the mud like this. The other students who saw the scene in front of them were behind. His face became slightly frightened. None of them expected that the Carlos in front of them looked harmless. There was such a 490 terrible murderous intention hidden in his mind, and Carlos just waited and waited quietly. There was no change in his eyes at all. The petrified time gradually began to disappear under Carlos' control. The figure of the man in black in front of him disappeared in the moment of petrification. His mouth can also move, and his hands can also move. He raised his eyes and stared directly at Carlos in front of him. Looking at Carlos, there was no emotion in his eyes. It was as if he was just watching his own death and admiring his final fall. Damn it, can you say that you are afraid? The face of the man in black changed, ever-changing, becoming a little weird, a little silent, and a little scared. He didn't know what he should do. He only knew that he was sinking into the quagmire bit by bit like this. Then little by little, until I fell into the feeling of suffocation, it was very uncomfortable. Even at this moment, even if he wanted to release magic, there was nothing he could do to save himself, because the staff had been taken away by Carlos in front of him. Wait, he will never dare to kill me. No, he can't kill me. Only I know how he can solve the problems of the students in front of him. So he won't kill me, he definitely won't. However, this consciousness and this sophistry gradually began to weaken in his heart. The man in black soon realized that the Carlos in front of him was not someone else. He is not himself. In Carlos's heart, it doesn't matter how much he weighs. Revenge is the most important thing in Carlos' heart. There was a roar. Carlos' palms covered the head and eyes of the man in front of him, and he spoke slowly in his mouth. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer, it will be fine soon, it will be over soon. Your body will sink into a swamp and then gradually fall into a suffocating sleep. But it doesn't matter. When the suffocation reaches the extreme, there is insufficient oxygen supply in your mind. Then you will enter sleep, which is a self-protection mechanism. Of course, this is also your last chance to live, as I just said. I will let you witness your own death in your own life, such as at this moment. Carlos's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said these words with a narrow indifference. The body of a man in black in front of him was shaking. Above the ground, as deep as this swamp, the ground seemed to be shaking. He raised his head, his eyes flickered slightly, as if he was struggling, as if hesitating. The next moment, he slowly spoke. Carlos, don't you want to know how to save them? Could it be that you really want to kill me? Even if you kill me, it doesn't matter whether these classmates live or die. Carlos sighed, then shook his head. Even though there were other classmates behind him with joy in their eyes, Carlos still shook his head and said, "Do you think I care?" Of course Carlos cares, but of course he doesn't care about all his classmates, but he cares about his younger brother, Herlock. Herlock was brought into this world by himself before he had the ability to protect himself. If I can't let him finish reading in Hogwarts with peace of mind, then how can I be considered a brother myself? The moment Carlos's voice sounded, the face of the man in black in front of him sank slightly. He was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Carlos still staring at him. Let me go, and I will tell you how to save them. Let me go. Madness is only a moment for them, and pain is only a moment for them. In their view, these teachers and classmates at Hogwarts, even if they want to kill themselves, I will never use this torture method to kill myself. It must be a more pleasant method. After all, the students at Hogwarts are all a group of self-righteous people. However, Carlos did break his common sense and understanding at this moment. At this moment, suddenly a clicking sound was heard from the door next to it. Don't worry, when the time comes, this will become your grave and the place where your bones are buried. With just a little joking, the man in black's face twitched slightly and nodded. Carlos' footsteps did stop, and of course when he turned his head to look at the man in front of him, yes, a figure was so familiar. He glanced at Carlos in front of him, and then at the classmates who fell on the ground on the other side. That was the sound of the door being opened and the sound of figures slowly walking in. Then he told Carlos everything he knew. Not only Carlos, but also Dumbledore knew the problem. After saying that, Bokali left directly. I can tell you, please stop and give me a good time 3-6. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a sympathetic smile. The murderous intent in his eyes was unparalleled, and he was about to shatter his body into pieces. The next moment, Carlos slowly pointed at the head of the man in black in front of him. Carlos in front of him was like a demon staring closely at him. But that person's voice started to tremble, he became panicked, he became nervous, and he yelled suddenly. Then he took another look at the figure that was constantly being trapped, and then nodded slightly. You can feel at ease, fall into this underground, fall into the swamp, and then fall into suffocation. It seems that something unexpected happened. Can you guys tell me what's going on here? Snape first glanced at Carlos with a flat expression. Then he took another look at the figure sinking into the swamp on the other side. At this time, Hagrid walked over slowly. After telling Snape what happened in front of him, Snape's face suddenly darkened slightly as he listened. He didn't expect that the purpose of these guys was so terrifying. They actually didn't care at all about the life or death of anyone in the entire cafeteria. Perhaps in their view, life like this is just an ordinary life. Only corpse eaters are the real new life in this world. Snape's face calmed down slightly, and he looked at the figures in front of him like a madman. Then he slowly clenched his hand, and the next moment he punched one of the figures hard on the head. There was a bang, the man's head twisted, and then his whole body bounced to the side. The roaring sound sounded again, which was the sound that came back after the person's body hit the wall. And several other figures in the corner were trembling as they looked at everything in front of them. None of them expected that the group of Hogwarts students and teachers in front of them would be so unethical. He actually used such insidious means to attack him when he had no ability to resist at all. Listen to all the things said by the man in black in front of you who is about to fall into the swamp, including what they arranged for the corpse eaters to do, including what they plan to do in Hogwarts. These questions and things one after another can all be explained. Dumbledore and Carlo were listening with a look on their faces. It could be heard that the person in front of him had no intention of lying. In other words, he no longer dares to lie. The consequence of lying is to die of suffocation now, and he may not die. That feeling would make him feel extremely uncomfortable. Immediately afterwards, he revealed the best way to solve the transformation of corpses. Of course, this method is very interesting, at least what Carlos thinks. Ordinary dragon blood can swallow 80% of the toxins in the entire human body. This is the scary thing about dragon blood, but there are some poisons that cannot be swallowed by dragon blood. Of course, ordinary dragon blood and Dragon King's blood are different. The Dragon King's blood can naturally remove all toxins from the body, but ordinary dragon blood can only do this. What Carlos obtained was just the dragon blood of an ordinary young dragon. To be honest, sometimes Carlos also wonders when he can get the dragon blood of that Dragon King. So, what you are saying is that in order to understand what this thing, that is, what you terrible guys did wrong. It's really ridiculous that we still need to travel thousands of miles to find the Dragon King. Next to him, Snape walked over and looked at the figure in the swamp in front of him. Then, he said with an indifferent look. The man in black glanced at Snape in front of him and then laughed. "It's fine if you don't believe it. Just kill me quickly and give me a good time. I've told you everything I know." Carlos shook his head and grabbed the hair on his head. The next moment, a huge force appeared from Carlos's hands. The sound of popping continued, and then he saw his body of the man in black being pulled out by Carlos, and his body landed on the ground next to him. Carlos sighed, then clenched his fists and walked slowly towards him. Okay, now you actually want to have a good time, then I will fulfill your wish and give you a good time." There was a bang, just as Carlos' staff was about to fly out. Later, Snape couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Push the staff up 10 feet." Then the light brought by the shattered body hit him directly. There was a thumping sound, and this body was shrouded in light and shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Those were real fragments, and the man in black in front of him was killed so easily. The expressions of the other men in black darkened slightly. They made up their mind at first, thinking that people here would not dare to attack them. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. He shook his head, looked at Carlos next to him, and then spoke slowly. Just like what he said, if you want dragon blood, then it must be able to swallow 100% of the toxins. But we must know that the Dragon King is not so easy to obtain, nor is it so easy to find. In this world, the Dragon King's blood is even more terrifying than the priceless dragon's blood. Its price was once speculated by 15 billion. Dumbledore walked over from the side, comparing himself to the two little guys in front of him. Dumbledore has lived in this world for more than half a century. Naturally, he understands many things and knows many things. Hermione was behind, flipping through her books frantically. Let's not get hung up on the 950 of dragon blood, even if there really is a Dragon King around here. Apart from that, there is nothing else. If you can't find a specific method, you also need a specific time. At this time, Elizabeth came over from outside. The purpose of this is very simple. No matter, they want to use this method to control the real-time time in the bodies of the students in front of them. The handwriting on the page in the book made her disappointed again and again. Then it is simply impossible to stop the zombie transformation in front of you. Until then, Snape, you and I work together to thwart the curse within them. There is no medicine or method on how to remove the ghoul transformation. He was already frantically searching for the information in his hands. As soon as he opened his mouth, he revealed the identity of the Dragon King. At this moment, even Carlos suddenly closed his mouth. But this method is only an obstacle and a delay. She seemed to have noticed what was happening in front of her and said slowly. Hermione had just learned that the group of classmates in front of her were falling into the painful transformation of corpse eaters. What we have to do now is to transform the corpse eater in the body as soon as possible and make it useless. Even if we want to go up to find the Dragon King, we don't have enough time. Looking at everything happening in front of him, Dumbledore spoke again at this time. It's just a pity that in these pieces of books. Why don't you think about it and ask me for my news and opinions in advance? Maybe I will give you some better methods. The moment Elizabeth's voice sounded, everyone around them looked over involuntarily. Their eyes were all staring at Elizabeth in front of them, as if they were thinking about who Elizabeth was. She was so brazen that only Dumbledore looked at Elizabeth and smiled. I have to say that among these existing ancient families, the wizarding family is truly worthy of being a wizarding family, especially the Elizabeth family. If it were just the 4 words Elizabeth, many people might not recognize it or even remember it. However, if you add the 3 words Clee after the 4 words Elizabeth, then I believe that many people will know who the woman in front of them is. Okay, you don't need to think too much. Lilith has been the honorary teacher of our school a long time ago. It's just that recently, I suddenly returned to our school and college to teach again. Lilith herself has a very in-depth understanding of curses, curse magic, and curse potions. Elizabeth actually smiled, and he turned to glance at Snape next to him. Then he took another look at Carlos, who was looking at him quietly on the other side, and couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed a child of the Lucifer family. There is always a bit of legend in their bloodline. Although the Clee family can be considered a relatively legendary family, it can be regarded as a legendary and very ancient family. However, that does not mean that the Kalia family knows many things that belong to the past. It was even recorded in Clea's bloodline. What their family is better at is documenting records rather than sleight-of-hand records. This kind of record made Lilith unable to find the direction of existence for a while. But later, Lilith discovered that there were many families other than the Clea family. In fact, it itself does not exist in the form of family, magic, or wizard. Their main body comes more from a kind of understanding and recording. A family that truly exists as a wizard system is very old. In the past, there were only a few families. For example, Ronald's family, Harry Potter's family, and the family of Carlos Lucifer in front of him. Of course, there are a few, but Lilith can be sure that there is a power related to their family's blood circulating in the bodies of these families. That is the Devil's Curse. Of course, this kind of Devil's Curse also exists in the Luo N family. For example, there have been 7 wizards in the family all their lives. However, these 7 wizards are also very powerful pureblood doctors. Okay, please don't look at me like this, since so many principals have said so, then you just believe what the principal says. As for the Corpse Eater's Curse Potion, I also have some research on how to remove it, just like the person just said. Using the dragon blood of the Dragon King is indeed a way to relieve it. But similarly, there is another way, which may not be known to everyone. I wonder if Mr. Snape has ever heard of a potion called the Sword of Holy Magic. In Snape's eyes, the pupils shrank slightly and focused into a single point. He looked at the woman in front of him, and for a moment he didn't understand why this woman knew the magic potion of the Holy Magic Sword. Logically speaking, the record of this potion is within the restricted area of the Academy. Only those who can truly obtain Headmaster Dumbledore's approval can enter. Recently, Principal Dumbledore has only approved 2 or 3 people. To put it simply, the deceased teacher Zyro counts as 1, plus the current teacher Hagrid also counts as 1. As for the current potions teacher, Teacher Juliac was only recruited later. So naturally, you are not qualified to enter the restricted area for the time being. But in front of him, the woman named Elizabeth said in an instant that there were books that could only be found in the restricted area. Then, Snape turned to look at Principal Dumbledore behind him. The principal looked at Swift in front of him with a smile and nodded. At this moment, Swift's internal situation suddenly turned bad. He always thought that he was the second to know, but who knew that he was the third to be qualified? Teacher Snape, the Sword of Holy Magic, I have seen it in one of my family's books. I haven't seen it in the restricted area, so don't worry. I won't take these things outside at the same time. What I want to say is that the Sword of Holy Magic has the ability to cut off all curses. As long as you make a magic sword, you should be able to cut off the curse in front of you. As he said that, he saw Elizabeth's figure walking slowly forward. Her body was walking towards Carlos because in Elizabeth's eyes. He felt that among all the people present, only Carlos in front of him should have the key to concoct holy magic. As for why, be it Sweep or Hermione. Although they were both geniuses, Hermione was a creative genius. She had no way to prepare the corresponding potion in a short period of time with her own strong efforts and willpower. Snape, too, like Hermione, is a genius of this type. This also means that the current time does not allow them to make this kind of potion. The only pharmacist present who could create this bottle of potion in a very short period of time. The only thing Elizabeth saw was the young man in front of her named OK Zhao Carlos. Carlos looked at the soft and beautiful woman in front of him, walking towards him. The long golden hair that looked like splashes of ink appeared so proudly on her head, like the proud sun. She walked up to Carlos and asked slowly, "Letter 3005 Thighs classmate Carlos, would you like to help make this bottle of potion? In fact, I can tell you all the ingredients for this bottle of potion for free." Carlos looked at the woman in front of him with a strange expression. He had never heard of the Holy Magic Sword, but he understood it when he saw Snape's expression. This potion should indeed have the effect of cutting off all tissues, as Elizabeth said before. If this is the case, its value is completely immeasurable. However, Elizabeth in front of her said it was free. Wait a minute, I remember that Clee's family seems to be. Carlos had a strange look on his face and turned around to see Dorora lying on the ground with black smoke all over her body. Then he turned around and glanced at the mature and charming woman in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth speechlessly. That's right, Elizabeth looked at Carlos in front of her with a smile. She also glanced at Carlos first and then at Dorora. There was no hesitation in her eyes, and she only saw Elizabeth smiling. Right, so you have guessed who I am. Well, Mr. Carlos, you only need to agree to one request of mine. I can tell you all the materials of the holy magic sword. The corner of Carlos's mouth twitched slightly. This woman was really incredible. He didn't worry about his son's safety at all. Instead, talk to yourself about the deal here. It felt as if the woman in front of me was not in any hurry. However, there is a reason why Elizabeth is not so anxious. It was entirely because she could see that the black aura on Dorola's body at this moment had not taken shape at all. It seems that the black aura is still continuously blooming with power, but 960 is not in any danger. Hey, are you so not worried about your son? What will you do if something happens to your son and he becomes a corpse eater? It doesn't matter, Dorola can't turn into that kind of monster. And besides, even if he turns into that kind of monster, the worst I can do is destroy my family for the sake of justice. Haha, you are really ruthless. Can you tell me now, what kind of request is it? It's very simple. The Lucifer family wants to marry our Clea family. Let me see, forget it, Carlos, I believe that with your strength and talent, it will definitely not be that simple to find your partner. How about this? Choose one of your cousins or younger brothers in your family. As long as it's the Lucifer family, it's enough to have some marriages with our Clea. How about that? Carlos looked at Elizabeth speechlessly again. He couldn't figure out what Elizabeth was thinking. It was as if this woman had no ideas at all in her mind. I have no way to decide the future direction of my family, and I have no way to decide whether to marry or not. Well, let's talk to your father for me. Then our family will formally propose to your family. That is, Delia proposes a marriage. Don't worry, your family won't suffer any loss. Judging from my conditions, my daughter is definitely a beauty. Carlos turned his head and saw Dorora behind him, who was smoking black. If it weren't for Dumbledore at this moment, he could forcefully control all the black energy around him. If these black energies were forcibly cut off, the people in front of them would have become corpse eaters long ago. Although the two of them talked a lot, the matter was actually resolved within just 1 minute. Anyway, Carlos also said that he is not qualified to decide the direction and future of the family for the time being. As for who in the family he wants to marry, and who he wants to contact and form alliances with, he has no way of making the decision. I can only represent my own voice and tell my father. So, after reaching an agreement, Elizabeth handed Carlos a note in her pocket, looking at the materials on the note. Carlos never thought that these materials were actually in the magical forest, and it seemed that they could be found. Could this sword of holy magic be made so easily? Turning to look at Snape, he nodded, then walked over, took a look at the materials in front of him and said, "It's similar to some of the material I saw in that book, so it should be true." Carlos also smiled and said, "Teacher, can you help me find these materials? I'll go to the pharmacy and wait." "No problem, I will find all these materials as soon as possible." In almost half an hour, Snape brought the materials to a dispensary room and found Carlos. And Carlos also based on the material, one point after another, familiar over and over again. In half an hour in his mind, he had already gone through the process of making this potion over and over again, seeing that there are only 3 potion ingredients in the hand. So Carlos began to make it. Similarly, in just half an hour, Carlos took out a bottle of blue glow potion. There seems to be a little white flash in the middle of this bottle of potion. Those light spots prove that the properties of these potions belong to the power of sacred magic. Well, that should be it. At least I feel that the inner core of this bottle of potion should be able to remove the curse. After Carlos handed it to Snape, Snape continued to dilute the potion. Then he began to treat the students in front of him one after another. In fact, among these students, many students are lucky. Their bodies were not invaded by the corpse-eating medicine. So in the cafeteria, there were still a small number of students who skipped a section. Looking at the serious students, their bodies gradually began to recover, and the black aura on their bodies was gradually dissipating. Both Carlos and Dumbledore couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Carlos felt that his arm was a little sore and numb. Honestly, made 3 bottles in less than half an hour. There was no problem at all, which was also a challenge for Carlos. After all, even Carlos can accurately control the dosage of every potion and the amount of every material. However, this does not mean that Carlos does not need to be cautious. On the contrary, he must be more cautious in order to make a potion that is more likely to be successful. Tonight's time has passed, and now the sky has dimly lit up. It was early morning, and Dumbledore just quietly watched the classmates in front of him return to normal. He smiled slightly, but Carlos could see a hint of murderous indifference in his eyes. That touch of indifference is constantly overflowing. Elizabeth glanced at Dumbledore with a strange expression, then shrugged her shoulders slightly and said cautiously, "This is what the principal looks like when he gets angry. Silence means that his anger will become even more swollen." In many people's impressions, the principal is a kind old man. His face is always smiling and his teeth are always showing. He is like an old man who is not angry at all and treats everyone with a kind attitude. Yes, at least this is the impression in the minds of all the other students in Hogwarts College. But when the principal in front of them changed his attitude, Carlos and the others reacted. "Principal, he is not without anger, nor is he without a bottom." Inside the principal's office, he looked at the small door that had been opened a crack. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. Fortunately, he sensed some danger coming last time, so I kept an eye on it, Tilda. In fact, this secret room has 2 walls. When you open the first wall, you can only see an ordinary secret room. Only when the second wall is opened can the real secret room be seen. That is where I hide all my secrets. God, what is God in this world? What are humans? Why do some people always think that gods can be created so easily? Want to create gods? Then why don't you have the awareness to pay the price? That day, Principal Dumbledore left and he left Hogwarts College. Then the next day, the entire Hogwarts Academy had a day off. Almost every student in the college is quietly waiting for the 3rd day of classes. On this day of rest, Carlos wrote a letter seriously. The content of this letter is very simple. The Kalia family wants to marry into the Lucifer family. Yes, Carlos wrote it all out, and handed it over to his father, Denaya, who is currently in the Lucifer family manor. He asked his father to choose a day to talk to the Corlia family. By the way, let's take a look at which of the family's children is suitable and can marry the other party. Of course, for example, Herlock or Brary. As for how his father should struggle and how he should choose, that is not his own business. After all, he is not the patriarch of the Lucifer family yet. I don't have the right, nor the qualification, to control the Lucifer family. Even in Carlos' view, he may not necessarily become the patriarch of the Lucifer family even in the end. I still don't know what Carlos's purpose is and what his thoughts are. After handing the envelope in his hand to the owl in front of him, Carlos slowly lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He remembered his performance in the battle at that time. To be honest, if I hadn't swallowed Delafa's potion at the beginning. In addition, with the sudden counterattack, he may not be able to take down the man in black. Carlos frowned, relaxed slightly, and fell into a deep sleep. Before he fell asleep, he decided to enhance his experience. For example, learn new magic. After the 3rd day, classes in Hogwarts Academy officially began. On this day, Dorora seemed to have regained her energy. In the classroom, Carlos looked at Dorola in front of him and asked with a strange look on his face. "By the way, Dorora, what's your mother's name? What's wrong with her name being Lilith?" Carlos looked puzzled. He heard that the current patriarch of the Leia family seemed to be an ordinary person who had entered the Clea family from other families. And Dorora's mother, that is, Lilith Clea. She is the daughter of the previous patriarch, and also the only person in the family who has the potential to ignore the previous generation. But why does she have 2 names? Nothing, just asking a little bit. Your mother should be very good to you, right? Yes, my mother taught me to be a very honest child since I was a child. She treats me very well. It can be seen that Carlos was a little speechless. A mother is very good to a son, but she doesn't worry about the danger of her son at all. It feels as if she is completely sure that her son will not be in danger. Carlos will definitely finish the potion class as quickly as possible. After mastering the dosage, Carlos can complete every potion making according to his own wishes in every potion class, whether it is the resurrection potion or other potions. But after coming to the intermediate class, you no longer need to learn the appearance of the elementary class. 0. Compared to the recovery potion, the resurrection potion of the intermediate class is more difficult. And similarly, if the resurrection potion must be improved in quality, then the amount of potion and the medicinal properties in the potion must be taken sufficiently safe. And with the end of the potion class, today's defense against the dark arts course soon arrived. This time, Snape led 2 classes to the defense against the dark arts course. That is, Carlos and Harry's class came to the second training ground together. The second training ground is the second training ground invested and created by Hogwarts recently. That is to say, the equipment and accessories in the training ground are very complete, and there are even public matching wands. Just like Snape said, the process of each staff is cumbersome. This magic wand can bring the greatest help and assistance to the magician. No longer need to rely on your own staff, even if it is an ordinary staff, even if it is just cutting a branch. But at the same time, everyone's staff is different. Snape took a look at the scene of the training ground in front of him, then he smiled slightly and pointed to the public wands in front of him. After all, once there is external support, then you will not have the heart and perseverance to practice magic. That means that everyone gets different powers from the staff. So in terms of magic control, I hope you can. For wizards, the staff is like their partner. Under your most dangerous conditions, you can still create favorable conditions for yourself to escape. They can enhance the power of a magician's magic. I think everyone should understand that the staff is a must-have equipment for every magician. As long as enough runes can be engraved on it, magic can still be released. Finally, they are combined together to create a perfect magic wand, but this will not be a good help in controlling magic. Inside the staff, the adaptability to magic, various conditions are combined. This should not be right, and it is not right. They all require a sufficiently detailed process, engraving the spell of the staff, and making the materials needed for the wand. Carlos understood that this was just like making a potion. Making a potion also requires the control of materials, the completeness of dosage, and the integration of various qualities of materials. The quality of the potion obtained in the end can be improved, can become better, and can be completed. But in the final analysis, if you want to release magic properly with a staff, then you only need to carve enough spells on it. This means that you only need to carve a perfect spell, and then you can release magic in the same way. Even if it is just an ordinary piece of wood, the magic release will become very weak. Snape smiled, and then he said, "Then everyone put away the staffs in your hands. No matter how strong your staffs are, whether they are good or bad, it doesn't matter." 953, now everyone please use the staffs. Each staff is carved with ordinary runes and made of ordinary wood, so the use of magic will definitely not bring you more help. So you need to abandon your dependence on your powerful staff and enhance your magic. Carlos smiled, nodded, and walked straight to one of the staffs. There are only two types of white and black on the staffs here, and the material doesn't look particularly good. It's really very ordinary, and it can also release magic in an ordinary way. It won't enhance the power of magic like other staffs. Carlos glanced at the figure in front of him who also picked up the staff. It was a man who stood at an angle to him, and the man nodded. "Hello, my name is Holstein." "Hello." Snape, standing on the high ground, glanced at each student standing in your position below. He nodded. Of course, these positions were not arranged by himself. Each student's position was chosen by themselves and had nothing to do with themselves. Then he slowly spoke. "Now use your magic on the wooden board in front of you. Remember, don't use it on your companions or classmates in front of you. You must carefully feel the power, inner nature, and transmission of your magic. For you, magic is not your tool, but your companion. You must remember this." Carlos nodded and held the ordinary staff in his hand. Then he slowly pointed to the wooden board in front of him. On the wooden board, there was a picture of a skull old man. This image looked very much like the old man Voldemort. Carlos shook his head. He didn't expect the bad taste of the teachers in Hogwarts to be so serious. The next moment, Carlos nodded and swung the staff in his hand fiercely. Expelliarmus. Carlos learned a magic called Expelliarmus when he was in the primary stage. However, under normal circumstances, this move is very useful. But when fighting a monster like Voldemort, this move is really not very useful. For example, in normal times, Carlos would not use this move too much. But now, I want to control magic, just like the teacher Snape in front of me said. If you have a precise grasp of magic, then Expelliarmus is very suitable. The power of Expelliarmus hit the wooden board in front of him hard. Carlos frowned slightly if it was his ordinary staff. So this time, it should be possible to directly punch a small hole in the top of this piece of wood. But at this moment, it seems that his magic power is not completely under his control. The magic power seemed to be guided out a little by his staff, but it quickly dissipated. "I see, is that a diversion?" Carlos understood. It turns out that this ordinary staff does not only require you to release magic. You also need to control the magic while releasing it. The high-end staffs configured by Carlos are made of high-end and precious magic woods. Such a staff usually has 10 functions that can gather magic power before birth, but the staff in his hand is different. It has no effect except releasing magic, because it is just an ordinary staff made of ordinary wood. Naturally, Carlos must learn to control his magic. When guiding magic power on the staff, it will not be diverted while it is being directed. Carlos slowly looked at the wooden board in front of him. The next moment, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, then a few seconds. I have to say that it is really difficult to channel magic power. However, Carlos still opened his eyes. Just like a thin line, it slowly emerges in the staff. Immediately afterwards, the magic power gradually began to cling to the line in the staff and finally gathered on that line. Expelliarmus. On the entire second training ground, all the students were frantically releasing the magic in their hands. Once the magic power is gathered, the power will increase simultaneously. The power of 1 point is different from the power of countless people. There are also magic courtyards, etc. They are the important underlying systems that make up this magical world. Carlos smiled softly, as expected. Of course, only 1 or 2 classmates saw Snape's intention. There are many more secrets in those places that have never been discovered before. In other words, Snape just wanted to learn how to accurately control the direction of magic and the use of magic. Diggers, they will dig up some unexpected miracles. After all, the entire magician world is not only supported by wizards. For example, recorders, they will record many stories, past history, and all kinds of things. In this world of magicians, there are many existences. After all, once the magic power is dispersed, the power will also decrease. The time for school to end came to the light. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Hogwarts, and the day's classes ended. The magic hit the wooden board in front of him and then penetrated deep into it. Therefore, Hogwarts upholds the principle of never restricting students from doing things they don't want to do. There was a bang, a very clear sound. This is to allow all 4-8 students to have better time and more time to train and practice independently or do other things. When night falls, the darkness gradually begins to shed the light of the stars. A figure wearing a black robe was walking on the grass. This figure was like ink reflected in the entire land. In front of him, one after another, figures as skinny as bones moved slowly. Their eyes were filled with coldness and indifference to the person in front of them. They are like monsters that have become zombies one after another in this grassland. And when this group of corpse eaters were walking on the grass, the black-robed figure suddenly appeared behind this group of people. This figure glanced at the appearance of the people in front of them and then smiled slightly. What a coincidence. I have been chasing you for most of the day, but I never thought you would show up here. So can you tell me, where is your so-called lord? This voice is very familiar and old, but there was an unprecedented tenderness in his voice. The corpse eaters around looked at the figure in front of them without any movement. After all, they were already a group of living dead, and only the 3 people at the front looked at each other. They were slightly stunned, and then there was a look of horror in their eyes. You must know that this grassland is not far from where their lord is. The person in front of me actually barged in like this. No matter how you think about it, you can't see right. Without any hesitation, the 3 people raised their staffs and rushed towards the old man in front of them. Avada Kedavra. Yes, when these 3 people opened their mouths, it was such a fatal move. The black light brought by Avada Kedavra just hit the old man in front of him. This black light is so bright and terrifying. There was a bang, but then the old man was seen standing there, not moving at all. He just watched quietly, watching the 3 black lights of Avada Kedavra in front of him hitting his body. Then, at the next moment, those 3 people thought that the old man in front of them was about to be shattered to pieces by the power of Ava's life-threatening force. The black light flashed away, passing directly through the old man's body and heading towards the big tree in the distance. The black light from Avada Kedavra hit the big tree. The power it brought directly burned all the vitality on this big tree. There was a crashing sound, and the big tree turned into soot and disappeared under the black magic power here. At this moment, Tuan finally understood these 3 figures. The man in front of him seems to be just an ordinary person, but he is so powerful. He really has the most terrifying confidence. No matter who you are, since you dare to break into our territory, there is only one result for you, and that is death. When one of them said these words, a man and a woman around him slowly began to walk towards both sides. Their steps were slow and unhurried, and they seemed to have a lot of momentum. They looked like they were surrounded and annihilated by the old-looking figure in front of them. Then the old man smiled slightly, without making any movement. Just standing in front of others like this made those 3 people think that the old man in front of them was ready to give up resistance. But suddenly he found that the staff was slowly raised in the old man's hand. The staff revealed white light just for a moment, yes, just for a moment. It was as if he released his magic in an instant, and most importantly, he didn't have any chanting. Then he saw the white light in his hand hitting him hard. This ray of light looked so bright and terrifying, The group of people in front of them thought that this white light was just ordinary magic. Suddenly, they saw a trace of sparks flickering in the light. There was a bang, and the person in the middle had no time to react. The entire body was severely enveloped by this ray of light. At this moment, he only felt that his vision was filled with a burst of white light. Then his body felt a pain and then he flew out. With a bang, it hit the stone wall behind and passed over. Sorry, looking at you, I thought you were very strong. Who knew you were so weak that you could be defeated by me in such a short time? So, you weaklings, do you have any thoughts of surrender? As long as you surrender and tell me where your so-called lord and your so-called altar are. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to surrender, I can let you go. The voice was calm and very firm, but it was so arrogant that it made people feel chilled. Fear slowly spread in the hearts of the remaining two people, and the two looked at each other. Then at the moment when fear spread, a figure quickly grabbed the broom next to him. Then he rushed towards the old man in front of him, and a brilliant flash of light and lines streaked through the air on his broom. The magic that belonged to him flickered again with white light. The old man just laughed softly. The next moment, the woman felt that her body suddenly began to fall toward the ground. Just when his body was about to rush to the old man's side, the broom in his hand tilted slightly, and he quickly spread upward. But this time, there was nothing attached to the white light. The magic power flickered out, just like the magic power of real mid-level magic. The old man smiled slightly and slowly raised his staff again. There was a bang, and the man felt that his body was smashed out in an instant. It's just ordinary magic, but it's just this one. He roared angrily and then rushed towards the old man in front of him. There was a loud bang, and the woman hit the ground directly, leaving a shallow dent. Immediately afterwards, he rushed directly in front of that figure. When she saw this scene, her expression suddenly changed slightly. This time he cast the spell faster and faster. It could even be said that it didn't take more than 2 seconds. 860 pairs, just 2 seconds. In front of 2 seconds, the staff was waved fiercely, and her body was thrown to the ground like this. Yes, she wanted to escape, but unfortunately, the chance of this guy trying to escape was too slim. He flew fiercely from the broom to the back, and immediately after, there was a woman standing there. The corners of the old man's mouth were slightly raised, revealing a kind smile. However, this kind smile looked like a crazy devil in the sight of the woman in front of him. He walked towards the woman, then pointed at the woman's head bit by bit and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, where is your territory, where is your gathering place, and where is your so-called lord? As long as you tell me, I can let you live, and I will definitely do what I say." The old man took off the hood on his head. The face that was revealed was a little old, but kind, a little kind, but a little crazy. The staff in his hand slowly drooped down. That woman's face was full of fear. She had seen this person before. She had seen this face and that face more than once in their gathering place. That face was the face of Dumbledore, whom Voldemort regarded as the most terrifying enemy in their organization. How is that possible? You are Dumbledore, why are you here? No, how dare you come here? This is the territory of all our corpse eaters. Our Lord is about to be born, and until the moment our Lord is born, you Hogwarts will be the righteousness of all the wizarding world. Those who think they are righteous will die, ha 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 ha. I can't possibly tell you where our organization is. Seeing her smiling, Dumbledore smiled, and then the staff in his hand pointed directly at the forehead of the woman in front of him. The next moment, his eyes showed a trace of indifference. Indifferent, as if there is no emotion at all. The feeling was as if killing a person in front of him was better than killing a dog. This was the case for him. You know what? I don't like killing. Killing is a very painful thing for me. Watching human life gradually begin to submerge and dissipate in front of me. In the end, I had no choice but to reach out and try my best to seize the last possible opportunity. This is the most desperate moment before death, so I hate killing. But what I hate even more is that some people don't take me seriously. Yes, Dumbledore hated that. These corpse eaters think they have an excuse to resurrect the Lord. How dare you invade Hogwarts College? You must know that inside Hogwarts College, he is presiding over it and he is guarding it. How dare these guys do this? How can they do this? Ever since, Dumbledore became angry. When he became angry, he finally let the group of people opposite him see what fear was. The world of memories. Dumbledore, as soon as the voice sounded, the staff in his hand gradually lit up with a ray of light. The light enveloped the whole body of the woman in front of him, starting from the center of her forehead, and then gradually dispersed to various parts of his body. As the light enveloped her, Dumbledore saw the world in the light and memory of the woman in front of him. He saw this woman standing on a white altar with a group of people. They then slowly knelt down, almost frantically, and kowtowed to the statue on the altar. However, that statue was carved out of stone, and even seeing his face, Dumbledore knew that it was Voldemort's face. That face was full of all kinds of evil and desires. Dumbledore nodded. Sometimes he felt that maybe Hogwarts College had been peaceful in the past few years. Therefore, many people think that the people in this academy are too kind. Should kind people be bullied? So Dumbledore is ready to show everyone in the world that kindness should not be bullied, but should be praised. I found it. I can't believe that your number has grown to so many in such a short time. But I'm sorry, recalling the world has a side effect. That is, it is accompanied by the emergence of memories. The memory will also leave directly without coming back to your mind. Although I don't know how many memories I have left, you will definitely be unconscious for a while. After he finished speaking, he saw Dumbledore standing up and then slowly continuing to move in the direction in his memory. That's right, this time Dumbledore got angry, and it can be said that he took action directly, which shocked the entire magical world. On the other side, inside Hogwarts Academy, Carlos looked at the newspapers one after another in his hand. Each newspaper contains detailed records of various things that have happened in the magical world in recent years. Of course, one of the most widely circulated things among these newspapers is the north direction of Green Prairie. Voldemort's corpse-eating altar suffered a horrific attack. Destruction is lingering here, and the flames are eroding the earth and engulfing the entire soil. Afterwards, someone took a look and found that it was on the altar. Only Dumbledore, with such strength, dared to single-handedly break into the enemy's base camp to cause trouble. If Carlos is asked to do such a thing, Carlos can express it. From this point alone, we can see that Dumbledore's influence in this world is strong enough because of his strength. Carlos twitched the corner of his mouth, even though he guessed who did it. This is not a question of courage, but a question of ability. The time for class finally arrived. This time it was still Snape who taught Carlos in his class. He doesn't dare to do such a thing, Cyan Dejo, that's right, he just doesn't dare. There are many people lying dying. Of course, they are all lying dying. Likewise, he is respected and admired by many people, but he just didn't say it. Yes, Carlos could think that this matter must have been done by that old boy Dumbledore, but this time is different from the last time. If the last time was just training on the diversion of magic and the control of magic power. Yes, not many people lost their lives, but the scariest thing was, after all, the strongest principal in history does not live up to his reputation. Dumbledore, as the most powerful and talented magician in the entire wizarding world. Snape was seen holding the staff in his hand, and then continued to lead the group of students in front of him to the second training room. So this time, Snape was going to teach the group of students in front of him a new magic. The cracks continued to extend from the middle to all directions, like a spider web spreading to the surroundings. On the altar, there were several huge holes. Regarding what that hole meant in the magical world, not many people are unaware of the uproar caused in the entire magical world. It can even be said that basically everyone in the entire Hogwarts Academy already knows about this matter. This was their first real understanding of this usually kind-hearted old man. Once it gets violent, how terrifying and vicious it is. In the classroom, Carlos looked at Snape above and continued to explain the functions of new magic. All the students below are listening carefully. The magic taught by Mr. Snape this time is a very simple intermediary magic. High-level magic such as Thunderbolt Explosion and Shattering of Bones will basically not be learned in intermediate classes. But each family can use its own abilities to obtain the intermediary magic of being shattered into pieces. Similarly, children of nobles can learn from their families. In other words, you can also learn from some of your own adventures. The Thunderbolt Explosion can basically be regarded as a relatively powerful magic among the intermediate magics. Carlos looked at Snape holding the staff in front of him and speaking standard Latin. Then he sighed slightly, and he couldn't figure out why the magic spell must be in Latin. Logically speaking, Latin can be regarded as the earliest historical source of the language of Western European civilization. That is, almost every Western civilization started with Latin. But Carlos was thinking, what if he wanted to pronounce it in an Eastern language, that is, Huxia? Will it be possible to release magic in the same way? The language of magic is just a guide, and the connotation in the language is the key to turning magic. Magic in this world is equivalent to fabrication out of thin air. But in this world, Carlos created magic that directly changed the core. After Snape finished explaining the magic, he slowly raised the staff in his hand. The staff in his hand waved little by little, and the next moment his mouth moved slightly. Thunderbolt Explosion. The red light flashed away and smashed towards the wooden board over there. There was a clanging sound, judging by the magic power in Mr. Snape's body in front of him. Carlos felt that this piece of wood could definitely be smashed into pieces. Even if it cannot be smashed into pieces, it is still extremely powerful. The next second, the wooden board in front of him was not smashed. It may be because Duanepu has many reasons to control the magic power in his body. Therefore, the piece of wood in front of me was just a big hole. And this big hole is bigger than the hole Carlos made with Expelliarmus. If you look carefully, you can still see a little flame burning inside the dark hole. Snape put away his staff bit by bit and then smiled slightly. He turned his head and glanced at the other students next to him, then raised his eyebrows, looked at the board on that side and said, "Between each magic and magic, you can rely on the guidance and control of magic power to carry out attacks of different qualities. This attack is related to your magic power, so you can practice it yourself." After saying that, Snape slowly walked toward the door. When Snape left the classroom, the entire training ground suddenly became a mess. The atmosphere between each student suddenly began to become a little weird. Even Carlos saw that Malfoy guy once again causing trouble for Harry. However, since he invited Harry to join their camp at the beginning but was rejected by Harry, he was just like the Harry he was targeting, not just during the Quidditch game or in other situations. Inside the classroom at the moment, Harry Potter also saw Malfoy walking towards him. Then he pushed Hermione and others next to him slightly behind him. Hermione understood Harry's intention, but she was not afraid of Malfoy in front of Harry. In her opinion, does a pureblood wizard family have to be superior to others? Does it mean that they can definitely destroy these so-called Muggle families? Malfoy just glanced at Hermione lightly on the other side, and then glanced at Ronald again. He looked at Harry with a disdainful smile and said, "Hey Harry, let's compare this magic, the Protestant magic, let's see whose magic is stronger, how about it?" Harry looked at Malfoy in front of him and frowned slightly. He didn't know how to reject this guy, but he always felt that if he rejected him, he would continue to cause trouble for himself. Moreover, it may lead to trouble for oneself. Carlos frowned when he saw the scene in front of him. You may have practiced it more than once at home or dozens of times, right? Kid Malfoy, who doesn't know that your family is a pureblood wizard family, and there must be a lot of magic like this in the classics. In Malfoy's eyes, he looked like a demon with no warmth at all. He patted Harry on the shoulder, looked at Deputy Mal in front of him with a serious face and said, "Compared to some of the sworn enemies in Hogwarts. Looking at the guy in front of me, he has a smile and a plain face. The feeling between Harry Potter and Malfoy is like a prince born into a noble family and a prince living in a commoner family. Okay, I'll compete with you." Sure enough, the next moment, Harry Potter raised his eyes slightly and looked at Malfoy in front of him, revealing a hint of anguish. Taking a magic that has been practiced dozens of times and comparing it with a novice who is just learning this magic, you are really shameless. It was colder than ice. Malfoy looked at Carlos in front of him and then at Harry over him. Carlos's voice was very plain as the warm sunshine on a spring day. Although they have the same possibility of blood, their personalities are different due to different environments. His eyes flashed slightly and he shouted loudly. This means that the situation between them is no longer compatible with fire and water. Harry Potter, if you are afraid, admit it like a man and then surrender to me. Don't ask others to defend you, okay? Carlos shook his head and then walked over slowly. Carlos twitched the corners of his mouth. Oh no, Harry Potter is the guy who can't stand the stimulation the most. Behind Carlos, Hermione and Ronald also walked over. The two of them looked at Malfoy in front of them faintly. Both of them had a hint of confusion in their eyes, angry, especially Ronald at this moment. He even wanted to rush forward and beat up the sloppy guy in front of him, although he had such thoughts before. But this time he turned around and glanced to the side and found that Teacher Snape was indeed not behind him. This idea became even more prosperous. Carlos, who was next to him, seemed to have noticed what Ronald was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder, shook his head and said, "If you rush over and beat him up at this time, it will be like giving you a handle. It's better to just wait for a while and don't be anxious. Don't you think you believe in Harry's talent?" Even Hermione is amazed by his talent. When the students around them heard that there was a duel going on, they immediately began to slowly make way for the two in front of them. The crowd moved toward the back bit by bit, forming a circle as if consciously. Carlos, on the other hand, stood in the inner area of the circle, looking at the situation in front of him with serious eyes. After Harry and Malfoy stood still, they both looked at each other. Immediately afterwards, Malfoy slowly waved the staff in his hand towards the air. The next moment, he saw a fiery red light flashing out of his staff. This fiery red light was even brighter than the thunderbolt explosion that teacher Snape released on the podium just now. It seemed that the power was even more powerful. When Harry saw this, he immediately raised the staff in his hand. There are many obstacles. The fiery red light seemed to just hit the white stone in the air and then dispersed. While Malfoy was confused, he suddenly saw Harry jumping towards him over there. There was a hint of fire in Harry's eyes. He began to think about all the content that Mr. Snape just explained and then imitated it. Teacher Snape was very attentive to his explanations, so at this moment, Harry felt that it would be very easy for him to learn. The next moment, the red light in Harry's hand began to appear. This is just the first time he has released it, after all. The thunderbolt explosion in Harry Potter's hand was like a terrifying star rushing toward Malfoy, who was on the other side. There was a bang, and the light and flames of the explosion turned into ashes. It exploded in front of Malfoy for a moment, and Malfoy felt that this man's face turned dark. Of course, it was because of the thunderbolt explosion magic that Harry had just mastered. So I am not particularly familiar with this magic. So this explosion only blackened the face of Malfoy in front of him. Malfoy looked at Harry in front of him, his face darkened slightly. He was about to go to Harry to argue, but at this moment Carlos stopped him and said, "Malfoy, Sam, hadn't forgotten, we never said it from the beginning. Only the magic of thunderbolt explosion is allowed." The group looked back and realized that he really didn't say anything. "I just said that the thunderbolt explosion is more powerful than the competition to see who masters it. But I didn't say that I couldn't use magic other than thunderbolt explosion." Malfoy's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that he would fall into his own hands in the end. Seeing Malfoy, Carlos shook his head, then turned angrily and walked outside. Harry was stunned for a moment, looking at the staff in his hand. "Suddenly I discovered that my talent has become more powerful. I just thought about it casually and actually released this magician." But Carlos shook his head speechlessly. He really had nothing to say about Harry's talent. After all, Harry is different from me. He is very unsystematic. He has a system, by the way, he even forgot to read it. Then, when Carlos opened his system, he realized that he seemed to have learned the thunderbolt explosion. Of course, what the system taught me was just the lowest level explosion. If we talk about the Harry in front of him, it turns out that Malfoy on the side has just used a thunderbolt explosion, which is considered to be level 5. So at this moment, I am only at the first level. When Snape saw this scene outside, he was finally convinced that Harry was indeed Dumbledore, and he wanted to find that person. "Please give me flowers." Could it be that Principal Dumbledore's plan is really about to begin? It's just that Sweep felt a little sad and didn't expect it to end until the end. Do you have to sacrifice yourself in the end for this plan? What a ridiculous world. I didn't expect that in the end, Pinga and Hepping in the entire magical world would have to rely on a boy. But besides Harry on the other side, Snape's eyes seemed to be slightly focused on Carlos on the other side at this moment. It seemed to him that Carlos had the same talent as Harry. It's just that Carlos' talent is a little weaker. From this point of view, Harry is definitely the one Dumbledore has chosen, but it's normal. The Potter family can be regarded as the most powerful pureblood wizard family in modern magic history. Then Harry Potter's talent will naturally not be much weaker. After the morning defense against the dark arts course, then came the afternoon astronomy class. Carlos didn't quite understand it from the beginning. Why does a magic academy actually have 2 courses on astronomy? However, Carlos discovered it only after he actually took this course. Although it has nothing to do with magic, even though it does not contain any magic. But he makes it easy for every student to come into contact with the greatness of the starry sky. Simply put, the starry sky is like a deep spring of magic. Many students are able to pass knowledge and understanding of astronomy. To understand the mutual transformation and application of magic and magic. After that, Carlos would watch the universe very carefully almost every time he took an astronomy course. Then get out of class was over, and then Carlos heard a piece of news. His first-grade cousin Moya disappeared. Carlos frowned when he heard this. Feeling a little strange, he found Helocrin on the same day, and Herlock's answer to Carlos was that he didn't know either. During class this morning, Moya was nowhere to be seen. Carlos felt strange now. If we didn't see that guy for even a day today, where would that guy be? Something is wrong, very wrong. Carlos's face darkened for a moment. Except for Moya, Ka said that until now, he had never heard of any other Hogwarts students disappearing. So what is the reason why Moya disappeared? After the news about Moya spread in the classroom, Elizabeth found Carlos that day. Next to her, Dorola looked confused as her mother appeared in front of her. As for his mother's face, there was a little smile as if she couldn't see Dorola. He didn't understand why his mother came to their classroom during school hours. That Elizabeth smiled slightly, first pointed at her son and then at Carlos. Cost 630 lows, I have something I want to talk to you about. Carlos knew that Elizabeth must have a talk with him about Moya. I just don't know where Moya is going. What was he going to talk about? Elizabeth smiled and watched Carlos walk out, and the two of them walked to the side alone and talked. It's like this. Just a few days ago, a non-staff member of our Clea family discovered a person in a small town in England. That person looked very much like Moya, so one of our non-staff personnel followed him for a while. The last information I received was that Moya seemed to have entered a building and never came out again. Carlos's face darkened slightly. Something was very wrong. 2 days ago, wasn't Moya still studying well in the entire Hogwarts Academy? Why did he suddenly return to the real world and the Muggle world? And the most important thing is that when he returned to the Moya world, he was seen by Elizabeth in front of him, a non-staff member of the Kalia family. This link is intertwined with the other, as if there is an unknown hand controlling the thread behind. And when Carlos received a letter from his father, after he suddenly understood everything, that evening, Carlos returned to his dormitory with a face of silence. Then an owl brought a letter from his father, Denaya. The content inside made Carlos narrow his eyes slightly. That look was filled with anger, like a volcano about to erupt. This anger is not only about to explode, it may even have already exploded. Holding the letter tightly in his hand, Carlos had a chill in his eyes. He just looked at the night sky quietly. At the same time, the Lucifer family saw figures one after another, sitting quietly on their chairs. All of them looked at one of the men with anger in their eyes, and that man was Moya Lucifer's father. Moya Lucifer's father also had a sense of sadness in his eyes. He never thought that his son, whom he regarded as proud, would actually do such a thing. Everyone, I am calling you here this time not to judge Moya. This matter is a matter for our entire Lucifer family. If one of us doesn't handle it well, half of our foundation may be ruined. It was not easy for the Lucifer family to remain silent. The Lucifer family once again returned to the ranks of wizard aristocrats. Seeing the father of Moya Lucifer, he quietly glanced at Delia in front of him. Then he nodded slightly, twisted the corners of his mouth, trembled slightly, and said with a smile, "Break one of his legs and then carry him to the door to apologize." Then when he made this suggestion, the group of clan elders around him made no move at all. In their eyes, only the anger and flames were rising at this moment. How can it be enough to break a leg? After a group of people looked at each other, Zane felt that one of them stood up and said, "I must apologize. I'm afraid this one leg won't be enough." If Moya actually did such a shocking thing, then break his legs, no, cripple his limbs, and carry him to the door to apologize. Now Moya's father glanced at the man in front of him who made an opinion. Then there was anger in his eyes. He wanted to be angry, he wanted to curse. But he knew he couldn't afford to scold him, so yesterday he sighed slightly. Is this the declining family and their sorrow? Likewise, this is the difference between the Lucifer family and the existing aristocratic James family. The existing wizard families almost seem to be composed of wizard groups. This means that the entire family is almost controlled by the internet. But these declining families have stayed in the real world for a little longer. Naturally, the rules of the real world are bound to the rules of the Muggle world. According to the rules of the Muggle world, shares are basically the survival condition of a family. Although Carlos knew that one of Moya's boys was very arrogant, therefore, Carlos's advice is very simple. That is, don't respond to the James family's accusations yet. He, pulled out the letter paper from the owl's feet. On the letter paper was the envelope sent by Carlos with a few words written on it. But no matter what, his connections and relationships are definitely more terrifying and extensive than his Muggle family. Don't respond yet. An owl gradually flew over and landed on him again. After all, Moya is just Moya. He is just a member of the Wu noble family that does not exist. Just when everyone was at a loss, the two clan elders were glaring at each other. It's like within a family, it's common for people to have discord with each other. But it doesn't mean that he has the courage and ability to do such a thing. After all, it was not easy when this happened. Although the family of a pureblood wizard is not considered a big family, how should the Lucifer family resist? Suddenly, a crisp bird song sounded from outside the window. Delia sighed. Moya's matter was too big. He was equivalent to rubbing a pureblood family's face on the ground. He just had the will to have a little bit of magical talent. Let's not talk about his brain, let's talk about his strength. How is it possible that his strength can defeat a pure-blooded person from a family? Time goes back to one day ago in the classroom of the junior class. At this moment, a group of people are sitting quietly in the classroom, listening to the class quietly. In fact, even Hellock found it hard to imagine why he and his two family members were placed in the same academy. There are 4 major colleges in Hogwarts, whether it is wisdom, ambition, or courage. It was obvious that he was completely incompatible with them. However, Hellock didn't care. As for whether they were really smart, he didn't care. During class time this day, Moya was quietly looking at the classroom in front of him on his chair. Looking at Elizabeth's graceful figure, she was explaining the characteristics of each magic and magic. His eyes couldn't help but start to wander. Of course, no one thought that the person in front of him, who seemed to be just a teenager, would have such thoughts in his heart. However, Moya didn't feel that he had any dirty thoughts at all. Besides, it's not his fault. In fact, even Moya himself didn't know what was going on with him. Before I entered Hogwarts, I had never had such an idea. At that time, I was just a little more arrogant at best. After all, I looked down on others. After all, as a noble, my own self-esteem does not allow me to be so humble. However, after entering Hogwarts Academy, Moya didn't know what was going on, but he realized that an evil fire was aroused in his heart. The fire of desire seemed to be rising. This feeling became even more prosperous after I sat in the classroom. He turned to look next to him. Next to him was a noble girl from another family. She has big, round eyes, pale skin, delicate face, cute smile, and her blonde hair is spread all over her shoulders. It looks like a girlish beauty. The girl seemed to have noticed Moya looking at her. Then she smiled slightly and gave Moya a smile back. It felt like it had a hint of gentleness and was so comfortable. This child's heart couldn't help but start to ripple. Moya sometimes wonders if she likes me when she smiles at me. She looked at me so tenderly, wondering if she liked me. That's right, Moya's heart is gradually changing, and there is a sense of pride, which gradually leads to a change in his thoughts. This situation is not temporary, but continues. More than a month has passed since the beginning of school. Moya's feeling and affection are getting deeper and deeper. It was as if he was about to fall into the body of the girl in front of him. Until that night, Moya had a dream. He dreamed that he and the girl looked at each other. Then the dream changed, and he and the girl were lying on the bed one after another. Immediately afterwards, Moya felt the throbbing swelling in his heart. In fact, in his heart, Moya even regarded this girl as his own. He couldn't explain that feeling clearly, it was just like this all the time. Then, just the day before the accident, Moya was in the classroom and saw a girl and a boy walking into the classroom with a smile on their face. The girl looked at the boy's face with calmness and tenderness. The two of them were like childhood sweethearts, very close to each other. That feeling made Moya in front of him a little jealous. He stared hard at the boy and the girl. Of course, the girl looking at him at this moment seems to have endless admiration for the boy. And in the eyes looking at the boy, there was endless hatred. Ever since that afternoon, Moya finally couldn't bear it anymore. He called the man into the toilet, then caught him and beat him up. Of course, it was the kind of physical force, constant beating. Moya seemed to have no intention of stopping. Maybe it was because of those few hits. As a result, when Moya finally woke up, his face was still excited. He was still wondering if the girl would fall in love with him just because of his appearance. But when he really woke up, his consciousness returned to his soul and body. When he saw the scene in front of him, he suddenly knew what he had just done. That's right, I just knocked one of my classmates to the ground, even beating him continuously and crazily. Moya's face began to turn pale, and he remembered what his cousin, who was hailed as a genius in the intermediate class in the school, said. In Hogwarts, you can have duels and fights, but there must be a legitimate reason, and there must be no fatal blow. If it's just a unilateral beating, a beating without any reason, then he will be expelled from Hogwarts College, and even the entire Magician Society will no longer have any institution to take him in. This is the rule set in Hogwarts Academy. They believe in fighting to solve problems and using means to solve problems, but what the Academy hates very much is that kind of vicious competition. And when Carlos knew all this, it seemed that Ping was related to the James family. As for the man named Yas James, there is no reason to compete in a duel. This is absolutely not allowed and should not happen in school. Hogwarts College respects the will of students and is very optimistic about healthy competition between students. In this way, once it violates the school's philosophy, there is only one final result. That's why he asked his father, the Lucifer family, not to act rashly. You know, the James family had always been in a hostile relationship with a certain teacher. Don't give back any news to the James family. What the Lucifer family has to do now is very simple. That is to find Moya one step ahead and not let the James family find Moya. No one knew how he left. Anyway, the college only reacted after he left. Moreover, the James family is a pure hardcore among the nobles. So on that day, Moya left Hogwarts Academy directly. He is a member of the pureblood James family of the Witch family. Otherwise, I'm afraid Moya will be easily manipulated in their family. Unless you go alone, you will become a wanderer in other lawless places in the magical world. That is, in the world of magic, it will have nothing to do with him. But Carlos looked at the lady in front of him strangely. To be honest, he didn't understand what Ms. Elizabeth wanted to do at all. After all, the Clea family is better than the Lucifer family. He has more say in the entire aristocratic circle. Carlos didn't understand why the Treya family was willing to take such a big risk to help him. I don't want to stand in the middle and avoid this muddy water. Logically speaking, as long as the Clee family does not take this trip into troubled waters, then they will have nothing to worry about. But it's different now once Elizabeth helps herself. She told Carlos what she had collected. Then it is equivalent to the Treya family and the James family having a grudge. Of course, this hatred will not be expressed instantly. Such hatred will slowly manifest itself in the subsequent struggle for power between families, whether it is the James family or the Treya family. To be honest, Carlos was a little worried and just looked at Elizabeth in front of him quietly. She told herself the news about Moya yesterday. Then today, he came over to send him information, telling him that Moya was currently living in a wheatfield town not far away in Scotland. Carlos visited that wheatfield town once. From that town, you can go directly to my magic court. That's right, it was when Carlos was attacked in the Muggle world. The only way to send the prisoner who attacked him to the small town in the courtyard. But if Moya really went there, why would he go there? Maybe there is really something wrong with this matter, Carlos. What do you think? I've already helped you. The request I mentioned before, please see when it can be put on the schedule. Carlos was a little confused, looked at teacher Elizabeth in front of him, then smiled slowly and said, "Teacher, I still don't quite understand a genius like you. In addition, Kalia obviously does not need to do this. Why are you so anxious to marry with our Lucifer family? Are there any benefits to this for you?" Elizabeth smiled, looked at Carlos in front of her, then nodded and said, "There are benefits. If there were no benefits, how could I do such a thankless thing? Sometimes, the benefits and risks are directly proportional to help you Lucifer family in the future. This benefit will naturally be higher. Of course, all this depends on whether your Lucifer family can gain enough benefits from this profit sharing and whether it can gain a firm foothold." That same day, Carlos asked for a leave of absence from school. The reason for taking leave is very simple: to visit relatives. Yes, Carlos wants to go back to visit relatives. It is said that a distant relative at home and a brother-in-law whom I knew well passed away. So I need to go back to attend his funeral. Snape let Carlos go without even looking at him. Even when Carlos left, he mentioned this to Carlos in advance and said, "We are intensifying the interrogation of the prisoners who invaded Hogwarts. Don't worry, there won't be any damage to your dragon's blood. If you suffer a loss, we will naturally compensate you when the time comes." When Carlos left Hogwarts College, he once again embarked on a journey home. This time he embarked on the journey home, he was cautious. Of course, it is different from the last time because it was a college holiday. Therefore, many people can know the students' movements in advance. But this time, Carlos found Snape alone and left Hogwarts alone. This also means that except for a few people at this moment, 56,505,203 failed. 120,332,350. No one knows where he is going, and no one knows that he has left Hogwarts Academy. After leaving Hogwarts and continuing to walk forward, Carlos soon saw the station. There is still a shining starlight above the old station. The starlight is more brilliant than the starlight in the universe that I saw at the observatory. Of course, these starlights should be cast by magic, so they look somewhat artificial. Stepping onto the train, Calliope slowly placed the hat on his head. He hid his face, of course, on the train. Carlos is definitely not the only one. There are actually many students who have taken leave from the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts. Regardless of the students in other colleges, they ask for leave and go home almost every day. So Carlos could easily see 1 or 2 figures sitting quietly next to him. The start of the train was accompanied by a humming sound of magical aura. Then slowly and clattering, it drove forward, arriving at the note. 7 train platform, Carlos looked at the city wall in front of him and then bumped into it without hesitation. The light of magic flashed away and Carlos passed through the wall directly. Then we came to the platform in the Muggle world. Looking at the rather mechanical train in front of him, which was made from the real world, Carlos smiled. After picking up his luggage, Carlos's figure slowly walked forward, and the moment Carlos left the train station, there were actually 5 figures walking towards Carlos involuntarily. The appearance of these 5 figures was different. Each of them came from 5 directions. It seemed that he had already noticed Carlos's identity and had already noticed in advance that Carlos was about to leave Hogwarts and intercepted Carlos here. Carlos Ligeajo glanced at the 5 people leisurely, then without hesitation turned around and walked towards the side again. There was a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes as he left Hogwarts College and came back on leave. Generally speaking, no one can know and no one will notice. But what happened to the 5 people in front of me? How did they know? Carlos's eyes looked at the murderous aura. This time he was really angry. It was obvious that he knew that he was being monitored. According to Carlos's thoughts, Teacher Snape, even from the beginning, liked to cause trouble for him. But now, perhaps because he had saved the entire college's students, Snape did not continue to trouble himself. In Carlos's impression, the teacher is not the kind of person who doesn't know the general situation. He just hates the noble family members, so who does he belong to? Go back from the crowd on the left and walk toward the front. Even if there are 5 people coming from 5 different directions, Carlos was still able to find that their movement seemed a bit slow. He even discovered a gap among them. Without hesitation, Carlos slowly lowered his hat and then lowered it again. After covering his eyes little by little, the peaked cap went straight into a hotel. Following the stairs of the hotel, he kept running towards the top. The figures of the 5 people were also chasing after Carlos. On the empty stairs, they suddenly remembered the sound of anxious footsteps. I don't know how much time passed, but when Carlos looked at the endless sky in front of him and then looked at the platform over there, he smiled softly. The floors of this hotel are almost only 10 floors high, but it's only 10 stories high. Even an ordinary person would die if he jumped from it, but Carlos was not afraid at all. He took out the broom and put it away bit by bit. Carlos glanced at the 5 people chasing behind him and smiled. Then he waved his hands towards the figures of the 5 people. The bodies slowly fell downwards with the wind. That's right, in the blink of an eye, he felt that the space had changed at this moment. It was as if there were suddenly many, many more things around me. Those things don't seem to belong to this world, nor do they belong to the magical world. But it just exists next to itself. And Carlos jumped down without hesitation. Likewise, it also scared the 5 people chasing after them. When the 5 people saw the scene of Carlos seeking death, their faces were full of shock, but then they reacted to the red dragon. Damn it, he forgot he had a broom. Hurry up and report to the young master that Carlos has gone back. After these 5 people passed the information to each other, they rushed down in a rush. At this moment, Carlos was riding a broom and running quickly towards the city. After leaving the Scottish town, continue walking forward to reach the Wheatfield town. Next to the Wheatfield town is the Orchard Forest, which is a series of small towns and forests. It looked like a fantasy world, but Carlos knew that this fantasy world was not the world he needed. Looking down, everyone is walking on the ground a day like ants. Even if his figure is flying in the sky, no one will notice him. Of course, even if someone discovered it, Carlos didn't care at all. After all, no one would believe this kind of thing. However, Carlos still planned to land from the room as soon as possible. Because he was worried that if someone randomly took a photo with a camera, it would be over. Carlos, who landed on the ground, turned his head and looked around. This is the manor in front of Scotland, a little away from Wheatfield Station. Above the manor, there are 4 big characters written on it: Moya Winery. This winery is actually wine made from wheat from the Wheatfield town. In fact, many noble families here like to order wine here. The Lucifer family basically has wine from Moya wine on hand. On the other side, the news of Carlos's departure was learned by a certain man. He stared blankly at the 5 people in front of him with anger in his eyes. Carlos is a magician. You will all forget this kind of thing. Why don't you forget your names? What a bunch of trash and losers. After cursing, the man stopped, looked at the sky carefully, and then said, "If you haven't caught him, then leave him alone. Just continue to catch Moya. I believe that boy Moya must still be in the Scottish town." "But master, I heard that someone seems to have found Moya's traces. Why don't you ask them?" I know who it is, the Kalia family. This is normal, after all, their family basically listens to that old witch Lilith. Naturally, we have no way of judging what the Kalia family wants to do. However, since they want to go against us, then naturally we will not let them go. Find out about the real estate of the Kalia family, within the rules, and have fun with them. The 5 people nodded and walked outside. The man in front of them, whom they called young master, was Snow, James, the second son of the James family. In the Kalia family, Lilith also took a leave at this moment. I returned to the family and took a look at the recent reports collected by everyone below. She narrowed her eyes and looked like she was smiling, but in fact, only her husband knew that the woman in front of her was not smiling. I still don't understand why you are so determined to help the Lucifer family. At least, among the ancient families I know, only the Lucifer family can truly marry with us. Basically, only legends and stories carry his will and his name. This kind of thing is difficult to be artificially purified. The reason is very simple. The result is caused by blood. It can only be born through congenital birth, and it is not until the end that the potential of the bloodline can be truly seen. But at the same time, I also know that when there is only a female magician like me, the family will also suffer a lot of physical harm. Bloodline has always been very important in the human body, and it is also a very scary and precise thing. After all, as far as ancient times are concerned, the three words Lucifer represent a heritage and a legend. Perhaps if Dorora and Lista are married, they can get some compensation and improvement based on their bloodline. Basically, it only appears in legendary stories. From here we can see how mellow the bloodline of the Lucifer family is. In other words, the more powerful the bloodline, the more potential the bloodline can be born, only if the pressure is combined with the stronger bloodline. But this kind of improvement is extremely small, only for those of the bloodline of the legendary family. Only then can it be possible to cultivate magicians with great potential. Do you know, when a magician like me was born in our family, everyone in the family was so happy. A mythical story, and most importantly of a time when Lucifer was once upon a time long, long ago. Is their family really that important? Yes, it is very important. For a family, this kind of thing can be said to be something that I am willing to do everything possible to obtain. Of course, if he had to say it, Charlie would definitely choose the James family. After all, the James family is considered a relatively powerful family among pureblood families. Their family's connections and strength are definitely among the best in the entire magical world. Only a family like this has value worthy of being united. However, Elizabeth didn't think so. She had seen it in ancient books, regarding the descriptions of many families in ancient times in ancient books. There was such a passage in it that she still remembers. The contribution made by the Lucifer family to the entire world is outstanding and indelible. No matter how far the wizarding family develops, the names of the Lucifer family, the Potter family, will be passed down forever. Then the question comes, be it the Lucifer family or the Potter family, what have they done because of this world? This is also what interests Elizabeth the most. Over the years, she has been looking for secrets about the family. Finally, among the scattered information, she learned an interesting thing. That is those bloodlines that people call paladins, that is, the bloodline of holy magic knights. He once came from the Lucifer family. This is a very great discovery, and it has been found in almost the entire magical world so far. What historians didn't know happened was discovered by Elizabeth. Lilith first glanced at her husband next to her, and then said with a smile, "Sometimes you can't just look at things on the surface. Perhaps from the beginning, if the Lucifer family had not risen, if it had not returned to the magical world and so, it is indeed an inconspicuous existence, and it indeed has no value of any kind. But if you look at Carlo's talent, I only went to school to teach for a period of time. I found that no matter what course he took, Carlo seemed to be born with such a terrible talent. He can learn everything in a very short time. Do you dare to say that there is nothing else in the blood of Lucifer's family? I will never believe this." Lilith smiled first, then he opened an ancient book and took out the 5th page of the ancient book. "Show it to your husband in front of you." The husband looks at the ministers one after another in the ancient book. On each handwriting, what is written is almost 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, this magical world was not called the magic world. Its name was the demon world. In this demonic world, it can be said that only true nobles can learn magic. In this demon realm, there is a world controlled by the king of the demon realm. In the constant exploration of the heroes, they continue to search for the ministers. They began to gather and launched an attack and challenge against the king of the demon realm in front of them. Challenge after challenge, just to defeat the king of the demon realm in front of him. And in this challenge again and again, the king of the demon realm was actually killed. His heart turned into countless fragments and fell on the ground, falling in all the wounds. According to rumors, these fragments eventually turned into countless bloodlines, which have been flowing in the bloodline ministers of various families. For example, the Lucifer family and the Potter family. Let's not talk about things 10,000 years ago, although the information is very vague. Therefore, the information collected by Lilith is not very reliable. However, in addition to the information collected by Lilith more than 10,000 years ago, there is also information from almost 9,000 years ago. Although more than 10,000 years and more than 9,000 years seem similar. But in fact they are very far apart, almost 3,000 years apart. And after 3,000 years, children grew up one after another. In their bloodline, those bloodlines belonging to the king of the demon realm were passed down. It started to become more and more scattered and wider, but no matter what, the blood in their bodies still contains the power of the demon realm king, whether it's the Potter family or the Lucifer family. They all started more than 9,000 years ago and gradually showed their family's talents. The Lucifer family is an ancient family that began to rise from that time. The first patriarch of their family, Edward Lucifer, showed his supreme magical talent for the first time. Almost the entire magical world was boiling. Immediately afterwards, there was the second patriarch and the third patriarch of the Lucifer family. Please give me flowers 0 except for the clan leader. Almost all other family members showed varying degrees of magical talent. During that time, the Lucifer family developed and rose, and it was at that time that it became a pureblood family. The contents of this ancient book are almost all scattered letters and information from various countries that I have collected over the years. And then it all comes together, and you can see 10,000 years ago. What kind of attack did that king of the demon realm endure before he was finally destroyed? You can see that even if the king of the demon realm is destroyed in life and death, his bloodline is still dormant throughout the entire land. It brings vitality to the earth, brings inheritance to people, and to the bloodlines of those families. So you understand? The Lucifer family used to be such a huge family. Although they are now in decline, the bloodline in their family will not change. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sighed softly. This kind of thing is indeed exactly what my wife said. There is no calendar comparison between the James family and the Lucifer family, the secret chill. Although on the surface, the James family is definitely stronger than the Lucifer family. It is much more noble, but in terms of the future, the Lucifer family is the family with the greatest potential. Carlos glanced at his watch and then continued to float on the piece of wheat. His eyes were fixed on the wheat in the houses above. It seems that there is a big figure named Moya in this house. However, when Carlos came to the streets with countless houses, he saw the surrounding forest of Wudong Mountain and the houses that looked like fairy tales slowly passing by him. Slowly passing through the sight here, countless lines are generally silky and dense. The next moment, Carlos's eyes narrowed slightly because he saw figures one after another in front of him. It seems that they are looking for the top. Those figures have endless aura on their bodies, which seems to be the flow of magic power. I see, it seems that I think too much. Unexpectedly, the James family could find this place so quickly, but I don't know who helped them. Although I don't know who those people are from the James family. But Carlos understood that the magic power on them seemed to be vaguely revealing the aura of intermediate magic power. This also means that these people must have at least 1 or 2 intermediate magic spells. He slowly hid his body in the alley next to him. Carlos' eyes looked forward slightly, and he was thinking about what to do now. Obviously, the duel between the number of magicians is the main issue. The Lucifer family is definitely not as numerous as the James family. So looking at it from the front, the James family can definitely crush the Lucifer family. But there was a hint of smile in Carlos's eyes. He seemed to be a gambler and he clenched his hand. Little by little, he took out a bottle of black magic potion from his backpack. There were specks of light shining on the bottle. Those light spots, like stars in the sky, appeared in Carlos's hands. Although Carlos only made 1 bottle, this bottle also gave him an opportunity. All I saw was Carlos pouring out the potion slowly. The next moment, the medicine began to flow around little by little along the ground on the soles of Carlos' feet. Then the moment all these magic potions were left on the ground. It was like being evaporated and roasted by fire at first, and then gradually began to evaporate into mist. Black objects continued to float further away from the surroundings of the potion. In this town, it spread to various places bit by bit. To the moment that black mist began to spread, the entire town seemed to have infiltrated into a shadowy hell for a while. So terrifying and dark, those James members were looking for. He seemed to be aware of the appearance of this black mist. Their eyes narrowed slightly and they immediately thought of something. The next moment, one of the men quickly looked around. Then he saw a figure that seemed to be hidden in the black mist, running quickly towards the distance with a broom. His swaying figure clearly looked like an ordinary junior magician. The 3 people looked at each other slightly and then smiled softly. In fact, after the boss gave an order, the other 2 people quickly mounted their brooms and started running towards this side. The 3 of them were all very fast, and they seemed to have identified the person running in the black mist as Moya's voice. So they naturally decided that the direction they were pursuing was definitely correct. Unfortunately, only Carlos knew that it was not Moya who was in the black mist. It's just my own. In order to be able to create time for Moya, in order to be able to create time for these black mists to spread. Naturally, he chose to take risks and quickly seduce the three people into the entire black mist. The three of them were not allowed to act at will, but Carlos had quickly moved away from here. He said at first that the feeling he showed was just giving them an illusion. That is, I am just a beginner. Since I am only a beginner, it means that my strength is not very strong. So they must have decided that they must be something special. However, at this moment, Moya was on the top of a high mountain, quietly looking at the black and confusing direction below. Looking at the three people, they were riding brooms quickly in the distance. He knew that someone saved him, but he didn't know who saved him. In order to escape from Hogwarts, he used a lot of strength. After he escaped, he found that someone had been looking for him. Even if you make a phone call yourself, you may be noticed by others, so Moya can only hide here quickly. Now that I think about it, there is only a certain clarity in Mo's mind. He felt that he would suddenly become confused at that time. Why should I be jealous of that man? Why do you have to sit next to a young man from the James family? It was as if some force was guiding the fire in his heart. Carlos shook his head and then looked down again. Immediately afterwards, he saw a figure climbing quickly from the fire. His speed is very fast, and he seems to have determined that he is here at this moment. At this moment, even if Moya wanted to find a place to escape, it was impossible. I can only watch that small black dot getting closer and closer. In the end, only one familiar face appeared in front of him. Carlos, riding a broom, quickly arrived above Moya's head. Looking at the flustered Moya below, he couldn't help but sigh softly, although Carlos knew that Moya was being plotted. But this does not mean that what he did was right. There is nothing wrong with being jealous, but as a result of being jealous, you need to study hard. Carlos sighed and then he tightened his hold on the staff. Confinement technique. In fact, Moya didn't expect that the person here would actually know him, and he would be his cousin. What he didn't expect was that Carlos didn't come to save him at first, but to harm him. Carlos just sighed and grabbed Ying's body. Immediately afterwards, he was swaying in the air, and the next moment he opened the road quickly, riding his staff away from here. The black mist started gradually and spread slowly. Carlos was not anxious at all, even though the black mist looked scary. But that's all, it just looks scary at the same time. When people walk into this black mist, it is difficult to meet each other at a slightly greater distance. At this moment, these three people never imagined that they had been searching for Moya 2-0. Even though they had been taken back by Carlos, a group of people from the Lucifer family still did not leave the station. They were waiting for news from Carlos almost every day by day, although some people wanted to complain and scold Carlos for not knowing the rules. But they also understand that for now, everything must wait for the information from Carlos. Not much time passed, although some people wanted to complain, but they need to understand that Carlos' future results are destined to be bright. Therefore, Carlos and the others naturally did not dare to complain. Then at the next moment, a car slowly drove into the entire Lucifer family van. Carlos lifted up the body in the car and threw it to the ground. But let him go back first. After knowing that this time the big boy came back. The old housekeeper hurriedly ran out from behind. In his opinion, this young master is not only a weirdo, but also a very powerful weirdo. I'm afraid that from now on, he and the master have the final say on the family status of this family. But when the butler ran outside and saw the figure coming out of the car, his expression changed slightly. He never thought that the young master would not only come back by himself. He also brought back the young Master Moya, who is now a legend of the family. It's just that Master Moya is from another clan and can be regarded as Carlos's cousin. Of course, even if this is a cousin, the housekeeper cannot show any slightness. He glanced at Moya, who was being held by Uncle Carlo in front of him. Then he smiled and nodded, and immediately helped Master Mo in front of him up. Walking towards the house again, at this moment, there are people in the house quietly waiting for Carlos to come back. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In their view, the return of Carlos meant that the family had a backbone. Three after all, none of them are fools. Everyone understands that the Lucifer family has been able to support itself until now since it returned to the ranks of the wizard family. It was entirely because of Carlos' identity and his genius personality that there was no change in the school. That's right, Carlos's genius status is basically not just in the academy. It can even be said that it has basically been passed down throughout the entire magician world. Even many magician organizations know that there are many geniuses in Hogwarts Academy. The genius at this stage is Carlos and his small group. Therefore, Carlos and his small group were called the Tigers of Hogwarts by the outside magical world. Of course, Carlos definitely doesn't approve of such a title. In his opinion, this is a cliché and old-fashioned fool. He never thought that he would appear in a place like England. Perhaps it is precisely because of the cultural heritage that places like England seem to possess. It has a romantic atmosphere, so there is such a rustic yet powerful famous official. Carlos glanced at the groups of uncles and aunts in front of him. Then he looked at his father, who was sitting in the main seat, and walked over slowly without any hesitation. Carlos sat down directly next to Delia. Then Carlos stood up slowly and spoke. I know that Uncle and Uncle Tubit have been waiting for a long time, and I only just learned the origin and process of everything, as well as the possible results. Now I will tell you all about the origin, process, and possible results of this matter. After I finish speaking, if you have any opinions or thoughts, please tell me. With that said, Carlos told the story of what happened in Hogwarts, the causes and consequences. As for some of the more secret parts, some can be considered taboo parts in Hogwarts Academy. Carlos concealed it and basically said everything that needed to be said. Basically, nothing was said that shouldn't be said when Carlos told the whole process of the whole thing. The group of uncles below were slightly shocked. He did not expect that Moya would actually do such a thing in Hogwarts, especially Moya's father, the man with the muscular face. He looked at Carlos in front of him and saw his serious expression. He understood that Carlos was not lying, and he could not lie. In this family, basically the status of the family is supported by Carlos' existing genius status. The Lucifer family can be considered a pyramid in the real world and among the nobility. But it does not mean that the Lucifer family is the same kind of existence in the world of magicians, to be recognized and respected by others in the magical world. The most important reason is that they all understand that Carlos' talent lies in the future. As long as nothing happens, it can basically be said to be the existence of one party, perhaps not as powerful as the current most powerful magician, Principal Dumbledore, but he can also be regarded as someone like Snape. Or maybe he has more potential. Dumbledore glanced at the rustling people in front of him, the topic being discussed. Noisy noises and voices resounded throughout the conference room. And just when Carlos turned his head, glanced at his father next to him, shook his head gently and said, concealing it will only make the whole atmosphere more tense. Speaking of which, as for what the subsequent results will look like, it depends on the individual. No matter what the following group of relatives think, they are all part of the Lucifer family. Naturally, I must give them a hand. As for Moya, Carlos's idea is simple. It is definitely impossible to apologize. Moya will continue to go to school. As long as you can bear this shame and then shine in a certain field, it will happen naturally. There is no evidence left to look for. In reality, they will not have much impact on our production. As for reputation and reputation in school, this is what Carlos thinks. But after something like this happened later, I thought about making up for it. What I should be worried about is actually not what James thinks of us. It's a pity that it's too late. Carlos even wanted to help Ryan find some evidence later. Then Carlos doesn't care what kind of punishment he will receive in school. The Magic Garden is an institution that regulates the world of every magician. If he's wrong, as long as the college doesn't expel him. In the school, no one dares to gossip anymore. Even Moya needs to be able to make decisions with his own identity. Okay, everyone, elders, now is not the time for you to discuss. After all, for something as unusual as this, if Moya came to discuss it with him early in the morning, this kind of repairing the situation after the sheep is gone can't repair the broken cage at all. I believe that you should know more about it for a while so you can make a decision as soon as possible. Naturally, our most important thing now is that there is another place over Hogwarts, and that is the Magic Garden. I must be able to grasp the handle and catch some leaders. It can almost be said that the James family has destroyed all the evidence that can be left behind. The noisy atmosphere in the conference room couldn't stop for a while. And Carlos's fingers were tapping the table in front of him little by little. The fingertips hit the table, and the sound was deafening for a moment. He is obviously very light, and he should not be heard in this noisy environment. However, for some reason, everyone felt as if there was a kind of magic in his hands. No matter what he does, no matter what he says, his voice and his power will always ring in front of and in the ears of countless people. The noisy atmosphere suddenly calmed down, and Carlos smiled. Looking at the group of elders in front of them who were still whispering, they stood up immediately. The suit on Carlos has a little trace of age. The suit set off his figure, making him look extremely dazzling. The moment he stood up with his strong strength, it was as if he had become a giant in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, Carlos was seen speaking harshly again. Since none of you can do anything, then I really have a way, don't try it. Everyone was seriously waiting for Carlos in front of them to tell his solution. None of them had any words. After all, in their opinion, if Carlos could find a solution, natural people would be the best. The next moment, Carlos took out a bottle from behind him. It was green, and inside our bottle there seemed to be endless magic flowing slowly. The threads one after another are like pieces of eyes, staring closely at the people in front of them. The next moment I saw Carlos saying, "For now, I won't tell you what kind of potion this bottle is. Anyway, if I mention the name, no one should have heard it. However, I can tell you what the effect of this bottle of medicine is. It's very simple and confusing. People who take this bottle will fall into a psychedelic state within 3 days. Although his consciousness was said to be awake, he did not feel that he was awake. It feels as if I have exiled myself in a sight that I cannot see at all. To put it simply, he will become a temporary fool. Do you understand what I mean, Tilda?" Carlos said he came here so naturally, there was no need for him to continue explaining. "If you continue to explain, you will make yourself uncomfortable, and you will make the group of relatives in front of you look bad." Everyone looked at each other, and then one of the old men nodded. "This method is okay, I agree with this method. At least it is more suitable than breaking Moya's legs and hands, isn't it? Yannix, are you saying that my method is very unreasonable? Isn't my method right? If he had done such a thing, would he still be reasonable?" "HMPH, I won't say whether it's reasonable or not, breaking one's own hands and feet in front of thousands of people. It's just to let others see the joke. I didn't agree with your method at all before." Although he wanted to refute again, he looked at the figures one after another in front of him. It seemed that he suddenly agreed with Carlos's method, and his face turned pale immediately, and he slowly lost the battle. Carlos glanced at the guy and nodded slightly. The actual purpose of this move is to deal with the inspections of the Magic Garden and Hogwarts. Although Hogwarts has very powerful genius magicians, although they can definitely see that Moya will become like this, and it must be related to Carlos. Naturally, there will definitely be many people who want to target Carlos, but Carlos also understood that in Hogwarts he still had a way to silence them. Whether he could see it or not, he believed in the teacher, his classmates, or even the principal. They are definitely smart people. Yes, that is to say, they just need to fool the magic courtyard. In the magic courtyard, I thought that Moya in front of me was indeed like that because he was under the influence of this medicine. Time passed little by little on the other side, inside the James family. The James family car has already arrived in the magic courtyard, after they learned that Moya had been taken home by Carlos. He had already entered the courtyard to complain, accusing the Lucifer family of shielding criminals. The magic courtyard, after hearing that such a serious thing happened in Hogwarts, he immediately tried to find a way to contact the current principal of Hogwarts College, Dumbledore. The explanation given by Dumbledore was that Moya at that time seemed a little different from ordinary Moya. So it cannot be ruled out that that kind of thing happened because he was bewitched by some people's magic power and potions. So Hogwarts is still continuing to search, trying its best to restore everything. Therefore, the magic courtyard is ready to send out external prosecutors to check on the situation at that time, and they also need to visit the Fa family of Lucy, Jai Mo. The final result would actually surprise them. He had already laid the foundation for Moya in front of him one day in advance, and made him take this magic potion. Only then would he be so crazy and crazy. Otherwise, how could he have taken action at that time, and how could he have dared to take action on the altar? Dean Dumbledore of Hogwarts Academy is also larger than the James family. After receiving such an answer from Hogwarts, the Magic Garden was immediately confused. Basically, everyone who has heard this sound can't help but sigh. Since Principal Dumbledore said this, it means that Principal Dumbledore is not lying. On the third day, the exploration from the magic courtyard had arrived outside the Lucifer family. The efficacy of the magic potion was not reflected at the beginning. Even greater than those pure-blood wizard families, this is Dumbledore's confidence and the importance of his identity. They never thought that this was considered a mass death case by the James family. At this moment, in the Lucifer family, Carlos looked like he had been under the influence of this trick in order to make Moya in front of him. They got off the car slowly, and this time they came to the investigation room, 2 men and 1 woman. This is definitely the only look like Moya who uses violence to solve problems. Yes, this is how it seems to them. In many cases, the importance of Hogwarts College in their eyes is greater than that of most nobles. That night, bursts of ghostly cries and howling sounds could be heard from almost the entire courtyard of the branch. This time, the outside investigators went to the Lucifer family to investigate. They all come from Muggle wizarding families, which means that they have irreconcilable grudges and conflicts with the pureblood wizarding family. Of course, they will not bring this contradiction to their work. It's just a little emotional resistance, or a little favoritism is still possible. About the feud between the Lucifer family and the James family. They don't understand, but if they can drag the Lucifer family into trouble, they don't care. After all, there is a genius in the Luo Zihua family, and he seems to be very famous in Hogwarts College. They were very happy to drag such a genius into the water. The three people were greeted by the old housekeeper in the family. After seeing the three people, the old housekeeper smiled slightly. With a very gentlemanly smile and polite gestures, he invited the 2 or 3 people in. After that, they started to prepare tea and fruits, which seemed so polite. Otherwise, it can be said that the Lucifer family has done a very good job in etiquette and regulations. Even the 2 men and 1 woman in front of them all felt the sincerity of the Lucifer family. You 3 can take a rest. We absolutely support the Magic Courtyard's inspection of Moya. 340 if you 3 need anything, just tell me. After the old housekeeper finished speaking, he stepped back. Others retreated to the door and waited quietly. Of course, the reason why the Lucifer family did not arrange for more important people to greet the 3 of them. It's not because I look down on him, it's still a matter of identity. In this social environment similar to that of Western aristocrats, identity is very powerful and restrictive. The Lucifer family can make choices among conflicts between families to resist those pureblood wizard families, but they had no choice but to lower themselves to receive the same reception as those who were not nobles. The unequal status made it impossible to lose the pride among the nobles. If we were to use the Lucifer family at this moment, we would arrange for a certain clan elder to receive them. Then it is equivalent to giving him an impression of the magician aristocratic society. That is, a nobleman is so unbearable. So this time it was the old housekeeper who hosted the reception. After all, the status of a noble is very important in this world. The 3 people nodded and took a sip of tea. Don't let the old housekeeper take them, go directly to Moya's room and take a look. That's right, they want to go directly to see Ya's situation. When the 3 of them arrived at the branch hospital, which was Moya's home, I saw Moya's father inside. The father's face was very ugly, and he seemed to have a very fat body. There is a slight stubble on his face, and it can be seen that he is often very sad during this time. Even his hair is not well taken care of, but it can still be seen that his etiquette for the 5 palaces flag is very in place. The clan elder smiled and said, "Everyone, thank you for coming. If you can help cure my son, I will definitely give you a very generous reward." It can be seen that this father is very worried about his son's condition. In fact, he was really worried, except for the assurance of Carlos at the meeting. To be honest, this father would never let his son experience such a thing, and the 3 people saw that moment after entering the room. In the room, there was a figure lying quietly on the recliner like a sloth. The faces of the 3 people changed slightly. They had not heard of Moya when they came. This kid was sick. Could it be that the situation at that time was really as Dumbledore said? There was no way to prove that Moya attacked his classmates under his own consciousness and in a state of self-purpose. Adapt. The 2 men nodded first, they opened the wooden door in front of them and then walked in slowly. Then Moya, who was sitting on the bench, was still like this, his eyes staring straight at the ceiling. A little saliva overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and he looked completely sluggish. When the 3 people walked up, they found that the Moya in front of them really seemed to have completely forgotten many things. Could it be that at that time, it was because of being manipulated by someone, or being lured by someone with something, that led to such a situation? The faces of the 3 people darkened slightly, and one of the men apologized, and the next moment he only saw him draw out his staff. Purify all. The spell was spoken and the blue light flashed. It can be seen that Moya in front of him was indeed cursed. It also means that he was indeed because of some curses or some magic potions at that time. That's why he attacked the child of the James family like crazy. Because when he was beaten, Moya was actually still sober. But now he has become completely sluggish like a fool. The faces of the 3 people sank slightly and they all understood. This fight between families may not be something they can intervene in. The 3 people who woke up nodded, smiled, and walked outside. Yes, they can continue to explore, and they also know that the current situation is very strange. They can't be sure that the things that happened to Moya happened in Hogwarts. It was still a situation that happened in this family. They were not sure, but since an answer had been given, then the result would naturally be gone. The female inspector took a last look at Moya and smiled softly. Then she slowly walked outside, watching the car of the three of them go away. Then she saw the worried mother preparing to feed a bottle of magic potion into Moya's throat, but the haggard father waved his hand to stop her. Wait a minute, Carlos has already said that he will feed him at night. We can't be sure whether the three people will suddenly come back again. Be calm anyway, it has been so long and there is nothing to wait for a while, but we can't give up all the previous efforts. And the facts proved that Carlos was wrong. Since the three people left, they really left and never came back. The three people under the surveillance walked all the way to the distance. The car drove out of the gate, out of the yard, and finally left the territory of the Lucifer family. Many people were dissatisfied with the results of this exploration of the magic courtyard. Especially for the James family, the families who are in contact with the James family and the families who are united. They are all very dissatisfied, but no matter how dissatisfied they are, it is of no use at all. For the James family, they have missed the opportunity. If they had found Moya first at that time, then Moya's physical condition cannot be affected by Carlos in advance. Moya is like a toy in the hands of the James family and can be manipulated and played with at will. However, what they didn't expect was that Carlos wanted to minimize the impact. He actually left the academy in person and came to look for Moya. Could it be said that he is not afraid that he will not be able to catch up with his studies after returning? Is this the style of a genius, the confidence of a genius? Of course, no matter how the James family went to make trouble in the magic courtyard, it would have no effect at all. The director of the magic courtyard has already said that the matter is over and can no longer have any meaning. As for Moya, he did it in Hogwarts, which is the end of the matter. Naturally, only Hogwarts College can make judgments and decisions. About 3 days later, the decision of Hogwarts was made. The Hogwarts school made the following decision regarding what Moya did to James Crowley. First, Moya himself was influenced by external factors, which led to his behavior. But because of the impact of Moya's irrational behavior on learning, Moya was given a warning. If this warning is accumulated twice, the student will be expelled from school. Second, investigate the matter between Noli, James, and Crowley. After the investigation is over, if anyone is found to be behind this matter, then Hogwarts House will pursue it to the end. That's right, with a very simple sentence, Moya was saying. He can continue to attend Hogwarts provided his handle is healed. At this time, almost everyone was sick. Carlos stood quietly on the rooftop of the restaurant, his eyes looking forward. He is always thinking, is this world a perfect world or an incomplete world? In the world, what kind of things exist for will? What kind of human beings exist? Can the relationship between people only survive through constant fighting? Although this is indeed the case, why must such despicable means be used? Carlos' eyes narrowed slightly. He really didn't have a good impression of his cousins from the two families. However, he didn't have much ill feelings. To him, they were like strangers. It's okay to just chat casually when we get together. When they were separated, they were basically like passing strangers. Help if you can, this is Carlos's principle for the two of them. Click, 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 the sound of leather shoes stepping on blue stone floor appeared behind Carlos. Carlos knew who the person was. He had noticed this person early in the morning and would follow him here. This man's face was very familiar. He remembered that he had seen it once at a meeting of nobles. Of course, that noble gathering had already been messed up by Carlos. He is a member of the pureblood wizard family, the second young master of the James family, Brooklyn and James. He walked over slowly, stood next to Carlos, and then looked into the distance. He also stared in the direction Carlos was looking and then slowly asked, I don't understand why you, the declining wizarding family, are still resisting. Do you really think you can escape our grasp? Becoming a vassal of other noble families is your only way to survive, isn't it? Carlos, you are a genius, but you have to know that there are many geniuses in this world. Genius without growth and genius with growth are two different things. Carlos smiled slightly and pretended to slowly put a piece of chewing gum in his mouth. He continued to look into the distance without responding to James next to him. Let James next to you talk and say, persuading and persuading. But I didn't waver at all. I don't know how long it will take. Maybe James feels that he has said enough. 0, please give me flowers. He turned around to see Carlos' reaction next to him, but what he saw was Carlos's plain face. He couldn't help but wonder why. James always felt that an angry flame was growing and erupting in Darren in his heart. The burning flame is about to swallow up his own reason, but he understands that as long as he dares to take action, then Carlos will definitely be able to knock himself to the ground. Carlos' strength is well known to almost everyone in the entire Hogwarts Academy. Probably no one knows what his strength is, but everyone knows it. Oops, I really didn't expect that the students in the advanced class could be so ridiculous. Does it mean that victory belongs to you, Senior James? Me, Carlos, no. He must not be a weakling, and he seemed to notice that Carlos had no desire to continue the conversation, so James slowly turned around and left. I, Carlos and Lucifer, challenge you to a formal family. I don't know if Senior James dares to accept the sword. Do you know what you are talking about? You are insulting the James family. He only dared to speak with his mouth, but he did not dare to attack me with actual actions. I remember that I once saw you in Hogwarts College. You were a senior student. Could it be said that all the students in your advanced class are like this? Carlos's voice was like needles stabbing into the body of the second young Master James in front of him. He could feel that his heart and body were being pierced continuously. You said so many things, why did you never dare to challenge me to a duel in the end? Then he must have terrible strength. It felt so humiliating, so sad and indignant. Carlos was able to escape from the dragon. Carlos was able to escape from Voldemort. He shook his head, and when he was about to make one final taunt at Carlos, Carlos's voice reached his ear first. Carlos, don't think that if you can win this time, you will always be able to win. Victory never belongs to you alone. He slowly turned his head to look at Carlos and then spoke word by word. Sometimes Carlos really feels that he is a little too low-key. As a result, I was looked down upon. Although I was in school, I only got the reputation of being a genius by relying on props. But he didn't feel that his strength was fake. Maybe my talent is not as good as Harry Potter's. But it doesn't mean that you are that good and easily bullied by others. But Carlos was wrong about one thing, that is, he was not the only one being bullied. Even Harry Potter and others were bullied. However, the Potter family does not have much say in the current wizarding family. In other words, in the family circle, he does not need the right to speak. As for Ronald and his family, no one dares to mess with them. He raised his head and glanced at the sky, the moment when Carlos said 553 about the family duel. James's eyes narrowed slightly and he didn't know what to say. He knew that if there was a real duel and he agreed, then he would definitely be the loser. In the school, although Carlos's name is not particularly famous, he is not the first one, but at least he must be called a genius. In terms of strength, he is definitely stronger than himself without a doubt. So if you want to fight him, you will definitely not be able to defeat him. Under this premise, James understood that once he was fooled, the final result would be to lose in the ring. When the time comes, the cost of a family duel will not only be personal face. There is also the face of the entire family. Once people know that the James family is above a certain level, it is above the education of the younger generation. If it were not as good as the Lucifer family, then the James family would be completely embarrassed. In terms of reputation, this is a bit of a bad result. I have to say that Carlos played his card very well. James smiled, then shook his head. Walking towards the back, it must be a rejection, right? But Carlos didn't want him to refuse, so Carlos felt he needed to do something. When Carlos raised his head and looked at the sky, he thought of someone. Dorankas used the knight contract in Hogwarts Academy. He once used the knight contract to force a family duel with Dorora. At the moment when her family's reputation and property were put on the line, Dorora lived up to expectations and won the family duel, and finally succeeded in winning. Of course, this family duel was eventually widely circulated, since Dorankas can use his knight contract to force a duel with others. So why can't I? Carlos smiled softly. I saw the clouds in the sky slowly drifting into the distance. Then he walked toward the back, and yes, Carlos also left. The special car of the Lucifer family is a black extended car. Not fast, but very stable, and Carlos pointed the direction. The butler in front had already taken Carlos towards the white clock tower and stopped. That's right, Carlos is going to the black market again. This time, Carlos went to the black market not only to buy things like knight contracts and forced duels. He still wanted to go to the black market to settle the matter last time. But this time, the difference from the last time was that Carlos put on a mask and a black cloak. Because Carlos knows that even if he is not worried about the group of guys in front of him causing trouble for himself, he is not worried about your mixed bag on the black market. Even if Hogwarts school itself is not afraid of it, it is the other students in Hogwarts. It's not just students with families, there are some students who are unable to withstand a blow like the last time. Therefore, Carlos is not worried about himself but them. He shook his head, walked into the black market, and continued to move forward in the original direction. When I came to the shop that still looked quaint, this shop was still standing here slowly. The moment Carlos walked into the store, there was a bang. Then I heard what sounded like someone dropping a stool. The stool made a clanging sound as it hit the glass next to it, causing a tremor. Carlos understood that the man inside was panicking, and of course he had to panic. If he doesn't panic, how can I cause trouble for him? The shop owner inside seemed to have seen Carlos coming towards him at the moment, and his expression changed slightly. He wanted to go up and explain something to Carlos, but he found that no matter how much he explained, it seemed to have no effect. If Carlos must believe that he did it, then he cannot escape Carlos' palm. Oh my friend, look at me, I've been longing for the stars and the moon, but I've finally found you. Why do you want to buy anything today? It seems that the relationship between the two of us means that we must choose a good thing at a good price for our friends. Carlos looked at the shopkeeper in front of him who was smiling and talking with a strange look on his face. He shook his head and then stretched out his hand bit by bit. The next moment, the shop owner wanted to run away to the back. So is there anything you need to explain to me? I listen. If you explain well, I can spare your life. If you explain poorly, the iron door of the shop suddenly closed. Of course he understood that this was his fault, but those people were also the same as Carlos in front of him. He waved his hand casually and then heard only a clang. 3. 7. But in the Muggle world, there are definitely some rights. Carlos's voice was very calm as a lake without any ripples. Carlos, who put on the mask, smiled and went down, then picked up the staff again. Using the same method to coerce myself, I really have no choice. The shopkeeper's face was full of nervousness. His body was locked in place, unable to move at all. His hands pinched the neck of the shopkeeper in front of him. It looked like he would crush the shopkeeper in front of him to death in the next moment. Where are those family members in the magical world where I don't need to find them? Pointing at the shopkeeper in front of him, he said, "You must already know who I am if you already know who I am." But soon, he found that his body seemed to be in place, unable to move and completely petrified. But I just need to know where your friends from the Muggle world are. He only felt that Carlos in front of him was like a demon. Don't worry about your life. Don't worry, I may not have much say in this world. There was a narrow fire in Carlos's eyes. That burst of fire seemed to swallow up everything. When the shop owner in front of him saw the scene of flames blooming, he knew that he could not escape this disaster. I saw him slowly lowering his head, his face full of fear and bitterness, and then he slowly spoke. What can I do? Last time, those people were in the same situation as you are now and used the same method to threaten me. Do you know that in the face of such a threat, I have no choice but to agree? And unlike you, he can also find my family in the magical world. What should I do? Do you mean that in order to abide by morality, I have to betray my family? Oh, you're afraid of them. Don't you mean you're not afraid of me? I'm very surprised. You have already done such a thing. Why are you still staying here? Do you really think I won't cause trouble for you? In fact, the shop owner was also very helpless. To be honest, this was the second day he opened the door. In the past, when he encountered this kind of thing, he was ready to run away. Being able to survive is already considered the best outcome. However, he also understood that by doing such a thing, he betrayed Carlos. So the final result is that Carlos will definitely come to his door. Rather than being approached by Carlos, it would be better for him to escape. And on the 4th day after he escaped, he learned that the store was still fine and no one came to the door. Suddenly, he had some other ideas. He wondered if Carlos hadn't suggested it, so while waiting day by day, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. Today was the second day he opened the door, but when he opened the door the next day, Carlos came to see him. Looking at his bitter face, Carlos became a little confused. Logically speaking, the black market must be guarded. Making trouble here is equivalent to slapping those who manage the black market in the face. If you want to manage such a black market, you must have huge procedures and a huge team. Those nobles must be indispensable in that case. Then those nobles will at least protect the safety of the entire black market. You know, even Carlos closed the door of this store before taking action. So when that group of people were looking for trouble for him, how could this group of black market people remain silent? Ever since, Carlo Pai asked his question slowly. The shop owner in front of him was also slightly stunned. He had also thought about this problem. But to be honest, after thinking for a long time, he realized that no matter how he thought, he could only come up with one result. That's what the black market group didn't hear. Carlos shook his head with a look of disdain on his face and then pressed him hard to the ground. There was a bang and Ten's head was pressed firmly to the ground. Then there was another punch. This punch, without any hesitation, hit his head again. The shop owner only felt his face as if he had lost all feeling. The first punch was pain, endless pain, and the second punch was numbness, a painful numbness. The pain could no longer be felt at all, and he could even feel that his head seemed to have sunk 2 centimeters into the ground. After 2 punches, Carlos stood up slowly. In his opinion, there was no need to actually kill him. After all, no student in Hogwarts College had any trouble, so since nothing happens, there is no need to pay for one life. But these 2 punches were his punishment. As for the so-called manager of the black market, Carlos smiled slightly. Haha, how could they not be aware of the situation? Just like now, there was a crash and Carlos pulled up the iron door next to him. Sufficient sunlight shines in the store, illuminating all the equipment inside. Carlos's eyes were just staring at the rows and rows of figures in blue cloaks in front of him at this moment. On their blue cloaks, there is a familiar symbol printed on them, the West family. Among the 4 pureblood families, the West family can be regarded as an anomaly among pureblood families. They like to make money, so they are called outliers. But such an alien who likes to make money is actually one of the 4 major magician families. I thought some B******D was here guarding the entire black market. It turns out to be a B******D from the West family. Hello, what can I do for you? Among this group of people, a tall man slowly walked out. He held a staff in his hand, slowly pointed it at Carlos in front of him and spoke slowly in his mouth. I'm arresting you for murder. Carlos paused slightly, then kicked the shopkeeper next to him. There was a bang and the shop owner felt another pain in his abdomen. His whole body couldn't help but twist. Carlos shook his head slightly and said, and the moment Carlos said this name, Carlos's voice sounded, and the shop owner who fell on the ground next to him was slightly startled. 293. In other words, if the manager behind you comes over, he may have heard my name. Yes, it was me who fell to the ground. It was my own problem. Killing? Please, if he fell by himself, what does it have to do with me? The expression of the captain of the team over there changed slightly. He finally understood who the bold man in front of him was. If he says the wrong thing, he will definitely die in an instant. So the shop owner planned to accuse Carlos of his behavior when he left his side. But Carlos smiled slightly and glanced at the shopkeeper next to him. He couldn't help but say that in his mind, Carlos was right next to him. Why don't you ask if he fell down on his own? You should have heard of this name. Well, if you haven't, you can call your young master over. This is a strange person, the one who dares to make a scene at the royal family's dance. Then you have to listen carefully. My name is Carlos Lucifer, and the black market management team just looked at each other. Who is he? Then he nodded immediately and said. Then the captain looked at Carlos with a serious face and asked slowly. In fact, Carlos's name and his deeds have long been widely spread among many families. It's just that Carlos doesn't know it yet. Especially among many families, Carlos is almost regarded as a negative teaching material. However, I don't know why, but the image of Carlos has become a positive teaching material in the ears of some young people. It seems that because of Carlos, his actions that are not afraid of power and his will, many young people feel that Carlos is definitely a very powerful and determined person. Many young people admire him as a person, but they also feel confused. The captain at this moment saw Carlos in front of him. He knew that this time things were over, just like last time. But what he didn't know was that what happened this time was completely different from what happened last time. Carlos looked at the young captain in front of him quietly. He wanted to hear this, and the captain walked in immediately to catch himself. Then adopt an attitude of enforcing the law impartially. Only in this way, Carlos will believe it. This group of people is truly in this black market, protecting their safety and the peace of the black market. But the next moment, Carlos saw the captain in front of him, with a happy and flattering face, slowly walking over, but he said happily, "This is Master Carlos. Why do you come to our black market? Or are you here to see our young master? Our young master is here." Seeing the flattering expression on the face of the team leader in front of him, Carlos knew that he had thought too much. Sure enough, the world is like this, whether it is money or power. As long as one party reaches a peak, the other party will compromise. This is also true even in this world. Carlos shook his head, then turned to look at the shopkeeper behind him, smiled slowly and said, "Then, take me to your young master. I have some things that I want to discuss with him personally." When Carlos finished speaking, the team leader in front of him immediately had a look on his face. Flattery took Carlos to a certain building. Yes, there is a certain central building, but this building looks very towering. Inside the building, from time to time, there was a faint sound of seductive female voices. You can see and feel that this building should be used exclusively by their family. Shaking his head, Carlos followed the squad leader's footsteps and walked slowly inside. On the top floor of the building, a young man was slowly looking at the account books one after another in his hand. His eyes stared straight at him. In order to manage the black market well, he also made great determination. After all, he is just the second young master in the family, to be honest. He has no option to inherit this family. For him, there is only one option. That is when the black market is removed before the family takes back the black market. Collect as much first pot of gold as possible and then start your own business. To be honest, he had never been to Hogwarts. He only learned magic in the private academy within his family. Regarding magic, he only knew a little bit about it. After all, he was not a genius. He was just a mediocre person who did nothing. Of course, mediocre people also have mediocre self-confidence. Although he is not a genius, he is still a wizard. Although he only knows a little bit of magic, such as clearing spells and the like. But as a wizard, he may be regarded as the lowest level existence in this magical world. But his status is that he can be respected in the Muggle world. He shook his head and sighed, feeling a little worried about this quarter's report. Because he does not have professional financial skills, his quarterly report looks very professional, but it is mixed with many problems. The problem with the account book was not solved, and he could not even get in or out, which made him feel a little irritated. The ledger and the final account still have running data, but they don't match up, and the result is like this. I don't know where the last bits of water went. Just when Brown and Faynite were preparing to continue waiting, suddenly there was a slow knock on the office door. A nice woman's voice came from outside. It was my secretary and my playmate. Of course, this playmate is a bit unseemly, but this is normal, as he has been in high-end society and high-end places all year round. You have to be comfortable with such things and integrate into them. This is the greatest respect for this circle and yourself. And after all, he had already graduated from his family's private academy for such a long time. The current age is early, and it is already old enough to get married and have children. It was just for career that I never got married and had children. It is very normal to have needs in that regard. After all, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. Brown was about to get up and prepare for dinner, but suddenly I heard a sound outside and came in. Master Carlos from the Lucifer family has something to do with you. When Brown heard the name Carlos, for a moment, he remembered the young man who was so powerful in the Lonia family at that time, although that young man said that he was only in his teens. But he already has the demeanor of a noble and a gangster. Yes, in his opinion, Carlos is a combination of aristocrat and gangster. He is smart, sensible, and has very good etiquette. He is also a very educated person, and he is also a gangster. However, Brown Lees felt that Carlos was a reasonable, illiterate gangster. At least Carlos will try to reason with you before he acts like a hooligan. Tell you first what you should do and how to do it, first with civility and then with force. This is Carlos's style. This is also the reason why Brown in front of him admires Carlos more. For a moment, Brown even felt that Carlos might become a strong man in the future. When Carlos found him, he first began to think about where he had offended him. He thought for a long time, and after finding out that there was no such thing, he said slowly, "Invite him in." The door was opened, and a handsome figure walked directly from the outside. He was wearing a crisp suit, a white suit and a white mask, looking so elegant and noble. The moment he walked in, Brown was slightly startled by the gangster aura emanating from his body. At the first sight of the man wearing a mask, Brown was sure that he was indeed Carlos. Only Carlos could exude such a fearless attitude, but at the same time he exuded a noble rogue aura. Brown shook his head and then slowly asked, "So, Mr. Carlos, what can I do for you? Before I came here, I heard that the Finnet family had set up a market here. In this market, almost all prices and goods are determined by the people here. And the black market only needs to charge a 10% handling fee in the black market. It has to be said that not only the merchants in the black market are black, but even you who manage the black market are also very black. Of course, I am not here to talk about these things. I believe that Master Brown should have heard that something happened in Hogwarts recently. This incident caused all the students in the entire Hogwarts college to be poisoned. That's right, they were all poisoned." Brown nodded and then he smiled slowly and said, 147, yes, I have heard about this incident. I have also heard about this incident. If it were not for Mr. Carlos's carelessness, perhaps all the students in the college would have been wiped out. I wonder if Mr. Carlos has come here to tell me about this incident. Carlos smiled and watched the wooden door behind him being closed little by little. Seeing the secretary's bumpy figure, he shook his head slightly. Then he slowly walked towards the sofa next to him. He was very slow as a lion waiting for prey. At this moment, the slow Carlos was like a predator in Brown's eyes. He was crawling, approaching the prey little by little. At the moment when the prey completely relaxed its vigilance, the predator would rush over, directly bite the prey to death on the spot. This is what Brown thinks of Carlos in front of him at this moment. Carlos sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he stared at Brown in front of him with sharp eyes and said word by word, Since Mr. Brown has heard it, then you should know what caused this incident, right? You should also know that if it weren't for your lax management of the black market, those people would not have been able to cause trouble in Hogwarts. Of course, Carlos said this not very rigorously, or Carlos said this just to blackmail Brown in front of him, because that group of people were causing trouble in Hogwarts. In Carlos's opinion, it should not be entirely for his own reasons. Similarly, their purpose is to turn the students of Hogwarts into cannibals. It doesn't matter how many students become cannibals, as long as there is enough chaos. And the dragon blood incident at that time was just a cover created by them after they entered Hogwarts. Dragon blood, poison, and the last ghoul poison, these three combined into one. It is the most important reason for the whole world to become so serious. Imagine if the situation had not been resolved at that time. Then all students will go to the cafeteria separately to eat. If the poison does not work, then there is no need to use dragon's blood to kill the poison. If the dragon's blood had not been used at that time, then the final zombie poison would still be removed by the dragon's blood. In the eyes of that group of people, dragon blood is such a precious item. So Carlos still has a drop, that's for sure. So in their opinion, there must be only one drop. When it's used up, it's used up. When Carlos told Brown all these things in front of him, Brown's face changed slightly. He thought of a lot first. Finally, he glanced at the report in front of him. The financial statements clearly indicate that there have been problems with the circulation of a batch of goods recently. It seems that I did not receive the handling fee for that product. Of course, not just this product. There are many other products for which no handling fee has ever been received. Judging from what Carlos said, it can be very clearly determined. In this black market, there are still a group of people who are slowly moving. This group of people is snatching supplies and things from other stores. This leads to the outflow of goods and property so that the running water and the ledger cannot be reconciled. Think about it, the store that originally had dragon blood. However, due to the leakage of dragon's blood, the dragon's blood was robbed. This is a 10% handling fee taken away for nothing. If there is a transaction, let's not say anything at the end, their family should also get 10% of the handling fee. Oil and water must be compatible. This group of people do this unscrupulously in the black market. There must be someone behind them supporting them, such as that one. The people supporting them behind them were members of the black management team. They nodded and Brown said, Mr. Carlos is right, I understand. In this case, why not help him a little? Mr. Carlos must be very annoyed with the existence of this group of people. You want me to help you find those people who are doing things behind your back, right? The thing is like this, just now, I received an account show from our black market. I will definitely not treat Mr. Carlos badly afterwards. This group of people took away items from the black market without any transaction. I believe there is something wrong with this expenditure and flow sheet. Let's talk about it. If it is beneficial, I will definitely help you. Carlos smiled and slowly leaned back. Mr. Carlos is so smart, that's true. And after hearing what you said just now, I feel that there must be a group of people operating secretly in the black market. Carlos nodded. Indeed, the loss of dragon blood is the biggest harm this group of guys have done to themselves. Lying on the sofa, he looked up at everything in front of him with arrogant eyes and said, if it hadn't been for them, I believe Mr. Carlos would not have suffered the loss of dragon blood, right? But I also want to ask Mr. Carlos to help me with one thing. This account statement is different from another statement and expense statement I received recently. The black shop owner, in order to cover up this exponential behavior, did not keep records in the accounts, which resulted in an imbalance in the final turnover and expenditure. After all, if it weren't for them, it would be impossible for Hogwarts College to be harmed like that. Of course, but I came to the black market this time to buy something. I wonder if second young Master Brown is interested in hearing it. Brown nodded and looked like he was listening. Immediately afterwards, Carlos told Brown what he wanted and glanced at him. After listening, his face was full of shock. He did not expect that Carlos's main purpose in coming to the black market this time was to find a mandatory dual item like a knight's contract. However, something like a knight's contract cannot be obtained casually. In Brown's impression, knight contracts are not completely passed down in many families. During the battle between the kings of the demonic realm, almost all the families participating in the war received a knight contract. But such a contract, I don't know whose hands it will fall into after thousands or tens of thousands of years have passed. After all, some of those wizarding families have fallen away in the inheritance of the times, and new magic families have also risen up. This is a very normal manifestation, so I don't know who has the knight contract in their hands. Brown's eyes narrowed slightly, then he looked at Carlos in front of him and said seriously, "Mr. Carlos, I need to understand why you want a knight's contract." Carlos nodded. This is what a manager should say. Otherwise, like before, if a random person comes into the store and threatens him, the store owner can hand over everything. Then there is no need to continue this black market. As time goes by, almost all shops will eventually close and leave here. Carlos had a very kind smile, just like a kind big brother. Then when Carlos told his reasons, Brown in front of him finally understood why when he saw Carlos, he immediately thought of the words madman and gangster. Because he could see that Carlos was a complete madman. He is an unruly and unreasonable lunatic. But at the same time, he is also a lunatic full of gangsters. Because of his strength, Carlos can do almost anything under the circumstances. He actually still wants to duel with James' second young master. Could it be that he really wanted to defeat that second young master? Of course, Carlos actually wanted to beat a second young master to death. But he understands that in this world, not just killing people can solve everything. But when I think about the feud between the Lucifer family and the James family, Brown's face showed a burst of excitement. To be honest, he has never encountered such a fun thing. For him, for his young heart, it was really a little trembling. Then I saw Brown clapping his hands and the secretary outside walked in, refusing to give orders. "Go find Miss Zhang and come here." This was a typical Western face when she walked into the office at this moment. Carlos and Brown both glanced at her gently, and then Brown said, "Miss Luo Su, you have to thank me. I helped you find a good buyer. Haven't you been anxious to sell your family's contract? It's better to just sell it to him, and he will give you a very reasonable price that meets your needs." Luo Su's face changed slightly, as if she suddenly discovered something was wrong. But she quickly reacted and saw him nodding his head and then said, "Thank you very much, Master Brown. I don't know how much time passed when Luo Su brought over a small box of his." Carlos smiled softly and waited for him to take the box. After seeing the knight contract inside, he nodded and said, "So, how much do you plan to sell this box for? Can you please ask this gentleman to estimate the price?" Carlos was stunned, turned around and saw Brown behind him, and Brown's side shook his head and said, "Loshi, you don't have to be like this. This Mr. Carlos is the eldest son of the Lucifer family. In reality, they don't even know how many years it will take to use up their money, so you can just make an offer with confidence." Carlos was speechless, thinking that he had been taken advantage of. However, after he heard the price, he realized that he was not taken advantage of. How long has it been since a knight's contract was passed down from ancient times? And this one actually has many functions, not just in duels. He even placed this knight's contract in his own house. It can protect the safety of the house. Therefore, this contract can not only be described as the price of an ordinary piece of paper. It was obvious that not only Carlos thought so, but Nuo Xin in front of him also thought so. "Well, Mr. Lucifer, you must also know its value, right? That's it. I think this contract should be able to be sold. 500 million. Can 0. He was planning to rush back to the academy and make a good settlement with that guy. After the transaction was completed, Carlos had a meal with the minister in front of him. They didn't expect that it would take so long for Carlos to take leave to go home this time. He will definitely become the head of the Lucifer family in the future. He hurriedly prepared to go back to the academy. Taking one last look at Carlos's leaning back, Brown sighed softly. He really wanted to make friends with Carlos. After all, in his opinion, Carlos was a good person regardless of his strength or status. That's right, the Lucifer family has gone through a generation of hard work and finally grown into a middle-class noble. However, Carlosuk did not trust himself. As for the situation in the entire black market, Caluo decided to help him deal with it the next time he came. When they learned about Carlos, they actually learned about it from the newspaper in the magic courtyard. He was in the college, and the students who had been waiting for class at this moment showed a look of horror when they saw Carlos coming in. After all, different status means different situations in the future. The head of a magical family, just like himself, the second young master. He and himself are completely different existences. It is even about to fall into the Muggle world for people doing business. Of course, this is just an increase in numbers and land. It can be said that there is one heaven and one earth. Carlos, who has read the original work, honestly believes that he only believes in the few people in the protagonist group. For him, apart from the protagonist group, there is no one who appears in the original work, or other people who appear in the original work, he doesn't particularly trust them. The reason why I became friends with those people in the protagonist group from the beginning. It's because Carlos understands that only by following them can he gain more power. Carlos returned to the school and walked into the classroom again. Everyone in the classroom couldn't help but look at him. When Carlos sat in his chair, the classroom was still so calm and normal. No one felt any sadness. As for the Lucifer family matter, it is basically over. As for Moya of the Lucifer family, he has already received the punishment he deserves for doing 590 things in Hogwarts. If Moya can still get better, then he can still go to school in Hogwarts. It's just that his price is a warning. In Hogwarts, if you complete 2 warnings, you may be punished and expelled from school. This was said by Headmaster Dumbledore himself. The time for get out of class ended slowly. Carlos glanced next to him and came to talk to him. Harry and the others smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with me and the family is fine too." Ronald nodded. To be honest, their family could actually help Carlos. But he also understood that Carlos had his own ideas. I don't know how long time passed, but noon time came, and Carlos faced the noon sun and walked towards the advanced class bit by bit. In the advanced class, a group of people in this advanced class didn't know that Carlos was about to bring them a big earthquake. This is the first time for Carlos to come to the advanced class. Just as he imagined, it was full of order and chaos. Almost casually, you can see a group of students from aristocratic families and muggle families, and they have a distinct feeling. It was as if there was a deep ravine between them, unable to get together or see each other. The arrival of Carlos did not attract their attention. No one even recognized Carlos in front of him. Of course, except for those children of noble families who have met Carlos. When the figure of Carlos appeared in the eyes of some family members, there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. Then they seemed to think of something, and then one of the senior class students first had a doubt after seeing Carlos' arrival. Next came the weirdness, and then the haughty look at Carlos. He raised his head and looked down at Carlos below as if looking at a poor child. However, Carlos smiled slightly. "You are only a few centimeters taller than me. When you look down at me, what are you looking down at? You feel like you are very tall." "How old are you? You are only 3 centimeters taller than me." "How old am I?" Immediately afterwards, Carlos patted his arm with a look of disdain and said, "If you don't want your hand to break, then continue to stop." There was a clicking sound, and Carlos used a lot of force this time. This nobleman only felt that his arms were about to break under the 2 slaps of Carlos at that moment. Well, that kind of pain is not something that can be tolerated casually. It seemed that because of Carlos' violent attack, there were even more whispers around him. The man who stopped Carlos in front of him suddenly had a look of shame and anger on his face. He didn't know why Carlos was so bold and dared to come directly to their advanced class, but Carlos knew from the look that he would never give up. "Carlos, do you know where this is? This is the advanced class. Do you know the consequences of breaking into the advanced class? I will let you lie on the ground and never get up, do you know that?" Carlos sighed and then slapped him hard. With this slap, Carlos hit the nobleman in front of him directly on the face. With a snap, a crisp sound resounded throughout the classroom. The bright red slap was printed directly on his face. "I warned you if you continue to stay in my presence. Next time I won't slap you, but use my staff to poke it into your head." "You can try it." The ashamed Hennier suddenly looked at Carlos's face with anger. But there was no chance because Carlos had already passed over him and walked forward. That's right, in front of Carlos was the second young master of the James family sitting on his chair with a gloomy face. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and he looked at Carlos in front of him as if he was seeing a mentally retarded person. "I know what you want to do, Carlos. A family duel? Don't worry, I won't agree to it." Carlos also smiled slightly, his eyes without any emotion, as indifferent as water, calm and calm. He looked at the James in front of him and then smiled. Carlos's smile was very calm. "I know. Then why are you here? What are you doing here? Are you humiliating yourself?" "Hey, I really can't understand why a coward would think that he is insulting others. However, there is one thing you said was wrong." "Of course I know that, but whether you agree or not is not your decision." As he said that, he saw Carlos slowly opening the wooden box in his hand. In the wooden box, a piece of white parchment appeared in his hand. The parchment was filled with line after line of writing. Of course, the handwriting on this line has been given magic by the gods. Naturally, it has absolute priority. Carlos looked at the second young master of the James family in front of 5-3 and then spoke slowly. "Do you know this? I believe everyone in your family must know this thing, right? In the past, a certain family also used this thing to threaten a certain family into a family duel. Today, I am going to be a bad guy for once. Second young master James, will you agree or not?" James's face changed slightly. He looked in front of him. When Carlos took out the parchment, he couldn't help but feel a little thump in his heart. When he saw the name on the parchment, as well as his own, he finally realized that this was the knight's contract. How dare you bring this thing out? Do you know how high the price of this thing is in the market? Of course I know, 500 million, it doesn't matter. At this moment, even the second son of the James family, had to dare decide that he was a big dog. 500 million in front of Carlos at this moment was like trash, and he just threw it away. Could it be that he really didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did? However, Carlos obviously didn't think there was anything wrong with doing this that day. Since he obviously doesn't think there is any problem, it means that he just wants to do this. As for the result, it has nothing to do with him. Only a smile flashed in Carlos's eyes. Staring at the figure in front of him, he was still expecting the guy in front of him to continue to reject him. In this case, he could be capable and very pretentious in throwing away the knight in his hands. Then the moment he slowly signed the contract, he couldn't refuse himself again. In this case, the James family and the Lucifer family must have a duel with the family's reputation in mind. The second young master of the James family had a dark face. He knew that he could not refuse, because what he represents now is the entire James family. Carlos's behavior can almost be regarded as a slap in the face of the James family. If I still reject him because of timidity, then I don't know what the final result will be. So he couldn't refuse, and he couldn't refuse until Carlos humiliated himself with the knight's contract. Carlos, you don't have to be like this, right? I didn't say I wanted to reject you. Family duel is the right of every family member. You can also challenge me to initiate a family duel. This is also your right. Of course, I have to fight for the honor of my family, so you don't need to. Carlos smiled slightly, slowly held the knight's contract in his hand, and then looked at his face bit by bit and said, "Oh, really? Since you agree, then I will watch it carefully." The moment you put your family's reputation on the line, watch the moment you put everything on the line. After saying that, Carlos walked towards the back. He didn't say when the family duel would be held, but it would happen sooner or later. And when and where the family duel will be held, he is not the challenger who has the final say. Generally speaking, it is the challenger who has the final say. Just like last time, Dora made the choice of place. James' second young master stared straight at Carlos's leaving back, the murderous intent in his eyes having been completely aroused. He gritted his teeth hard and then slapped the table in front of him. There was a clang, and that terrifying sound resounded on the table, shaking everything around it. The face of the man from the family next to him, who was shouted back by Carlos, turned slightly dark. He walked over slowly, looking at the second young master James in front of him with an attentive look on his face and said, "Second young master, there is no need to be afraid of him. He is just an ordinary student in the intermediate class, even though he was known as a genius in Hogwarts. But in my opinion, his reputation as a genius is simply undeserved. If he has not accomplished anything, what qualifications does he have to deserve these 10 names?" However, the second young master had no intention of looking at him at all. It didn't even mean to connect his words because he understood. If he really has no strength at all, he is really not a genius. Then it would be impossible for him to come out of the magical forest full of flames. Immediately afterwards, I saw James slowly take out an envelope from his drawer. Then he began to write the names of his family and the recipient of the mail on the envelope. Yes, he was ready to ask for help. In his opinion, if it was a normal duel, he would definitely not be able to defeat Carlos in front of him. Since he couldn't defeat Carlos head-on, he decided to use some tricks. When Carlos returned to the classroom, Harry and Ronald came over. They looked at Carlos in front of them and didn't know where Carlos had just gone. Carlos smiled slightly and changed the topic. "We chatted for a while about what we had for lunch today and talked about what happened in the school recently. Hey, what can happen in the academy? There are so many magicians here. Coupled with Principal Dumbledore, there are so many masters here. Even if something happens, it can't happen to us, right?" Carlos smiled and nodded. That was indeed the case. But when he asked this, he just wanted to change the topic. But the next moment, he saw Hermione with a silent expression next to him. Hermione looked at Carlos silently, then looked around again. "Although it's not as big a poisoning incident as before, but recently, I heard that a weird thing happened in the school. You know, even if Ronald's family is not popular with some other families. The thief now seems to be specifically looking for those more precious materials. Not only Carlos, but also Ronald and Harry next to him. Both of them looked at Hermione in front of them with shocked expressions. Hermione sighed leisurely, then he pointed, and then she pointed to the top of her head and said, "But recently, many students have found that they purchased and picked some precious medicines, and the person who made the materials disappeared." She carefully put her mouth over it and then spoke slowly. So Carlos, you have to be careful. Although this matter has nothing to do with us, you are not an ordinary student. But they still have their own connections in this college. Carlos was slightly shocked. Thief. Such a small thing. It is said that the thief who stole things seemed to have only stolen some small items before. But then, when he heard what Hermione said about the thief stealing something, the expression on his face suddenly froze. So let me keep my things safe. Even many senior students and middle school students have encountered this kind of theft by thieves. It was teacher Snape who told me that there was a thief in the academy recently. I didn't learn this from other seniors or classmates. Something that neither of them had heard of, but now Hermione actually heard about it. But Hermione revealed the news that even they had not heard, even though Harry's family no longer has the right to speak.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.